Alright, folks, welcome back, everyone. 欢迎大家回来。今天是第100天。It is day 100, right? After this lesson, we're going to do our 100th day tentative takes. Got some stuff. I think it's gonna be on the more refined, shorter side now that this is after doing the Wanikani one, and I kind of have a feel of what kind of was smoother, some ideas that I wanted to iterate on, so I got some practice with that kind of thing. Let's get into our start off routine. So this one, Soul, Pendant, Goofy, Guan, a custom. Right, and then this one, Su, just lost it. I lost it. The mojo's gone. Chi Su, just to Su. And what was the thing that was, oh, to begin or start? This. And then accuse. Alright. Not too bad. Not too bad. There's definitely opportunities to add something to the beginning of HanziHero's routines. Okay.
凉鞋
凉鞋. Light shoes or cool shoes. Or oh yeah, cool shoes. Not 亮 is like or shiny. 凉鞋 is cool shoes. Shoes that keep your feet cool or exposed. Okay. This is 双, that's probably 双. 这双凉鞋.
这双凉鞋
我今天穿着凉鞋去something beach. Don't know what that is.
我今天穿着凉鞋去海滩。
海滩 okay. We have a turkey, a watchtower, and spray. Okay.
凉鞋
凉鞋. Whoops.
实习
That's not the O in sandals. 实习 intern, to intern. Kind of like a necklace. What is that? Reality study or reality learn, to learn reality. In order to intern, one does work somewhere to learn from reality instead of classwork. Oh, yeah, that's like on the job learning. I see. 实习医生 interning doctor. 他打算在这里实习 something good. Kind of reminds me of all. 这夏天
他打算在这里实习整个夏天。
Yep, it's 整个夏天. It looks like 整. The bottom part. Inherit the bottom part. I don't know what the top thing is. Okay, alright.
实习
Okay.
习惯
Yep. Learn accustomed. learned habits. A habit is something you learn to do, then later become accustomed to. A habit, or used to, accustomed. Yeah, still accustomed. Ooh, what is? Oh no, what is the drop on the silver? Copper. And do I have copper alone yet? I'm not sure if I do.
不良习惯
不良? No, I don't think I have 良. 不良习惯 something to do with copper, I guess. 不良习惯它的它的坏习惯 This 坏 is what I was gonna use for bad, but they have two versions of here, which is interesting. One
习惯
习惯
舒服
舒服 yeah. To relax, relaxing apparel. To get comfortable, simply relax a bit and put on comfortable apparel. Yes. 舒服这些一次很舒服。我觉得不舒服。对，舒服。Oh, wait.
舒服
Do 舒服 have to? Ah, yeah. There we go. I tend to use the alternative reading. What does primary and secondary mean? These are alternatives, as in, oftentimes SRS, when they use SRS, they want you to focus on a primary meaning, which means that, for this case, lots of the examples will utilize this as the mnemonic. For vocabulary words, the primary meaning is that they want you to focus on this meaning, but it can mean many other things that are related to the primary meaning for vocabulary. So it's kind of like synonyms for characters, but the synonyms for characters is because that character is used in a bunch of vocabulary words that have all those meanings. But when it comes to vocabulary, there's multiple meanings for characters. Like a Japanese word, if you saw a Japanese word, it could mean like 6 different things, and they may not be like related enough to be qualified as synonyms, but they're related in the sense that you can get to their meaning. So like comfortable and comfy are relatively similar in English, but they might elicit different uses. So I can add synonyms, my synonyms, which then are more or less alternative or something like that. It's kind of like if someone, if we were defining good to someone who's learning English, good can be fair. And then, but good can also be reasonable, but reasonable is not the primary meaning of good, because reasonable is like reasonable. So it's one of those things where like, oh, you can kind of get to that meaning and it's good enough to translate or interpret, but in the end of the day, 舒服 or 舒服 will always be 舒服. Good example, I know, right? So the thing that one has to be wants to at least be used to is the idea that these are aids to get you the feeling of the word, because in the future it will be that it will like at some point it would be 舒服 not, oh, is it comfortable or comfy or something. It's just going to be 舒服, and when you think about it, it'll be many different things. And for me, it might continue to be this, but for most people, they will no longer they will circumvent the idea that they need to remember it's comfortable or comfy or something. Whatever gets them to the meaning, or help them solidify what that is. It's kind of weird to think of it that to happen. I'm not a person for that to happen, so I'm not sure what it's like. I don't think I've lived a moment in my life where I didn't think, oh, this means multiple things in multiple languages. So it's kind of a weird feeling. I'm not sure how. Maybe this is a great example of focus or attention, but I can't see this ever without thinking in Japanese and English or Spanish. Komodo, right? This is komodo. So I don't know how people do it. Maybe it's a feeling I won't ever be able to achieve because I wasn't raised that way. Like, from perhaps I need to forget something. But this is komodo. When I see this these characters, I also see komodo, which is the Spanish word for comfortable. So it's tough. I don't see how people think, like, I can't literally relate or empathize with people that think that the fastest way to learn a language is to forget that you know another language. Like, they compartmentalize it completely. They're like, I'm going to immerse. I'm never going to break the fourth wall that I have another language. I cannot do, like, I try, but it happens every once in a while. It takes like every 2 minutes I'll be thinking about a different language. So I have no idea how they go about doing that. My wires in my brain are crossed so tightly. Like, it's like Japanese wrapped over every path of my English, which then is wrapped over every path of my Spanish. So I don't see how people not get their wires crossed when they talk about that. That sounds like a tricky to learn but good skill. I mean, it's useful. I made my life to take advantage of that skill, right? Things are tricky or not useful when you don't take advantage of it. I take advantage of it. It's one of my it's part of my creative process. If you're talking to me and you're wondering, oh, this person can't possibly be interested or know something about this thing, well, I will make it interesting and relate it to the things. If you're wondering how I can talk about Superman while you're talking about depression, let's find out. Because my wires are crossed all the time. So if you're really curious of how I get from depression to Superman and still talk about mental health, I guarantee you, I already have a path. I already have. We're not gonna do that today, but I already have a path. You're just gonna, this part, you're probably gonna have to trust me on this. Four statements: depression, the comparison of sadness and happiness, and the power to be hurt. Superman. Those are the steps I'm going to take to get from depression to Superman. Like, and then how does that deal with mental health? If you are a being that doesn't, eventually, here's the punchline. If you are a being that does not experience death, pain, like viscerally self, can one truly appreciate the sadness and depression that surrounds them? Now, one of the crutches of Superman is love. And that is felt even when one is invincible. And then I would tie it back to like depression and mental health and whatnot. But those are some of the steps that I would get from depression to Superman. So in case someone wanted to talk about superhero, like ask me something like, what do you think would be an interesting super Marvel, like a DC or MCU topic? Heroes and depression. That'd be interesting to watch. It's more of a DC thing, so that's why I chose a DC hero as opposed to, and then Superman happens to be the least of them, because if you choose Batman, then oh yeah, of course you can get from depression to Batman. Batman is depression. Batman is depression. Yeah, Marvel dabbles in it. Yeah, Marvel Marvel definitely is on the lighter side, and that also reveals to its more mainstream appeal. With the Avengers struggling with the loss against Thanos, yeah, exactly. Yeah. So yeah, here we go. We're having a discussion, but we're gonna pause on that. It'll be a discussion for another time. I'm sure pretty much anything we can make it about something interesting about life and mental health. That's kind of how I get my wires crossed, right? So that's probably how I say it can be the worst things in your life if you choose to not embrace your compulsions and work with it and know how to manage it and whatnot. It's a different story if you leverage it, take advantage of it, and whatnot, as opposed to like avoiding it and trying to keep it down, right? That's very different. Those are two very different approaches. And actually the latter approach is what a lot of people do with their compulsions. So whenever I hear someone say they have ADHD and they can't focus on something and use it as a light excuse, for me, if I had to be really truly bluntly honest to you, I don't think you have ADHD. It The way people talk about like compulsions and managing things is very different, especially successful people that manage them. They talk about it in a proactive way and they don't use it as an excuse. Your compulsions are not excuses, they're challenges. So in order to think of it that way, it's not an excuse where you say, I can't do this because of this. It's more like, this gets in the way, but I'll manage it. I'll deal with it. You don't bring it up because it's something that's preventing you from doing something. Usually, you wouldn't be here. You would be dysfunctional, rapidly dysfunctional, if you allow that to be that compulsion to take control. So oftentimes when I think people use these terms to describe their things, it's coming from a place of potentially not understanding what's actually going on and the sources of their problems. It can present themselves like compulsions. And I think the wonderful news that I have for them, at least that I want to encourage, is they can probably become incredibly successful and manage that and might even leverage these things. If you lack focus, then what's a task that lacks focus that you can achieve and you can work from there? You'd be surprised how focused you become when you start working on things that you could possibly work in your favor. That kind of thing. More on that maybe whenever we get the opportunity to talk about the difference, in my opinion, the difference how it's communicated when someone has a dysfunctional compulsion versus a maybe a complaint about their tendencies without addressing it. So I don't want to sound, I'm gonna be a little bit harsh here, but when someone has a compulsion, it is like the worst things that they can think of, and it is very difficult to mention them and admitting that it's causing them to be unable to do what they do or want to do. It's very different when you go around just stating it nonchalantly as an introduction. I think it buries far deeper into the core of someone's value system when it's a compulsion. So not to say that those people who don't understand might actually be high on a spectrum or have other compulsive things. The idea is the likelihood of someone going around presenting their case by excusing it using compulsion stuff. I do not believe they have the emotional expression or the behavioral that would indicate the behavior that they would indicate the consequence of having a compulsion. So the nice thing about that is that means it's manageable. And it also means you can thrive and be happy and have lots of hobbies without having to juggle and manage these things. I do have very noticeable compulsions that I'm aware of, but even I wouldn't say they are excruciatingly dysfunctional. However, there's a really big asterisk here. I don't have obligations anymore, right? At the moment. So if I were to do a job, those compulsions will get in the way of doing the job. And that is where you can present situations where compulsions are a problem. They can be dysfunctional. Oh, hey, there's the daily bot. Nice. We got our daily bot today. That reminds me, I'm also live on Twitch. Yeah. Oftentimes when people talk about compulsions, they talk about choice. That's in my opinion a giveaway. If you're thinking about using your compulsions, like you're self-diagnosing, and you say, oh, I'm doing this because I'm doing this, and therefore I'm doing this, it sounds like you're making choices, right? Those are choices. Like, it's an excuse. It sounds like an excuse because it's a choice. When other people talk about compulsions, they talk about it of how it's inevitable. Like, it's not a choice. It's there forever. So you don't choose to make an excuse because it can't be an excuse. It's there always. You don't get to say, oh, I just happen to be lazy right now, so conveniently I lose focus because I have ADHD. That in my opinion is not the type of behavior that ends up settling in someone who has a compulsion. They talk about how it rips through them. They often, if they had to expound upon it, they would say, okay, so this thing happens. It happens in this situation, and this is what I do, and it's not working. Therefore, I lose focus, right? It's often coming to the point that they're interacting with the thing no matter what. You don't excuse it by saying, I avoided this, and therefore I don't have a problem with it anymore. That's not a compulsion, especially a mental one that is ever present. You have to face it every day. It's not an option. It's dysfunctional. And you're trying to make it functional. My mania stops me from sleeping. If I stop sleeping, I'm not going to be able to get up, go for a run, get on stream, and do the things I love. So I have to keep it under control. If I do not keep it under control, then you'll see the lost in focus. The thing that ADHD is typically, they keep focusing on consequences and not the source of the problem. When people talk about ADHD, you'll lose the, I will stop streaming. You will see myself stop doing the things I want to do. Like, you will literally see that, hey guys, I can't do it today. I'm like really tired. So maybe we'll just stream for 1 hour, and then it'll be like 30 minutes. 8 hours will turn into 6 hours, turn into 4 hours, turn into 1 hour, and then I just disappear. That to me is compulsion. That is what happens when you have an actual unequivocal mandatory management, right? And presenting that, did that sound like I was saying I lose focus because I have ADHD? It really wasn't. It was showing how it has a consequence over time on my functionality. And even then, I honestly don't think I'm fairly certain I'm like average on the, I might be possibly on the spectrum, but that's because being high functioning and stuff might overlap with some of the presentations of the spectrum. So until I actually see a specialist, self-diagnosing is incredibly unreliable. And that's what a lot of people do these days. And when I mean a lot of people, a lot of youngsters that are incredibly influenced by people spouting and iterating on corollary data. Like when yesterday I said that you often tell myself you'll stop chatting, but then because of what you said, I get the urge to keep chatting. You're saying something interesting is an excuse for me chatting too much, just something you need to work on. Yeah, yeah, yeah. And it's not something to be upset about per se, right? But when you think of these compulsions, you get upset. Like you get upset with yourself. So I don't seem like an upset person, right? So at least I hope I don't seem like an upset person. Maybe slightly tightly wound, or high functioning, right? Tightly wound, but it is a far cry from what I was like as a kid. So my suspicions about being on the spectrum has been there for some time, but it's not like I'm dysfunctionally ill-tempered. And I think that comes from an early period of understanding I have to deal with this stuff no matter what. It's not like it's going away. You don't just randomly, it disappears. So that hot-tempered young person who doesn't have time to deal with people who don't understand them, like, or you can hear all the other ADHD lines up, like the consequences: ill-tempered, laziness, loss of focus. Loss of focus also means to others apathy. To others is apathy, detachment, coldness, very rigid and pragmatic. And I still gotta reiterate, ill-tempered and just apathetic. I think those are the two. When I was younger, those would fit, quote unquote, a lot of the symptoms or the consequences that people are talking about on people who are on the spectrum. Like a kid just, as a youngster, I would be like 16 years old and I see this kid fail. It's like, well, you should have studied harder. That's the reason you failed. Stop whining and crying about your bad grade. You earned it. That's what you deserve if you don't study hard. That would be something that I would say, right? And what that sounds cold. That might even sound angry. But am I really angry at that person? I think most of the time I was angry at myself. Like I couldn't understand why that kid was upset about their grade. Like I didn't have time to deal with that. Like the whole time I was thinking, well, I worked hard for my grade and it's really hard to get my grade. Instead of someone who goes around is like, oh, I have ADHD. I get good grades, but I lose focus a lot. I'm kind of lazy, but I do everything well. Like I'm really good at stuff. It's, in my opinion, when I hear those, it often sounds like a checklist of all the things they heard online. Like, oh, someone has ADHD. Oh, they're still good at school, but since school is not engaging for them, they lose focus. So they still get good grades, or they get exactly the amount of grades that they have, but they don't apply themselves because they lose focus. It's like a checklist of things that are confirmed with confirmation bias. Basically, you hear all these stories online and you're just checking it off. It's like, oh, I have that, I have this, I have this. But well, in my opinion, there's a chance these people are too young to have enough experience to understand that all those checklists also overlaps with a highly stimulated kid that is lazy because they haven't had examples of not being lazy, having a role model around that is hardworking, having supportive family members that interact with them in an understanding way, or having friends that are hardworking. When all your friends that you collect around you and all your sources are telling you these are the symptoms or consequences of having a compulsion, then that is probably the only reality you want to recognize. And I mean, I'm trying, this sounds kind of very forward, but I don't like the idea that younger people are writing themselves off because they wanted to confirm all the things that give them an excuse to not do something about it. It's kind of like very disheartening. When I was younger, I could have chosen, in my opinion. This is a coulda woulda situation, so take it with a grain of salt. I have no regrets for the past actions that I've taken, right? But I can think of many anecdotal situations that would be, yeah, that kid is probably autistic. In today's definition, today's world of classifying what that is. Like, you see this kid get straight A's, have no friends, barely communicate in pleasantries, unable to emotionally connect with anyone, identified, separated to another group of kids who don't interact emotionally with each other. They're highly proficient at juggling multiple tasks at the same time because the tasks themselves don't strictly challenge a facet of their focus. And then later on, I found out that once I'm challenged to have to focus on a task, I'm ill-equipped to do so. So back in the day, when you're learning as a kid, all those tasks might be easy enough so that you don't need to focus that long in order to get challenged by your lack of focus. And then you start entering the field of specialization, or like mastering a language, and then you realize, oh wait, I might have ADHD because my attention deficit is so great that I can't stick to language learning for 7 or 8 years, because the longest time I've ever done a subject or learned something in compartmentalization was focusing for 30 or 50 minutes in class, or 15 minutes in class, or 5 minutes in class, and then juggling back and forth. And then it is the teacher's fault for not engaging you because you have chosen to believe that you can't extend your attention span. Which, yes, I can agree, there's some genetics to sustainable attention, but I don't have to be the only representation of the sample size. I think, as far as I'm concerned, I have a separate thought that's not on the singular thought every 5 or 10 minutes in a lecture. I sit in a room, listen to someone talk for 50 minutes. I would have at least 10 to 12 instances where I would be thinking about a different idea that may take me away from the person's seminar. So what do I do about it? I cross my wires. So what happens in the future is, no, I don't have to look at my phone. The goal of me is to keep myself focused on the lecture by constantly saying, if I have another thought, make it relevant. Make it relevant to that seminar. And yes, I will still not be able to understand the seminar better than someone who may genetically, for example, have a better sustained attention. However, what I am doing is still able to manage that distraction. It's not a point of envy because I also leveraged my advantage. But one thing I cannot do, as like if you're doing comparison, right? Comparison is the theft of all joy. I often look at my colleague, and I've met lots of brilliant colleagues over my life, and some of them have ADHD. Like, they really, really do. But hey, they are PhD holders too, and they actually did better. Like, arguably on paper, they did better than I did. And then I see colleagues who have super wonderful sustained attention, where they literally just sit in class and look at him, and then they would be able to recite and quote the lecturer. I don't think I have ever been able to quote something. Like, you probably heard me several times saying over and over again, I don't remember this guy's name, but it's Carr, I think, like earlier today. These are the patterns that I work with to make sure, I can still communicate an idea, but I don't have enough focus or sustainability when it comes to remembering entire verbatim stuff. Like, cue the crazy kids that I don't actually understand when here's one thing that I haven't ever processed even to this day. Some people around me, or strangers that I've met, they would say like, "Oh, you're very smart. Like you know all these stuff. That's great. Like it must be really great to be intelligent, right?" And my first thought is, okay, that maybe this is true. And meanwhile, while we get to know each other and talk to each other, we would listen to like music, for example. We listen to music, and they would be like singing along, and they would be like drumming, like air drumming and stuff, right on cue. And my only thought is, I would ask them, how is this your favorite song? Like, how long have you listened to the song? And they would have heard it less than I have, and I can't even remember one of the lyrics to the song. Like, if I'm so intelligent and good at recall and great at focus, which these people tend to believe, which is a very complimentary thing, it's very flattering, but I think the reality is I have terrible focus. Like, I listen to a song and I can't even recall a single lyric. Meanwhile, my friend, some of my best friends who aren't PhD holders, right? They would listen to a song and they would be singing a whole verse of the song. And I swear I am trying very hard. Like, I would try really, really hard to like hold on to one lyric in the song. And of course, it'd be the lyric that repeats like 32 times in the song. Like, it'd be the chorus, right? But this person would be jamming and improvising and catching verses and then drumming to them. It's like, how do you catch all of that right now? And then you're thinking, oh, there must be a correlation. They must be great at school and stuff. It's like, no, they're average C student. Like, so what is the big difference? Like, what happened there, right? And they don't work in science. So that's kind of one of those things. I think about it, and I think about the interactions I have with people today. And if I were a righteous person, like maybe some of my peers do feel this way, actually, the compulsions that they manage is not to be taken lightly, and seeing other people use it as a way to sell themselves short. That's how I'm viewing it. I'm viewing it in a way like, man, you can do so much more than this. I hope one day when you grow up, you realize, or you find someone who's like a role model or someone that's very hardworking to illustrate that, yeah, it doesn't, like your loss of focus and whatnot and the things that make you lazy, go find something that inspires you and emotionally will you into being engaging. Because I can tell you now, to this day, I still can't quote anyone. Even listening to my favorite person talk a bunch of times, the only way I can quote them is I can pretend like I know them enough to say something that they would say. So when I'm talking about John Green and I'm like paraphrasing, I would say, this is how I think he would say this thing, because I legitimately cannot quote things. It's like, no matter how hard I try, I would put it on an Anki card. Like, I would need quotes on an Anki deck, repeat it like 36 times throughout like months before I can remember a quote. And then subsequently, I might end up forgetting those quotes. And that's not a bad thing. Hear me out. I want to end on a very bright note. It's not a bad thing because I decided maybe I shouldn't focus on quoting people and leverage how well I can connect things together, because I have desperate thoughts all the time. So the way I can focus on a thing is to take something that's big enough to have all the thoughts connected to that thing. So it might seem like I'm focused on a specific topic, but I'm constantly pivoting around the specific topic. And that is enough to get me to study aspects of a language without losing focus. As in, yeah, focus on language learning. So, like, to end what we said yesterday, just don't want you to be distracted. Yes. So, um, I just wanted to echo what we said yesterday from your asking, right, when we were talking about like time management, and then like Mika from chimed in about time management, asking about time management. The reason why my workflow looks like that is because I know pretty well. I would like bet against myself a 9 to 1 odds that if I stuck to an Anki deck, I'm going to not only figuratively, but literally have the similar result of burnout and problems that an 18, currently like a lot of the 20-year-olds that I know who says, I'm burned out, I need a break from this. So I do everything in my power to stop that from happening while still making forward progress. So all of that stuff that I said yesterday in like 4.5 hours, those were all the things that I've come to see that kind of works at not making me drop something and become a miserable person who slowly and surely believes that they can't do anything because they can't focus long enough. It has happened. I I'm I know it has happened. And for me, my outlet was to be mean to other people. My outlet was to project anger outward. And whenever you see someone who has a compulsion, if they don't have control over it, they are angry. They are incredibly angry. But the miscommunication here is that they are not necessarily angry at the thing they're lashing out at. It's oftentimes when someone gets taxed over and over again compulsively because they don't have control over it, it presents itself as they need a source to generate the hate, the anger, the frustration. But it's not anger in a malicious way towards people, like family members. Like it hurts, but having supportive family members, being able to absorb that and constantly encouraging the person to find ways to manage, that is the life of compulsion, in my opinion. The high compulsion stuff, not. But there's all levels, right? There are people who have compulsions, but it's not dysfunctional. So I just wanted to say that again. It triggers me, like it triggers these thoughts, not like in a bad way, but it triggers these thoughts all the time because these are very common comments. Kids nowadays use this comment very, very likely. And my first thought is, man, how do I get this kid to believe that they can be incredibly successful, not angry at themselves, feel like they belong somewhere, or to like feel like they don't blame their whatever they believe is dysfunctional to become functional, happy, heck, rich, loved. I think that is fantastic, right? But I genuinely believe that while people are providing lots of great resources and information, they are not countering it or complementing it on how to apply that information. So while someone talks about autism, there's another person that talks about autism, and then now your whole algorithm's filled with autism. And you doom scroll enough with that content, you can convince yourself of anything, in my opinion. Careful. Very careful. Sometimes I wish I was funnier. Like, here's a little wish. I wish I was funnier so I could make something funny about these things. I think sometimes humor brightens these situations. I have poor reflexes. I actually laugh at adversity sometimes, at my own adversity. I typically don't laugh at other people's adversity, but sometimes I have to apologize in advance, right? Like when someone says, "Oh, my life sucks," and then I smile and I'm like, "Wait a minute, hear me out. Like, I'm not smiling at your situation." And then I would go through that spiel about I often try to find ways to make myself laugh or happy whenever I see adversity. That like not like watching a really sad movie adversity. That's different. That's a suspension of disbelief. But seeing true adversity, like watching someone working really hard and failing, that's adversity. But then I think about all the things I would do to bring myself back up and then get back in there, right? I think adversity, ADHD, something compulsion, overcoming these things makes, dare I say, maybe people like me and like the people I watch very stereotypically similar sounding. They talk about their adversity, but they really focus on how they achieved and address that adversity. Rarely do those people that I look up to and I talk about ever say it ends here. Sorry, I'm genetically borked. I can't do anything about it. I don't think people who have true adversity and are speaking to you in this type of medium would commonly say that. They would say what they did, what they're currently doing, and what they hope to achieve later, because it's part of their life. It's not some special thing that you use to suddenly be, oh, I can't do this because of this. It's like, no, I don't want to do that, so that's fine. I don't care. Like, I have to live with this, so it's part of the life. It's actually so common that I don't even bother mentioning it anymore. Like, I ask most people for last thing, rhetoric. What do you think ADHD looks like? Because I can honestly tell you, the people who are informing people about ADHD, that's not what it looks like in my opinion. Like, that's why it's so tough. It's so tough to know if it's going to impact your life or not. It looks very different. It's almost obscured for a lot of people who maybe didn't even think they have ADHD. There are functional people by coincidence that probably do but don't notice it. Okay. All right. Anyways, we gotta get through that lesson. This will be your last message for a while and maybe for the stream, but I do want to apologize for how long I was chatting for yesterday, and I know you don't want me to apologize. I still feel like I should. Okay, fair enough. I'll take it. I'll take your begrudging chagrin, okay? That's okay. Yeah. No worries. We'll catch up. You'll just have to pay me in happy dollars later on. I'll take your IOU for happy dollars. I expect a return on interest. Compound interest on happy dollars. Protocol. Compound interest. Uh, 这些一次很舒服. Oh wait, we already did this, didn't we? Yeah, we did this. Go start investing for when we next talk. Okay, all right. That's startup. Let's start a startup on happy dollars. We gotta print more happy dollars for people. It's all about getting an efficient pump out of happy dollars. Did we already have Kwai? Oh, we just had Kwai as a standalone. Kwai's that's chopsticks. Chopsticks is still chopsticks. 你会用筷子吗？你会用筷子吗？ what unit was this? This counter is... Oh, what is this counter? Silver tree. No, we don't have silver tree. I'm gonna guess 一克筷子.
一根筷子.
Dang it, it's gun. 一根. Oh, that kind of makes sense with a gun here. 一根筷子. Okay.
筷子
I'm smiling because my thought is I want people to say that nah, ADHD, child's play. I overcame it. Nothing else is really that challenging. Let's go. Take life by the horns and win, right? When you start that's kind of how I feel about overcoming adversity. That you have a challenge, you take over it, it's a compulsion, then everything else just seems like that's just a walk in the park. Like that's those people who overcome those kind of things, it's like everything else is easy mode, right? And I hope that's how they grow up to be. Like, what? All I have to do is learn how to climb a 26-foot wall? That's fine. Let's start with 1 foot at a time. No problems. I mean, I already spent my whole life dealing with my own demons. Let's tackle something that keeps us busy, right? A very great common theme is when someone is having compulsion, anxiety disorders, and whatnot, is they choose a project that inspires them and it keeps them busy. It keeps them away from their mind. The mind that constantly compulsively tells them that, hey, I want attention. I want to cripple you in bed and just sit you in the corner and constantly doom scroll. Nah, that's weak. That's weak stuff. It would be great to see a generation of kids like, oh, that kid in the corner that was sitting like helpless thinking that they can't do anything. Not me anymore. You fast forward like 10 years, like, look, this is what I do now. The heck with that kid in the corner who thinks that they can't do anything or achieve anything. Right? And this is me now. That kind of thing. I love those type of stories. If my whole YouTube algorithm was about that, I would probably doom scroll. Ironically, paradoxically, I'd be doom scrolling those stories. Occasionally I do. Like a story comes up, right? Someone's life comes up, and of course, grain of salt because it's a content creator. But when I hear one of those stories, I immediately go to their channel and I just watch all how it happened. Because if they did show it, I would watch the whole thing. I would watch how they overcame this, overcame that. Like that's novella right there. I love based on a true story documentaries or dramatizations of people overcoming adversity. It's so empowering to see that, and then it lifts me and tries to make me do the same, and the rest is history.
凉鞋
I can't spell sandal. I typed sandal with LE. I typed scandal. Like, what is wrong with me?
舒服
筷子
筷子
Okay. 流换不 Oh no, whoops. That's 习惯. Okay, sorry. Just gotta laugh about it, laugh about it. 实习
实习
learn reality. What's learn reality? Oh, intern. 习惯
习惯
Okay. Actually, their reality is actually okay. All right, fair enough. In fact, 实习 okay. No, 提习 no, 其实 not 提习其实 okay, yeah, that sounds like actually. When you say the word actually in response to someone, you are noting something special about their reality that they are talking about. Actually, okay, I see. 其实他的工作很 quite easy, but it's a different easy. What is that easy? 轻 something.
其实他的工作很轻松。
轻松 Oh, that's Song, right? We encountered Song yesterday too. Or relax. Song, okay. In the context sentences. 其实 so that's a soul. 请说其实请说不是那样
其实情况不是那样。
情况 Oh, that's Quan. Oh, right. Oh man, I'm invisible. I did this yesterday all day long. The spray on the side just becomes invisible. Quan. Yeah, this is not Shoal. Shoal has a left side. Sprays are invisible. Can confirm. Tsunamis and sprays on the side of characters. Can't see them.
其实
What's this? In fact, actually.
惯例
惯例 a custom sample. Example, a custom example, a convention. Oh yeah. This is the other convention, the usual practice. The example that you're slowly become accustomed to is always following. Yeah, the convention. A convention. A dollhouse, women, a dollhouse, and finger. No idea. And then that's summon burner. Doll. Right? Or is it Xiao? That's Zao. Something Zao Guo. Zao Guo. I've seen you before too. Bunker alter. No, maybe not. Guan Li.
按照国际惯例，
Ji. Nope. Oh, still on. Okay. So it takes on the right hand. 按照国际惯例 according to international convention. 国际 国际 is international. 惯例 convention according. 按照 interesting. 按照管理 according to. Okay. Yep. Okay.
惯例
惯例
高跟鞋
高跟鞋 high heels, all heel shoes. We finally got where they decided to make this heels. 跟 finally 高跟鞋他喜欢穿高跟鞋
高跟鞋凉水
凉水 cool water is cold water or cool water. Yeah. 洗凉水澡洗凉水澡
洗凉水澡，
把面 把面放在凉水。Oh yeah，
把面放在凉水。
凉水 ，whoops not 水，凉水。凉水，
凉水，
凉水，
确实，
确实。Reality. Wait. Authentic truth or reality, which is true. Can I just write truth? Really? Indeed. Really? Indeed. Oh. 确实. Interesting. I like it. Indeed. I could even say 确实的. Oh, could you do instead of 真的吗? You can do 确实吗? I kind of like this. Oh, it's that kind of true and untrue. Interesting. 确实的 yeah, 确实的消息 yeah, 消息
确实的消息。
which is news or information. 消息 not in the sense of like news reporting, but information. 不确实 how I guess that's good. It's negating untrue. Okay.
确实，
确实. Like these examples, right? They're supposed to be quote unquote a context, right? And the funny thing about this is a really good like you might be thinking, oh, but that doesn't provide any context for 确实. But it's funny because you would say 不确实 pretty commonly. So if someone were to like go out in the world and they're like see these 不确实, you probably see it. Like so in a way, while this looked like, oh, that's not going to help you remember the word, but at the same time, my thought is, well, it's going to normalize something that's probably very common to say. Like, what's another one? An example would be like 没, and then your example would be 还没有. No, so now you might not know it from context at first, 还没有. And it's like, why would you want to remember the context for 没 as 还没有? Because 还没有 or 没有 is super common. So my thought is, okay, I might not be able to know what this is because they just add 不, they just negate it. 确实. But at the same time, I can immediately go out and think I'm going to hear 不确实, 确实 over and over again. It's like, oh, okay. So obviously, a full sentence would be great, but I can totally think someone say this isolated. This is like a phrase. 不确实. Oh, oops. What are we at? 其实
其实，
确实
确实，
oops 高跟鞋
高跟鞋，凉水
oh 凉水 oh yeah that's right not 3凉水凉水 okay 灌什么惯例
惯例，球鞋，
球鞋 Oh, ball. Oh, ball shoes, sports shoes, 球鞋, tennis shoes, gym shoes, sneakers. Nice. 我想买新的球鞋。他的球鞋很漂亮。你的球鞋在哪里？ Okay. Those are some very common structures. Very common structures. I'm going to be talking about this in a little bit soon. Soon because we'll be doing our review soon, and there's going to be relationships Duolingo Chinese since we are not continuing Duolingo Chinese since we completed the course.
球鞋
Where whenever I'm reading example sentences, the reason why all the other filler words are so more fluid than the vocabulary word is it's because of the Duolingo structure that is not present in like Wanikani and Anki and this type of format because they're targeted word rehearsal, so or practice. So when I'm reading things like right, 你的 then it's like 你的 and then I need the vocabulary 球鞋 and then 在哪里 is repet, it's like grained in there. And 漂亮 right, 很漂亮 is very very ingrained. Or 我喜欢 right, or 我喜买 or 我想买 sorry 我想买我要买我需要买 things like that are very very rapid because that was one of the trade-offs in outputting sentences as opposed to target vocabulary practice. So whenever it hits one of those, like that's probably like the 2000th time I've seen that phrasing, and maybe like 1500 of that time was from Duolingo. Okay. Sneakers.
漂流
漂流 interesting. 漂流 漂 as in floating, flow, to drift about. Oh, ooh, I like this one. To drift about? To drift about is to float and be driven by the flow of the current. To drift. Oh, I like that. 漂流 漂流 has a very nice vibe to it. To drift. I like it. And still float. It still has a floaty feeling to it. Driven by the current is pretty poetic. 漂流 is kind of like a vibe. This is what I would say. I would say vibe. That would be a great feeling. Like an English feeling. A vibe. A contemporary word for this. 漂流 vibe. Jeez. Drift about on a raft. I don't know what you are. And then we have I don't know what you are yet either. And then 飞漂流
乘竹排漂流
Oh, pie? Oh no, this is pie. Whoops, that's pie. That's to I have no idea what this. Oh, row. 竹排漂流 长 okay 长竹排漂流 interesting 漂流而下 downstream really 漂流 oh towards down oh that makes sense and then they add a stream because it's talking about a flow. So 漂流而下
漂流而下
got it all right
漂流
to drift about
穿鞋
穿鞋 wear shoes literally wear shoes 呃，他从不穿鞋，never 从不。OK，请不要在。Oh no, what are you? 室内 maybe 室内 no 室内穿鞋。
请不要在室内穿鞋。
是内 not nai. Oh my gosh, Japanese. I nai that up so hard. That's Japanese nai. Ne, ne, 室内
请不要在室内穿鞋。
室内穿鞋。Okay, all right. 穿鞋
穿鞋。题
E. Different T. Okay. A topic. Do I have an example of using this? I'm not sure. Alright, Timmy Turner is once again in the house. This time studying for his tests. The other T is related to raising grades. He has a magic pointer. Got it. That his fairy godparents gave him. Whenever he points to a page in his textbook, sure, the pointer will make that topic come to life before him. Oh, that's kind of cute. He accidentally touches his pointer to a topic discussion of the sun in his book. Oh, and this lines up with the incident to bring up. The bring up incident of when he turned his fingers into a pointer and the incident with the sun. That's interesting. I wonder if that's a coincidence. That's probably a coincidence. The sun in his book, and the topic comes to life. A miniature glowing hot sun comes out of the page and begins to burn the room as Timmy runs to escape. Yeah. That kind of lines up with the other mnemonic really well. It's almost like a mini story. Okay, so how does topic fit in T? When T? An ass topic? Question. Not that. Ask. Ask topic. Careful. An asking topic. To digress. Oh, okay. I see how it is. What is that? Li Ti. Of course. So maybe Li has. Oh, the leaving topic. To digress. Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, Li is to leave. It has an act of leaving. Like Li Kai. Yi Qi. Not sure about that one. Yi might be negative. Idle. Biao Qi. Do I have enough with Biao? Maybe not. Cow. Tree. Cowboy. No. Difficult problem. Nanti. A difficult topic. The problem.
题
Whoops.
报
Oh. Oh, like 报告. A report. Bart Simpson is in the bathroom of the barn. Go on. Where he works. Obviously. He is using a mall report, which still has a postage stamp. Okay, I see it. Postage stamp on it. To clean the totem. Right. I see the totem. Oh, the totem includes the top thing. Oh, yeah, that's right. Soil, syringe, and horns, which is covered with manure. He stands on top of a folding stool and dips the report in milk. There's no water to scrub down the totem. That's kind of weird. Newspaper. Oh, oh, maybe like. Oh, okay. Because 报纸, yep, 报纸. Got it. 热子, 热报. Oh, daily report. That makes sense. Forecast. It has no. Oh, maybe a different type of forecast. Yu Bao. Bao. Oh, yeah, that's right. It's in Bao Jing. Bao Jing to call the cops and then declare. Shen Bao. Shen Bao. Shen Bao. I was thinking Bao Gao would be the report. Bao Gao is legitimately a report. Maybe it'll come up.
报
Okay, T.
题
How? Topic. 穿鞋
穿鞋
穿鞋 Oh, 穿鞋漂流
漂流
漂流 Sorry 漂流报
报
球鞋
球鞋
Oh, 球鞋 Oh, right, I'm doing 3 球鞋 Alright, here comes all the characters. Park. Yen. Alright, I can get behind Yen. Still got some legacies left. Yugi is inside the pawn shop, bored at work. He takes out his park card. Oh, Yugi. Oh, Yugi. And activates it. Suddenly, the inside of the pawn shop turns into a park, complete with trees and birds. Okay, so he's working in a pawn shop. That kind of makes sense. Okay. Sure. He looks up in the he looks up in awe at the trees above him, but some bird's crap falls into the gaping mouth. He spits out only to discover more bird crap falling down. He quickly puts on his cloak and starts trying to put away the pawn shop items. I guess parks aren't that great sometimes, especially inside pawn shops, you know. So he's putting away all like the valuable items in the pawn shop because he's done goofed. A park or a garden. Okay, 公园. Yeah, 公园. 花园. That's where the park and garden comes from. 校园, a campus, school and park. Gardening, 图园. Oh no, 园. Oh no, that's what I said. 园艺. I see some flowers. I don't know. The apple orchard. Oh, ping. Is there guo in it? Oh, ping. That's what ping looks like now. Oh my goodness. 苹果园. Jeez, that's what ping looks like.
圆
Oh, okay.
论
Oh, it's theory. We saw a couple luns already in the context sentences. Luke Skywalker. Oh, it's been a while, Luke Skywalker. Luke Skywalker is in the bathroom of the infirmary. Okay. Working on a theory booklet. In secret. He sits in the teepee that is set up on the tile. Okay, that puts him in the bathroom. Protect himself from words of the nurses. Puts him in the infirmary. Words of the nurses, doctors, keeps on trying to influence his theory about the Force. Everyone seems to have their own theory. Or he's cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs, maybe. I could check out for the infirmary why Luke Skywalker is checking out. But the Force, it places, that's Luke Skywalker. Doctors and nurses yelling with words at him, places him in the infirmary. And he has a teepee set up on the tile floor. Puts him in the bathroom. Right? Nice. And in theory of the Force. So discuss would be discuss theory. Still discuss. 讨论 lengthy. What the heck? Okay, we have long 长篇 long piece. 大 big theory 论 long piece big theory lengthy That's pretty funny. I'm guessing lengthy in the sense of like a piece of writing or a piece of like a speech or something, as opposed to just saying lengthy as in 大长 would work. Big long for lengthy. I imagine 长大 or oh wait, 长大 is to grow up. With those same characters. No, actually no, it's a different set of characters. Just kidding. Yeah, it could have done like 长大 for lengthy. Conclusion. 结论. Oh, how did 结 work into this? Soldier, mouth, thread. Yeah, I think we just got 结, right? Oh, it's to tie up. So tie theory. Oh, okay. I can see that. I can see that. 争论 bleats and a brush. Don't think so. Introduction. 概论 概论 Got nothing on guy. But this is pretty good discussion. 讨论 and 结论. We might get 结论 right away soon after we complete this in the next 2 days. Hopefully.
离
Li. Oh yeah, we got leave. There it is. Li. The pit. Oh my gosh. This is a box for Wanikani. We'll just add the box in case it's a pit. Yikes. Like in pit. Okay. That's a treasure chest? Oh, that kind of makes sense. If you have a map that's an X on a pit, it probably marks the location of a treasure chest. Interesting. I think we're just gonna also place treasure. It'll be good enough. A booby trap? What the heck? Oh no. A booby trap. Okay, so I see the treasure chest with a lid on it. And then we have some elbows. Oh, but it could be a cricket. No. We have some elbows and a hood. Okay, picture a treasure chest covered by a huge hood. However, when you open it, its lid, a booby trap inside grabs you by the elbow and pulls you in. Oh, interesting. A mimic. Can we just call it a mimic? That's boss. If I just stick to mimic.
离
Li. It's kind of a weird excuse to say booby trap. Weird. I'm just saying. Li. So Link. Let's see. Link is inside. Li hasn't changed. This is also in simplified. Interesting enough. Link is inside the living room of the house. Okay, go on. Getting ready to leave. He walks towards the door only to accidentally step on a booby trap that grabs his leg and hangs him upside down above the carpet. A turkey comes out and laughs at him. Oh, it says Link is not allowed to leave. Alright. I mean, turkey, chicken, it's the same. You know, it's a chicken getting revenge on Link, right? You know who you are. If you played enough Legend of Zelda games, you know who you are. That's what you get for hitting those chicken. You know who you are. Alright. Exacting the revenge. Let's see. Oh yeah, Li Kai. Li Kai is what I just mentioned, Li Kai. Digression again. Oh yeah, Li T now. Yeah, we're going back to we just got T for theory, right? Oh no, not theory, topic. So Li Kai to leave the topic, to digress. Li Hun, yeah. Opposite of 结婚. Oh, that makes sense now. So Li Hun is to leave the unity, like the relation. But 结婚 is to tie the relation together, to marry. 结婚 and 离婚. I see. 助理 distance. I'm not sure what the left thing is going to be interpreted as yet. 隔离 to isolate. We got some
离
good legacy. Got some excellent legacy stuff going on today.
远离
And it's gone. Word booklet TP on tile, nurse, doctor complaining on the other side about the force, Luke in the infirmary. Bathroom.
论
Theory. Whoops. That was a typo. Alright, so the goal... Oh, okay. The goal is to lock in and then get on with our tentative takes. I'm already about a little bit warmed up with some earlier takes. Okay. All right.
西方
西方有很多国家，
Okay. You want to lock in? Well, guess what? I've got something. Oh no, it's gone. It's gone. Now I'm no longer locked in. It's over. Oh boy.
晴空
晴空万里。
晴万里. Oh. Okay.
取得良好的效果。
Achieve or take or obtain? Okay. That's an old one. Oh, jeez. I meant to hit 3. 老头
老头
几个老头在树下打牌。
plow. Not that type of plow.
借口
借口。
我找了个借口走了。
借口。我找了个借口走了。Oh, 借口。Speaking of excuse, 借口。Borrowed mouth. Borrowed mouth is 借口. You borrow to say something as an alternative. An excuse. 排球
排球
我们赢了一场排球比赛。
黑猫
黑猫
可爱的黑猫。
Okay. 下雪
下雪
下雪以后，路上一片白。
典故典故。
你知道这个典故的出处吗？
你知道这个典故的出处吗？典故 allusion
做，红，夏日，
今天是一个炎热的夏日。
Uh oh. Oh.
讲师，
讲师讨论了生命的意义。
顺利，
工作正在顺利进行。
Okay.
蓝色，
我的眼睛是蓝色的。
明明，
这件事明明是他的错。
Wait. Right? Clearly. It's clearly. Clearly.
百鸟，
百鸟在飞翔。
十分，
我十分满意。
Oh no. 十分满意. Totally, yeah, totally. You found a bug on Duolingo. Your task is to put the characters in the right order to spell a word, but no matter what order I click on it, it doesn't let you check your answer. That's interesting. Just wanted to say that. Don't spend any time on the message past reading it. Now I'm thinking, what are you doing? Your task is to put the character in the right order to spell. Oh, speaking. I think. Okay, all right, hold on. Slenderman, mole. You're running after saber, doll.
岛，
Topple. Okay.
立，
Example. Learning Japanese on Duolingo. Yeah, that's what I figured. I'm like, what could you be putting together? You're probably putting together kana. You're putting
Hi.
together kana. Ah! Yeah, that is not read. That's to see, to look at. There isn't a bug. I just put them in the wrong order. It's fine. It's fine. It happens.
短期，
短期租约。
Short term. This is bear snake. What? Ming Ming? Of course, obviously, clearly. It's clearly. Obviously. Okay. I should have used the word obviously though. It's clearly that person's fault, okay? It's clearly your fault, Procar. Blah, blah, blah. Procall for putting it in the wrong order. Okay. Let's see. Which one is this? Man. The bucket. Okay. Hold up. Bucket, leather. No. Is that aquarium? Oh no. Oh, this is extensive, right? Yeah, that's an aquarium. So, right? Bucket, aquarium. What? Hold. Bucket, ground. Yeah, that's an aquarium, right? Bucket, shack. Oh, I missed a G. That's I'm like, what the heck's going on? That's a common thing. Guan versus Guang. Guang versus Guang. Guang. Oh, okay, it's fine.
小猫，
小猫喵喵叫。
从
大从，
打从那时候起，
Oh no. Oh no. Strike from. Oh no, I don't remember Da Chong. How is this phrased? Da Chong. Da Chong 那是后期 Da Chong. Like from this point, so since. Okay. A list, lid, some wire. Okay.
让糖亮
My hands are just flowing for now.
长短
这两条裤子长短差不多。
The heck are you? Okay.
一些
你有一些冰块吗？
What are you?
少数
少数服从多数。
湖水
湖水如镜，
Lake water is not one word. Confirmed.
手套
这两只手套不配对。
广
Okay, I'm not. Yeah, I missed the G, because of the way I said it. I said Guang instead of Guang, and that translated to the wrong pinyin. What is this? Extensive?
自己
我喜欢自己做饭。
Oh no. Is this like coat of arms or something? Yeah. I don't even know why it's supposed to be coat of arms other than it's a surname in a clan, so it's gotta be coat of arms.
打听
打听朋友的消息。
It's that, but you're striking, so I guess you're inquiring. Yeah, I guess inquiring is closer. It's fine. It's fine. I'm negotiating. What the heck? Doll? Fitting? Oh, it's fitting.
不宜
这种土壤不宜种花生。
Unreasonable? It is unreasonable. Or like not fitting. Right? Wait. 这种 Yeah, like not logical or not fitting. I gotta think about that. What did I do here? Oh, typo on show. That's show. I typed show there.
听说
你有听说吗？
买单
服务员，买单。
It's a bill, which is also a check. Oh, I should have added check there.
飞船
阿波罗飞船。
不安
他感到不安。
Discomfort, unease. There's so many ways. Oh, unpeaceful. Yeah. Okay. And then, yeah, this is unfitting, not fitting. I don't know what words they want for this. Unsuitable? Okay. Not appropriate. Or not, yeah, not appropriate. Not, not fitting. Inappropriate. Not suited. Oh. But unsuit? Okay. It could be also unfit. Okay. They want bill. I should add check. Check. Tab. Yeah. Not that type of check. Bill check. Airy.
运
Check? With the Q U oh, you're right. Is that how you spell check? Oh, I've been spelling check. Wait. Oh, the British check. Oh, that's how you spell check. Oh, look at you, you fancy British person. You heckin' British person? Yeah, we should add the British spelling of check. Oh, you didn't realize that's just a British? I'm like, check? Yeah, you're right. Yeah, it's listen here, pro call. You do be using those fancy Q words, you know? This is what happens when you're closer to France. I'm kidding. I don't think that has anything to do with France. We love spelling words look fancy. Are you telling me you like being French? I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I don't know what your relationship is with France, but but whenever I think about Q, I do think of British. So any form of the Q, like this Q, when you have it in a word, that's British. Yeah. Most of the time, anything that deals with this in a word, even as a standalone. So check, checks out. Get it? Checks out. Waka waka waka. Checks out. Listen, here in America, we decided we're just gonna use less ways to spell things, you know, to make things easier. You know? I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I probably don't agree with what I just said because I feel like the internet has proved that statement incorrect over and over again. You know, like remember when I don't even know if people still do this. Grill stands for girl. Yeah, I don't think that's true about English. Regardless if you're American or British, like grill, come on, people, grill. I mean, occasionally they even add an extra L to refer to girl as grill. Come on. I still remember that. I don't think that's a thing anymore. I think. What's a good one where the misspelling is so common that they decided to incorporate it? Or axed for asked? Oh my goodness, axed. Oh, jeez, that kind of hurts. Although you give that more leeway than grill. Let me think of what I gotta think of another one. Here's a actual one. Here's a legitimate one that I had problems for a while. Angel and angle. Angel and angle. I give a leeway. I give leeways on angel and angle because both of these are goals. These are both goals. If you like really look closely, they can be angle and angle. Like you don't. Sometimes you're not thinking about angels, you know, and sometimes you're not thinking about angles. Actually, most of the time you're thinking about angles and not angels. So I'm totally okay with this. That happens. Next time someone asks me to ask them something, I'll actually ask them. Maybe then they'll learn the correct spelling. Look at you sounding like you see the angel mistake a lot. Yeah. Oh my gosh, I said angel twice. Yeah, I see the angel angle mistake a lot. Yeah, without context, enough, like even without context, you could be talking about something. You know, in like a single sentence, it's not enough context to know if you're talking about angels or angles. But then in a paragraph, it's not that big a deal. But the spelling is still a big deal because LEs and ELs, like in context. This is one of the things that immersion doesn't take care of, right? A lot of times, here's a really quick hot take. A lot of people prioritize immersion and learning by immersion a lot of times. But heritage speaking, when you're like learning by immersion, maybe like you're only listening to things and then reading things, spelling errors like this happen a lot in English, for example, or in other languages as well, but especially English. Because if you hear angel and angle, when you read it in a paragraph, you will know it's angel or angle. But when you read it, you might not notice that it's a spelling error. It goes the same with, you know, your very common ones. There, right? There. So you don't know. In context, it will make sense when you hear it and read it, but typically this requires proofreading, and oftentimes proofreading catches it. It'll be real trouble if a math exam question was to find the angel. Yeah, I know, right? Yeah, saw and saw. Oof. Yeah, saw and saw. Yeah. What's a spelling? I want to do another one. One other one. Oh. Hey and hey. Oh my gosh. I'm typing in Spanish. Oh, hey and yeah, hey and hey. And you might be thinking, "Oh wait, but that's pretty easy to distinguish." Not when people use hey and write hey in many different ways, like how they write hi and hi. And as someone who's learning Spanish again, this also means something else, but that's fine. But this can be problematic too. This is a really real thing. Hey and hey. Or bye. Sorry, I had to make a reference to an NSYNC song, but bye. But yeah, bye. Bye? Yeah, that's how you spell bye in a cute way. In a Japanglish way. I'm giving like new age internet things. Bye. Bye. Instead of bye. Bye. This is bye. And, you know, getting by. Or, and this could be by as in bystander. Like I'm letting you get by, as opposed to this is by someone. Whatever. You should start typing TS for this. That's for this. That's actually what people are doing nowadays. Yeah, this. I recently came across someone informing what this means. Yeah. And the irony is this means this. It's like, what does this mean? This. No, I know it's this. I know it's this, but what does this mean? This. you know, the dudes where's my car situation. Like you've changed demonstratives, you've changed like pronouns, and if you when you start changing pronouns, you get that thing where like, what does this mean? This. Like, I know it's this. What does it mean? This. Which, by the way, I don't know if you are familiar with this meme. I talk about this meme a lot, but it's the same with it's the same with Japanese when their whole phrase becomes s. Like, what is the easiest way to say hello? S. That's it. Eventually, I feel like English will become this too. Like, how do you say sup? How do you say sup? How are you? I feel like the internet English, or yeah, and then you can write sup. Like, what's the difference between this and this? You know, at some point, we're just gonna get to the point where we might as well write an S, write a fancy S, right? What does this start looking like? What does this start looking like? Like, okay, so this is sup. This is when you're really being polite. Sup. And this is when you're super supping. And this is like a casual sup. Imagine English starting to... What's gorning? What's gorning? Gorning? Oh my god, what's going on? What's gorning? Oh my... All the levels of sub formalities, yeah. Soon. Okay, I'll do like a Chinese related thing. It'll be quick. So you can do sub formalities by using tonality instead. Since English tonality does not have a formal thing, you could say like, you could do something like sup. 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 And all these things could be different forms of expression of how you want to greet someone. That is Chinese right there. And then you can use like these little like accent marks and stuff on them, right? If you're ever like, if I ever hear someone, when I'm hearing people say bruh, when I hear bruh, when I like watch a streamer and I hear bruh, this is what I hear. I hear this. That's what I hear and what I see in my head sometimes. So it's not a big stretch, not really a big stretch. The thing is, it's not formal. It's not standardized. So bruh is not standardized. Like our tones are not standardized in English. If they were standardized, it would become functional. Like how do someone consistently say bruh as a question mark? So if you do bruh as a question mark, then it's always going to be a question. Which is already formal enough. Like, everyone knows when you say bruh, it's going to be a question, right? Which is very similar to all the other ones, like ka at the end of Japanese. So I've always wondered, eventually it's going to be that, but in English, there's going to be no notation for it. Like, what I mean is, the best thing you can do is type in an emote, and that's what you got. Like, bruh. And it's like, what do you mean, bruh? Like, is that what type of bruh? So when you're typing, all you have is this word bruh or bro. And then that's as much as people type. Like, you might be thinking, oh, but then there'll be context. It's like, no, people actually just respond with bro. And then nothing else before it or after it. So there's no like context you don't have enough context to actually know what it is. But in the future, it could be like bro, and then there will be an emote, right? Which is what's happening now. Alternatively, if you go back and take a page from like Chinese, you could at least mark what it says, but in Chinese you can see that there's really no mark. It's implied in their character what the mark is. So it could be bro, and then you're good. So the person will know that it's a question mark because they're too quote unquote, I'm gonna use this lightly, lazy to type a question mark after bro. Alright, that's enough messing around with English. The amount of implicit meaning in such few words that people expect you to understand nowadays gives you a headache. I know, right? And I guess it would be an understatement coming from someone who takes five hours to explain one concept. But or like I just spent 30 minutes explaining those two characters in Wanikani today, or like what they mean to me. The Xingpai, what Xingpai means to me. It took me like 30 minutes to explain two characters. Headache. And you know, the headache comes from, in my opinion, a place of knowing a lot, not a place of not knowing a lot, if you know what I mean. So like the more you think, the more you're involved, and the more it could possibly know, the more things you can trigger, the bigger headache it becomes, because it's so little. It could be anything at this point. And that's kind of wary on my head for sure. And I'm still learning this way. So if you think about it, this is the hardest. I mean, like, without a doubt, this is the hardest way for me to learn something. Like, look at this character. All you got is this character. That's it. Like, think about it. Right now, the way I expand my vocabulary in Japanese and Chinese is basically taking bro and then defining it off bro. And that's kind of how it feels. That's why people have a issue with it a lot of times. Like people who talk about context, always learning context. Now, you might be thinking, oh yeah, it always works. It's always the best thing. And then meanwhile, all I'm thinking is, so you're telling me that the best way to learn English, or like, it's always, right? Always. So I only need one example to counter that example. So you're telling me the most accessible platform on this face of the planet is the internet. And you're telling me that for language learning, you should get anyone who's learning English to listen to a Twitch streamer and learn by context. Meanwhile, all they learned was the word bro in like 16 different tones and expect to know the nuance of what that is. So no, there isn't a theory or method that is best suited for everything. The idea is you apply that appropriately with discipline and structure. And that's kind of my big... I'm kind of like taking a slow jab at the people who reductively make things sound simple in order for them to not explain things, which is poetic, because the people who don't understand the nuance of learning typically rudimentarily generalize these things. Like, this might as well be bro. but it's not, obviously. That's generalization. I have a lot of context clues, right? We have a car, we have a crown, and we have a road, right? And that provides a lot of context, or sufficient enough for what this character may mean, right? Along with vocabulary words that are attached to this and whatnot. Oh, whoops. I already typed the pronunciation. And of course, optimizing is the balance of this. They're trying to give you the least amount they're trying to give you the least amount of detail that you need to remember the character. So it is a trade-off. The reason why there's little context is they're trying to find the least number of context, like the fewest effort to get to the answer. And that's why there's a trade-off for SRS and why I'm not reading story in paragraphs. Whoops. I typed the wrong number there.
短篇、
短篇小说、
like short piece. What's a short piece? A document? It's just a short piece. What is a short piece of something? Like a paragraph? An excerpt? A clause? I think I knew I was gonna have a problem with that one too. Let me see if I can figure it
碰
out.
见、
你猜我昨晚碰见谁了？
Or run into. Yeah. Whoops. I typed 4. I typed 4 instead of 1. What was this? Oh, unsuitable. Whoops. Oh.
温度、
温度降到零下20度。
静、菜单、
菜单上有很多美食。
Okay.
后天、
你后天晚上要做什么？
洗手间、
我需要去洗手间。
发亮、
他的眼睛总是发亮的。
Oh, to shine, yeah.
讨、
Whoops.
心、
Okay.
其他、
有些语言比其他语言难学。
先后、
Oh
他们
no.
先后入了座。
This is successive. Successively. Had problems. I have history with this guy. This vocabulary word. Oops.
电脑、
我没有电脑。
左右、
8点钟左右。
低头、
向压力低头。
Speaking of bow from yesterday, bowing. 低头. 火
腿、
他每天吃火腿。
I still don't understand why they have ham as fire leg. Oh no, it might be lapchan. Is that where it's coming from? It's kind of like lapchan because you put lapchan is usually like pig roasted over a fire, so it's ham. I don't know. I'm reading too much of this. But hot leg is ham.
满
let's see. Cool.
确认
请你再确认一下。
确认 confirm.
影
Duolingo is very slow moving even for beginners. Yes, it's super slow, and Japanese is extra slow. And the slowness comes from the idea that it's very easy to pick up. Like, what I mean is they hold your hand so hard that it is supposed to feel slow because it doesn't seem like you ever can get anything wrong. And the downside, one of the really biggest double edges with that is it's easy to motivate you to do like one lesson a day, right? Like, you're not supposed to be doing all of it at the same time. You're supposed to do just one and wait for tomorrow, then the day after. But you can keep doing them. And that's why tomorrow will you remember what you learned today, right? So it's so comprehensible that it doesn't even feel like you're learning anything. And the double edge is when you're not trying hard, it gets boring. And then when you feel like you're constantly doing the same thing because they're trying to make you, they try to move slowly so that you don't move too fast, then you start becoming passive. So then you give up eventually. Well, you don't give up, but you replace it with something faster. And that's how Duolingo works, in my opinion. It's the lowest denominator, not the highest numerator. Oh, that doesn't track. They're not catering to the average a lot of times when it comes to the pace of the curriculum. They're actually using a bottom line approach because it's a casual mainstream product. So they're talking about who is the most unmotivated person ever. What is the lowest possible pace someone can go but still learn a few words along the way? So the downside of that is if you're average, then the average person will think it's very slow. Just to I'm trying to contextualize what their design, at least their design philosophy to me is, where they want most people to learn something before deciding if it's too slow. So if you're anywhere above average, it's probably going to be pretty too slow. Now the question is it slow enough for you to stop using it? That is a great question, because there are people who are slightly around the average, they will continue to use it while like using faster things. And that's to its detriment. Duolingo has like a 99% compliance. As in, what I mean by that is they only swap out one element at a time. And you have to go through the whole lesson to swap out. So it should repeat 4 times before the unit is over. And the idea is you don't do all of the units. All that, like most busy people will have enough time to do one lesson set. And then the next lesson set is a review of the last lesson set. And then you kind of have a spacer and then it reviews again. So, so reviewing all within one space of time will feel very slow and repetitious. And in Wanikani, if you're using, like you saw Wanikani, they don't do it again. They do it once and then you have to wait till tomorrow. And then you have to wait 3 weeks. Then you have to wait 6 weeks. Then 2 months or however long it is. Like I haven't seen the first group of things in 3 months. Or not 3 months. Oh, almost 2 months now. Right? And they stagger it so it feels like you're constantly learning new things. But Duolingo doesn't stagger at all. Duolingo just waits. So at some point, you're not staggering things and then like staggering them. So it's not time efficient. That's why it's slow, because it's not staggered. So like when you're learning one thing, you stagger another thing and you stagger another thing. So it's like kind of like a ladder. And then that's what HanziHero is doing, right? While there are old things that are coming back around, I'm still trucking forward to learning new things. And then the old things will come back around while I'm learning new things. And then new things keep piling up, and then they're going to keep coming around. And when I get them wrong, they'll come back around earlier than later. And Duolingo is not SRS. It's formal education format. And a lot of times formal education format feels dull, very slow and boring because you can't like skip ahead, or you can't well, you can in formal education, much like you can in Duolingo. And what you have to do is go grab another textbook and do something while you wait. So when you go to class, whenever you're bored, I usually give the advice or like try to encourage the ideas like, what can you learn while you wait for the class to catch up to you? Because a lot of times people, like kids that jump right in and they're ahead of the curve, they're like, oh yeah, this class is boring, I've already known all this stuff. So what can you do while you wait for the classes to catch up to you? If you're already ahead, you can be doing a lot of other things while doing that, because it should be very, very low effort. You gotta let it take its course. So most of the time people use Duolingo for practice almost immediately after like a 1 month period. Largely because, okay, I got the feel. I think this is too slow. Let's go do something faster. And then occasionally come back to Duolingo to like, it's like, oh, that's good practice. It's extra practice, and then move along. And that's how Duolingo keeps its fan base, or like its constant users. It's just there for practice. And then you have the very, very vocal minority of people where they would go back and criticize Duolingo for doing what it's not supposed to, or not what it's designed for. Yeah, I like that. Viewing an uninteresting, not useful period of time as a blank space to find something useful to fill it with. Yes. And then you can still do the things, right? Like, you can still do it as practice, right? What is an uninteresting, not useful period of thing that a lot of people do in fitness? Warming up. So how do you fill that space? Well, I warm up and I catch up on news at the same time while I warm up. So when I catch up on news, it's always new, but I still have to warm up. So I guess I might as well warm up, do my warm-ups, but I at least watch news. Or cardio. Yeah. So what do? You run on a treadmill and you watch a movie or something, right? There are things that you can stack on top of each other. And SRS, the nice thing about SRS is you stack the thing that you're already working on, so it feels like it's relevant, it's intuitive, it's progressive, because you're stacking the same task on top of each other. What does that look like? When you're doing splits, right? If you're doing push-ups one time and you need to rest for 3 minutes, like you need to rest in order to get like overload, progressive overload. When you're doing these type of things, you can do pull exercises in the meantime. So you have to wait till you rest, and that's an uninteresting period of time before you can go back to your push exercises, right? So you can do a push, then do a pull, and effectively you're kind of resting, but that's not really true. There's a bit of overlap, right? But then you'd go back to push, then you go back to pull. Or alternatively, you can do a push, do some legs, then do a pull, do some legs, and go, right? So you can get more efficient, but Duolingo is not efficient. And that's usually why people come at you or at me when I'm using Duolingo. Like, oh, you're wasting your time. It's like, well, I'm not wasting my time. I'm using Duolingo for what it is, and then I'm using all the down period to do everything else. If you're only waiting on that one thing, yes, it's going to be a waste of time. It's going to feel like you're using up a lot of time, because Duolingo is serial. There's no staggering or maximizing of things. It's, you're thinking about a person. Thanks, Procon. You're thinking about a person that only is they want to believe that they can learn something meaningful to them, rewarding, with like 5 minutes a day. And I can tell you, it takes me 5 minutes to do one lesson. Not like 5 minutes to do the lesson set. That's 5 lessons. It takes me 5 minutes to do one lesson. So, if I only had 5 minutes a day, yeah, I would probably only have done one thing on Duolingo. You were expecting a thankful dance, but guess thanks. Yeah, thanks, Brokon. I'm not a very celebratory person, okay, Brokon? You just, it's fine. I mean, when I said happy dollars, I didn't mean literal dollars here. You gotta be careful, Brokon. I know English is not clear, and we're always using very general words, but when I said dollars, I meant not dollars. think about, I'm just thinking, what does this conversation sound like to someone who's learning English? And then I start thinking, when I'm listening to Japanese, I feel like if I heard that in Japanese, I'd be like, wait a minute, what do you mean? What do you mean en janai desu? But that's fine, because when they say Japanese, it's like they're saying en but not en. I'm like en demo, right? En demo en janai desu. I'm like, okay. Oh well, I'm sure you can use those real dollars because I'm happy not. Okay, we'll see what we can do with the real dollars and transfer them into happy dollars. I need like a happy dollar cap. Okay, real talk. I'll add it to my list of things to do. We gotta draw like some sort of branding for happy dollars, and then I'm gonna have to somehow put it onto a cap. We'll design something sometime later in the year. It'll work. What is this supposed to be? Yarn. All right, back to
他是一位病人。
being locked in, right? I really appreciate it. It's not necessary, of course, but I do appreciate it. Oh, you know what? Isn't it more interesting that you are expecting something, but I subverted your expectations? Or are you more interested or rewarded by having something that is expected or something that is unexpected? So that's kind of interesting. I asked that question to myself a lot of times, and nowadays I prefer to be unexpected. But back in the day, it felt very rewarding to like be able to predict and expect the expected, right? At the same time, nowadays I ask people like, do you like having things happen the way you think? You were joking about expecting more than you saying thank you, by the way. Oh, okay. Oh, that sounds expected. And now it's not interesting anymore. Thanks. I'm kidding.
学期
学期明天结束。
How do you know I didn't have a thankful dance ready? How do you know? Prokol? How do you know? I mean, you're right, but you know. Yeah. You just wait. I'll show you a thankful dance. School term. Something unexpected is something new, so you usually find it exciting. I see. Yeah, I'm definitely more for the expecting thing. I don't know if this is a flex or something sad or taking things for granted. I think this can be viewed as taking things for granted. And maybe a weird flex. But sometimes I fear, or this is a weird fear. I have a weird fear oftentimes that I hope that I continue to live life being interested in things I don't know, right? You from nowadays I get so interact with a lot of people who prefer to know what's in their future, like prefer to do things with limited spuriousness and utter predictability. I live in a time where I fear that I might grow old enough with enough experience that I lose the color in life. So I'm trying in my darndest from day to day to gather stories from other people and to expose myself to other people's experiences, because I do fear that one day I just stop being interested in the things around me. And it's for the very reason why other people want to live and build their skills for. For example, young adults now, they want to do things with a predicted outcome, right? They only want to participate in things in which the predicted outcome matches their expectations. Like for example, if they start learning Japanese, their predicted expected outcome can only be that they're fluent in Japanese, especially by a certain amount of time, right? They only start something when they know there's a predicted desirable outcome. And I have not done that in a very long time now. Certainly, I can predict that certain things will come to pass, but what I mean is, it's not the reason I choose to do things. Like, it's not the primary reason it drives me. It's the unpredictability, the multifaceted nature of participating in something that I look forward to. Like the things I discover along the way, right? The adventure, the journey that I discover along the way. It's why I initially, it's the majority of the push. So hearing someone's story is the majority of the push of the conversation. Why do I strike up conversations and ask questions all the time? It's the interest in hoping that I discover something that isn't to my expectation. And that could be a consequence of being privileged, being part of the internet era, what have you. But even taking that into account, one of the insecurities I have oftentimes is poetically the things that I am very concerned about in younger people. Is the idea that life is not worth doing if you can't predict what's going to happen in a desirable way. So yeah, I can kind of see my fears projected a bit into the selective bias of encouraging people to take chances. I want to tell you a story to interest you, but my no more chatting words are becoming hollow. I'll save it. yeah, we'll save it for another time. It's fine. Maybe in another 2 hours. Revisit in another 2 hours. Harder than you think, huh? I'm such an enabler now. So in this relationship that we have temporarily with your no more chatting thing, I'm basically the enabler. Which may or may not be great, having an enabler around. I have something in my eye that's been... I was kidding. Okay, alright.
或许他或许会同意的。
他或许同意了 maybe. The heck? The heck is with the cow and Slender Man? Your best and hardest tests were your self-control and over-chatting. That's kind of the best and hardest. Way to bring up two words that was the spawn of like 4 or 5 hour digressions for the last couple of times we talked. Best and hardest. Okay. Slender and cow. What the heck was this slender and cow doing? What is that? Oh.
文件
这些文件要收存好。
I have no idea why that's Jian. Let's see. Jimmy Neutron is in the pawn shop. It's kind of nice that some of these mnemonics are turning over. I'm gonna talk about that in a little bit. About turning over mnemonics. The turnover. This one has turned over. Jian has turned over now. Oh, but let me revisit. Jimmy Neutron is in the bathroom of the pawn shop. Something with a cow and it's Slender Man. Yeah, I have no idea. A strip of literature, like a clause? Or document? Oh yeah, yeah. What is Jian? It's a piece, but piece, what does that have to do with a cow and Slender Man? Jimmy Neutron's in the bathroom of the pawn shop where he works. He accidentally teleported, oh, a dead cow. Yeah, into the bathroom, and he's now trying to remove it piece by piece, and he got Slender Man to help out. Yeah. By slicing it, yeah, that's a morbid one. That's why I don't remember it. Whoops. Okay. Document. What the heck are you? We already did mutant. What in the world are you? Nice.
背心
我今天穿了一件新背心。
I think I'm starting to develop a habit of being overly dramatic. It's not that overly dramatic. Maybe I'm trying to be entertaining or something by infusing. There's two things. I'm trying to infuse some emotions into my sudden pauses, but it's not really that dramatic. Like when I say, "What the heck is this?" It's not like I don't have an idea. I double down when I really don't have an idea. I would like sit there and I would stare at the thing. But most of the time when I say, "What the heck is this?" I'm already like, the gears are already turning. But I don't want to give people the impression that I'm like trying to deceive. Gears are usually mostly turning.
大力
他大力的推开门。
forceful, exertion, energetically, yeah. Powerful, energetic. I put powerful in because it's like with lots of energy, right? Doing it with lots of energy. It could be powerful.
睡
It could be below? You could be below? Okay. Shellfish.
送行
我们一起去车站给他送行。
送行. Yeah, oh, this is to see off too, to send off, to see off. Wait, now we have two, don't we? Oh no. Oh no.
知名
他的知名度很高。
知名 title. Oh, well known, I guess. Well known is good too. What the folding stool?
夜 我们
我们常看电影。
周末，
你周末通常都做什么？
答复，
我期待你的答复。
Okay.
女，中国，
我在中国出生。
Oh, I typed the wrong thing just completely.
歌词，
这首歌的歌词很好。
歌词。
玩弄，
别玩弄那钢笔啦。
别难问那玩钢笔啦，那钢笔啦，那玩钢笔啦。Don't play with. Guess still play with.
红色，
Whoops.
词典，
汉英词典。
靠近，
靠近我们小区有一家超市。
Still near or to be close. So near that you can lean on it. Oh. Okay, so short piece, like a short piece of writing. It's still a short piece, but there's a word for this. They were trying to use another word, like a... Oh. They just went with short piece. I thought maybe like, I don't know, a novella or something, but no, okay. All right. That's fine. All right. Okay. Young.
相让，
在合作中，相让是很重要的。
Concession. Make concessions.
上周，
上周的风暴，
Ah, that's last week. Sorry. I was thinking 下周 when I was listening to the sentence. 草药 Ah, I typed Z instead of C. Save me.
回顾，
老师要我们回顾课程。
澡堂，
这家澡堂很有特色。
药水，
这瓶药水很苦。
叫，
Oops. I skipped the tone.
下周，
他放假放到下周。
可靠，
这消息是可靠的。
That took a little bit. Choice. Someone is going on. Oh. What? Oh wait. I have the wrong person going to travel. It's Professor X.
赶
Cannot feel anything anymore.
草药
我们采集了很多草药，
Medicinal herb. Okay. That was my bad. Aquarium.
圆
Spring original. Observe. Who is being observed?
关
Goofy.
定
That.
结 出卖
为金钱出卖灵魂。
What? Oh, that's just a cell. Whoops.
拿 选
And okay, that's fine. Everything's pretty okay. Today was a good day. Today's was a fine day. Largely because I wasn't like running on fumes, I guess. Okay. How much time do we have after we do this? Oh, we got some time. We got 4 hours. Good 4 hours. Yeah. Yap it up. Will I do any like review? I don't think so. Is there any way to I don't have a heat map, you know? Yeah, not a heat map. Oh, I know what I can do. I can do this for the review to look. Oh, it only goes back to March? Okay, that's probably not the greatest, but oh man, I can only go back to March. That's fine. It'll illustrate some point. Yeah, so it only stores mistakes back to March or back a month. I see. Oops. All right. All right. So let's do this. I'm pretty refreshed right now. What are you? So we start with the pit. Right. Then we throw a treasure into the pit. Treasure chest. And then we booby trap. We booby trap the treasure. Okay. T. Heck It's someone in the barn bathroom. Getting on a stool, washing a totem with milk. The heck is doing that? I have to come back to it. Yeah, I can't put the person in the position. Alright. Just want to get this out of the way. Lun. Or Lun. That one is fresh. That one's pretty nice. And Lee is fine. Yen. The heck are you? What is that? I wish I had a vocabulary word that could help me out here. It's definitely owl. It's a bar and bathroom. Anyone could be working there though. Bao? Oh, it's Bao. Oh. Alright. Liang Xie. Liang Xie. Shu Fu. Kuaizi. Shi. Xi Guan. Qi. Oops. Qi Shi. Qi Shi is probably the most difficult one here. Right? For me there. How does this work? Their reality. Actually. Che. Shi. Authentic reality. Wait. What the heck is this? True? I guess it's true, right? Fine. Gao. Gao 什么？高跟。高跟。高跟。Yeah. 凉水。凉水。惯例 accustomed to profit. Oh, custom, for example, convention. Okay. 穿鞋。交流。I. Oh, wait, no, that was fine. 球鞋 Okie dokie. Alright, alright. So we have the Tims. The Tim Tat Turner in the house again with their Fairly Odd Parents. And he decided to learn things, right? He's trying to learn things. Wait. The heck? To learn things? Oh, he's trying to learn topics. Dang, that's gonna be tough. Learn topics. So, in order to do that, he decided to take a pointer. He has this wonderful ability granted by his wish. A pointer which he can point to things in a book. In a page of a book. Right. And they magically come alive. And, in animated glory to learn. However, he also, at one point, pointed towards the sun. A mini sun came out and he starts burning everything up. Right, topical. Gives a different impression of climate change. Okay. Now we have Bart in the bathroom of the barn. Why is Bart in the bathroom of the barn? He's not really doing anything mischievous, is he? Not really, he's just cleaning. I guess he's punished for his mischief. Part-time job. Or maybe punishment. So, what the heck was the postage for? I have no idea what the postage was for. But somehow, a postage told him something about cleaning a totem. So he got up on a folding stool, start cleaning the postage stamps off the totem, I guess, with milk, dipped in milk because there's no water available. I guess. Oh, a lot of manure maybe. Got a lot of manure on it. I have no idea. I gotta look at that again. So we have Yugi in the pawn shop. And he's bored at work. Man, Bart and Yugi. So Yugi was like, yeah, you know what? Let's go and let's go use our park. A park card. And summon a park. But what does it have to do with... Oh, they summon a park and then the trees. But then... with the dirt and stuff. And then suddenly a bird... Lots of soil, trees came about. But then something dropped into his gaping mouth as he's looking at bird poop. So then, in order to shelter him from it, he pulled up a cloak. Oh, and the cloak is the whole thing. That's right. Yeah, because the cloak is this whole thing. That's where the soil comes from. Okay. Parks are not a great idea for inside a pawn shop. Lesson learned. We have Link. It's inside the house. And he was... I don't know. He found a chest, right, in the house that was booby-trapped. Oh, no. Yes. No. Yes. Oh, no, he didn't find a chest. he was trying to leave the house, but he triggered a booby trap. And then it was by the turkeys that was trying to keep him from leaving, right? And then we have Luke Skywalker, who's in the bathroom of the infirmary, scribbling. He's scribbling on his theory of the Force. Meanwhile, outside peeps are using their words to try to convince him to influence his theory. His theory, which is written in a booklet. He's writing a booklet on it under his teepee that he's set up on a tile floor. Okay, so I have some weak spots. What the heck is this totem thing with the postage? He's using a mail report. Oh, I forgot about the report part. Which still has a postage stamp on it to clean the... Okay, a mail report. I totally forgot about the keyword report. And dips the report in milk. There's no water. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. So, and then he's using the report to clean the totem. Okay. That one's kind of rough. That's gonna be a rough one. And then I'm missing something about this too. No, I'm not missing. No, that one's fine. Okay, and then our stuff. It's the same ones from the last two days. So we have which is one accustomed. I think this is good. We got this. At least the next couple weeks. This one was Tisu. Tisu. Tisu is to sue, right? To begin to accuse. Begin by accusing. Suing is to begin by accusing. I think this one's fine. We got the begin. Alright, so that's a wrap for our HanziHero session today. It is not the end of talking about HanziHero today. So for those who are only interested in this session of it, right? And you're gonna watch this later, right? Always feel free to follow along, drop your hot takes in the comments, be ready to discuss, right? Welcome anytime to come by, ask a question, be delighted to discuss it. I'm gonna take a quick break and we're gonna get ready for our last segment, which is to do our 100th day HanziHero tentative take, which is acting as a companion piece for Wanikani and a comparative piece for Duolingo Chinese course. Gonna be a lot of back and forth. I'm gonna try to be as not try to overlap with either of the two recently, but make allusions or references to them, right, in a more shortened format. All right, so let me get prepared and I'm going to take a quick break before coming back. Thank you. All right, I am back and let's do this. So we completed our lesson for today. And now we're gonna start our segment for the tentative takes. This is the end of the 100th day of HanziHero. And we've done this, we have been here. Let's get into it. So this is our segment, my segment that I typically do for any project that goes beyond a specific threshold. And they can be arbitrary, but generally speaking, the cutoff is around 30 days, right? So this is a segment called the tentative takes. So as a quick refresher, these are a bit of what I would call reviews, like reviews, retrospection, etc. And they are often greater than a month's period, and then usually at an arbitrary stopping point. And in this case, it's day 100, right? After 100 days. These are why tentative takes. When a project goes really long, I like to keep myself self-evaluation, right? So self-evaluation is a way to actually practice skills of optimizing, right? Optimizing, and not optimizing necessarily in the sense of strictly the act of optimizing, but also reflecting on oneself. So you're trying to recall things you've done, right? For like recording purposes, for record purposes. And oftentimes this time of recording and recall tends to provide legacy. And that legacy can help remind oneself of their progress. So that's one of the reward aspects. It requires quite a lot of effort to go through it. But legacy, it helps oneself acknowledge the progress. That creates catharsis. Sometimes getting caught up in the wind of progress, constantly pushing for more, and one can end up losing sight of their own legacy. So I do this periodically past a certain arbitrary stop point, at least greater than a month, right? Greater than a month's period. And this gives me the opportunity to record and write down what literally happened, and then evaluate, right? So it's more like valuation of what happened. And this goes into what the bulk of the tentative takes are going to be. Yes, being at the end of the sentence in Japanese, but at the start in English threw me off. Oh, the idea of it will be a little bit, it's kind of a mixed thing, so it's something you'll get accustomed to, I would say. And for different reasons. Okay. Yeah, for now, face value. It's like discovering a whole new world. Valuation of what happened. So, in a way, maybe I should go over some more motivations. So tentative takes, it's to promote self-evaluation, legacy building that can create catharsis. Give you an example of what the value of what happened, so you get an opportunity to look at the maybe like a hot take question, was it worth it situation, right? Was it worth it situation? So these are why tentative takes, or I do tentative takes, periodic things. And then with this, you can make actionable, right? Actionable changes. Actionable changes that aren't solely dependent. So not solely dependent on intuition. I was gonna say emotion, but let's say intuition. This provides more of an active, conscious. It leverages, right? It allows you to leverage what's conscious to check any unconscious, like subconscious. Conscious, like values or feelings and whatnot. So you're lining them up. I think not leveraging your this active, conscious, actionable changes is, in my opinion, a perk and advantage, or it could be an advantage, in what adults have over children. You should have actionable experiences, and doing this itself doing it itself allows you to establish that experience. What you mean, the actionable changes thing? It's part of my spiel about why it's still the same topic, why tentative ticks exist. All of this stuff, you keep yourself honest. So these are one of the things that give you it's the same thing. We're still on the same topic. What does spell mean? Spiel? Oh, spiel? Scheme, or part of the gist or theme. Spiel, yeah. I don't know what the origin of that is, actually. Italian? German. Oh yeah, as in a Spielberg. Oh yeah, that's true. And or the Yiddish word Spiel. Yeah. The performance or whatnot. So interesting. German and or Yiddish roots. The Spiel. Yeah, but it's not spelled that way. So it has origins in it, but it's not spelled that way. There's no CH, SCH. Spiel. This is Spiel. And then the Yiddish word is no C as well. Yes, there is. What do you mean, yes, there is? Maybe it's another English spelling. Yeah, but we're talking about the English. Like the Yiddish word does not have CH then. There is and there isn't. So there's no one here. So there isn't one here. So that there's no argument here. There isn't one in Spiel. In this one. There might be the one in yours, which would give you the German root. The Yiddish one does not have Spiel, or does not have it. Usually don't take that as as SCH, yeah. But other languages, you know, you don't take it as an absolute because you usually don't. But what did you say earlier? But the SH is an easy way to know a word is German. It's not. No, I'm right. You're wrong. What you call it? And SCH isn't an easy way to learn if it's German, because there are other languages that use SCH. Unless the language that you only know is German. Right. That's kind of a tough one. But no, really, you're right. It says spiel is an uncommon, not fully accepted spelling of spiel. Oh, that's interesting. I don't actually know. I actually thought it was Italian. And hear me out. Hear me out. Why do I think it's Italian? You know those mafia movies? What language use SCH? I can't tell you off the top of my head. I know that the sound sh, the SCH sh, exist in a lot of languages, or like other languages make that sound, so it can be represented by SCH. So if like if it was adopted into English, right? There's a likelihood that they would use this as a way to say shit. Since we're talking about like spelling for its sound. In German, in word, initial consonant clusters became, which is why our swine is schwein and our snow is snow. However, why weren't they spelled Schwein and Schnee? After all, Sternberg didn't become Sternben and Spot didn't become Spot because of etymology. Plus, neither nor are found in this position in German except in lower, so there wouldn't be any confusion. I don't even know what that explains. I have no idea what that explains. I have no idea what that means. So it's saying plus neither are found in this position in German except in loanword. So that is saying they don't even know why there's an SCH to represent that sound when it's not even in German in that position. I have no idea. I that sounds confusing. Yeah, I was just thinking that I just sent something that's related to what we were talking about. You need to go to bed. Yeah, I have no idea what that means. I don't even know what I read. No, you're gonna have to explain that to me. I actually have no idea what that means. I like, are they saying that it wasn't in German and somehow it is? Yeah, that would be confusing, huh? Wait, well, they say there wouldn't be a confusion. Anyways, I'll have to look it up. My little story about why I think it's Italian is have you watched like mafia things or like organized crime shows or movies? A lot of times when someone says like, here, I'm gonna give you the spiel, like this is the spiel, like hear me out, this is the dilly, right? The dilly, here's the deal, here's the spiel, like I'll give you the spiel, like a performance, like oh let me tell you this like whimsical narrative right now, here's the spiel. That's where I grabbed that. And also I should have known it was German. Sort of. I think it's saying that in German, if a word begins with an S, it was changed to an SCH instead. But yeah, that really doesn't help with anything. So wait, so what's the German S? Yeah, so here's the spiel, right? Yes, I'm using it. Where did I get this? I live in a state. Pennsylvania, and it has a high population of German descent, and or people who might have some lingering Yiddish in their thing. So you hear the spiel from local population. So that's where I gather it. However, I do hear this in organized crime, like organized crime kind of stuff that I watch, and it's often a mix of like Italian Americans and German Americans that this word comes up, but it also comes up in like Americana films that also deal with like city crime and stuff. At least you won't have to worry about my ego for a while after that embarrassing. Nah, there's no ego. I'm not even sure. It brings up a really great point of if I even understand what spiel is. Yeah, but I use these things. What's Americana? Americana is... Have you seen Pleasantville? Oh, wait. You talked about Marvels recently, right? Agent Carter. Have you seen Agent Carter? Americana. So during those types of movies, we're talking about, I don't want to, like 70s, 60s. You know how like people walk around, newspapers, Spider-Man, olden times. That's Americana. So people with business suits walk around and they talk about like, gee Wilkers, you know, cigarette smoking, secretary, that kind of thing. A spiel would come up. Yeah, gee whiz, spiel would come up in those type of movies. And I have no idea of its roots, honestly. This is the first time I ever considered, because I don't focus on language learning back then. This is the first time I even considered that it was German. So not so embarrassing. I mean, I embarrassingly know quite little about the words that I use. Now I'm starting to think, what other words can I use that you might not be familiar with that I would say regularly? Have I said any other words that are kind of weird? What have you? Are you familiar with the phrase what have you? I occasionally say what have you. I don't actually know what it means, but I know what the feeling is. What have you? Like, if you think about it for a moment, what have you? What does that even mean? If you took all those words and put them together. I'll leave you to it for a little bit. Okay, so we went over our motivations. I think because the S got changed to in a lot of German words, back up my opinion that S in a word means guessing it's German is the best guess. That's fair, because they changed it to that. Yeah. And my perspective on it was, the reason we were talking about how it was spelled was because it was based on how it sounded. And when I think about the sh, the sh sound, it's like in a lot of languages. So the odds are there's a chance that you would find another language where there's going to be a word that's spelled that way and it's going to come from somewhere else. But I don't actually know enough languages to discern other than like it's kind of not close to so, but in Chinese you might be able to get that sound quite a couple of times. It's kind of like the what, the loss of what, like this sound. This sound got lost too. That what have you question is gonna keep me up tonight guessing. This one got lost too. Lost in a pond. Do you still say what? There are places in the United States that still say what. What? Who's? Who's? Wall? No, your Irish family members do though. Yeah, Irish. It's exactly where I was going with that. I watched a clip, like one of those content creators about talking about how the Irish remnants, like the diaspora from Irish descendants in the United States that still retain the hua part. I've met a few people who still say what. It was interesting. I actually think it's pretty funny. Like, well, they pronounce it with a sharp exhale for the well. Yeah, well. Did you watch the Family Guy clip about Cool Whip? Yeah, Cool Whip is gonna live in infamy for that. The Cool Whip, when Stewie was pronouncing the whip in whip. And I guess we can't forget House of Cards for the content itself, the House of Cards. I'll tell you what. I wanted to punch Stewie when he said that. What do you mean, Brian? It's like the way you're saying whip or whip. It's like Cool Whip? What do you mean? What do you mean, Brian? Cool Whip. Alright, that's enough digression. Okay, so let's get eyes on the ball. So what is on our itinerary today? This is a pretty good summary for some motivation. So Stewie is an excellent rage baiter. He really is. He really do be. You're unplugging your keyboard? That's nonsense. This is a perfect time to have chats. Now I'm not focusing on learning. I'm only focusing on outputting. So we can talk and write at the same time, actually. This is why I decided to do the lesson first and then do this after. Because now I'm only outputting. There's no requirement for learning additional things. I've already planned all this stuff. Now I actually know how long it's going to take. Okay, so on our agenda, we typically have 3 things we cover. So the first one is, again, by the numbers. It's the by the numbers section. And what is by the numbers section? This is the part where it will cater to most people. I would say greater than 50% of internet experts will be more interested in this portion, and that deals with stats, right? And like Wanikani, HanziHero, I'm stealing all your happy dollars. I still got quite a lot of happy dollars today. We're feeling pretty good. My voice is good. Things are going pretty well right now. Stats. It would be kind of fun to have like a health bar, like a bank. You know what I mean? Like a bank on the side somewhere on the overlay, and it's just like, all right. We gotta take out $50 from the happy dollar jar. We're feeling a little drained right now. Okay, so stats. HanziHero is great because it's SRS, right? And SRS comes with stats. And I'm going to be referring to the SRS stuff in order to guide my stats discussion, right? So this is a perk of SRS, much like Wanikani. Now there are some differences. When I was doing Wanikani, it had a larger community, right? Because it is more than 10 years older than approximately 10 years older than HanziHero, so there's a larger community. And because of that community, there was something called Wanikani stats that data mine and arrange the data in a more convenient way for me to interpret. Now, for HanziHero, the developers baked in statistics. And we're going to use that as a point of reference for all these things. So that is the one that I would say the vast majority of people are interested in, and we kind of start that because these are what we would say the facts of life. Just kidding, but the facts of life, right? These are the facts. They're unchanging. They're agnostic, right? Just as a reminder, facts are agnostic. It's what we do with the facts that leads to interpretation. Which brings us to the second portion. Your stepdad is angry, you're still up, and you might actually need to go in a minute. Oh, okay. Sorry to keep you up. I didn't realize. Yeah. I'm glad to hear that your stepdad is looking out for your sleep hygiene. You know? He's only angry because he cares. Right. Which is nice to know. Hopefully you're tired and you can get some sleep. Oftentimes, trying to sleep when you're not tired can be quite a disruptor. So hopefully you're well spent. No, he just likes to complain, you think? Nah. All right, both. I hope it's what you said. Nah. Okay. He likes to complain. Why not both? Maybe he likes to complain and he's like, well, I'll kill two birds with one stone. My heckin' delinquent of a spunky stepson is trying to ruin his sleep hygiene. I'll give him a piece of my mind about how adults maintain sleep hygiene. So there you go. Maybe it's both. Hopefully you're like exhausted and spent for the day. A little bit of a digression about like maybe hygiene things. It's often imagining my stepdad saying those words. So here's one thing. There's another readout, like speaking of self-evaluation and stuff. One of the great readouts about sleeping as well that I think is underrepresented, like people don't talk about this very much. If you're going to bed tired, and that tired comes from a great feeling of doing something, that's kind of something to aim for as well, right? So hopefully from all this chatting or whatever you're going on right now while you're juggling all these things, I hope you're getting to a point where you're filling your day up with things, and then when you're going to bed, you're like, yo, dude, I'm exhausted because I was doing a lot of things. So I think that's I'm gonna say it's an underrated comment these days. Like, yes, there's a lot of things to talking about getting to sleep when you need to sleep, and then doing a lot of things like being productive, and then doing like things to make you sleepy and whatnot. But there's also there's another indicator. When you're not doing a lot during the day and you're not really like healthily, rewardingly pushing yourself, going to bed not tired may not necessarily be entirely an insomniac thing or a hyper functioning thing. It can also indicate a suggestion that you have enough energy, you have more energy to spend on the current days. So attacking it at different angles is pretty interesting. One of the things that I often find nowadays when I'm optimizing, which is what I'm doing now, for optimizing my day, working hard can feel great, and it can also feel exhausting at the same time, but in a great way. So when I'm pushing myself past my limit, not to the point of injury or burnout, going to bed is very nice, knowing that. So hopefully you also feel like you're ready to sleep. Forcing sleep habits for the sake of sleep hygiene can really work if you're disciplined enough. However, sometimes being excited and adding something to your life can also improve that sleep hygiene a long way too. Not necessarily like blue lights and doom scrolling, but you know what I mean. I think you've been doing something else the whole time. Yes, I imagine. I hopefully, honestly, hopefully, I think that's what you're doing. Honestly, and you're on spring break, so you're spending more time on screen. Just so you know, if you were thinking about my excessive chats today and yesterday, oh, okay, so you're on spring break. So that means it gives you an opportunity for your stepdad to complain about you staying up all night. I think, hear me out. Sometimes if you want to see what you want to see, and does help. Like, I'm gonna sound like a hypocrite here, but oftentimes, when it comes to people, if you want to see the good things in the people, it can bring out the good things too, or the things you want to see. Obviously, it doesn't always work, and that can lead to some delusion of self-grandeur and like other things. But when you have family members, I think it goes a long way to painting a little bit of rose color on your parents, right? Those people who are immediately around you. But hear me out. Do you know what my parents say when it comes to sleep? They don't say anything. Right, and when I was a kid, they don't say anything. So what do? I stay up till 3 a.m. and then I wake up at 6 a.m. And then what happens then? Well, in my 20s, I went to bed at 3 a.m. and wake up at 7 a.m. So, and then eventually I burned out, and then I stopped doing that. Do I dislike that? Does that come across as a lack of care? No. It's a very accepted Chinese thing. They say less because they assume I know what I'm doing. That's one of those like unconditional things that lines up with, like, if I go out. Now there's a double standard here, but I'm the oldest son and the only son, and there's a impotence, impedant, no, like an imposing. There's an imposing consistency of understanding that the nature of the pressure and culture of the oldest son is held to the responsibility of, you know what you're doing. My sister is a whole different story because she is the daughter of the family, and they are going to be on top of her for all the questions. But for myself, like, for example, if I go out and I come back at 3 a.m., they know that I was doing my best to come back on time and not to keep them worried. So that was also the same thing when it came to like sleeping, eating, getting good grades, knowing what to do at a fairly early age, but not like really early. Like, they're not gonna just, I'm 2 years old or something. It's like, just go do whatever. Like, go hop in the car and go. Not to that extent. For you, you have needed a big metaphorical slap in the face to finally commit to getting out of whatever hole you fell in. I see, for a lot of things. Yeah. So, hear me out. Hear me out a little bit here. So, to me, it sounds like your stepfather could be just the slap. Like, what I mean by that is, the cultures that we grew up in are very different, and I have self-imposing slaps in the face all the time. Like, however, it sounds like it's kind of nice to have someone who kind of nags you and shoves you a little. Although, whatever the motivation it may be, it is interesting. That's a good share. Perhaps I should be a little bit more forceful and figuratively slap you and take dollars from you too. Maybe some inculcation along the way. You know, like repeated iteration could be something very useful. Unless he actually slaps you for some bad thing I did, it wouldn't be enough, I don't think. Really? Really? Are you also saying nonchalantly that your stepfather's too soft on you? That's kind of a cute thing. I think that's kind of endearing. My parents are not stern parents. Like they're nearly the opposite. I don't think I was ever disciplined in the sense of uh that type of thing. It does worry you, but you do generally put effort into changing that recently. That's fair. I would not make for a very I'm not very proactive. So I definitely am a product. Your stepdad would cripple you if it wasn't your mom's favorite child? Alright. Fair enough. Fair enough. But you can always, you know, cozy up, like show what's what. Share a golf game or like share a drink or something, maybe. I am my parents I'm definitely my parents' child. And that saying, I'm not sure if you're okay with that saying, but I'm definitely my parents' child. Basically, their hands-off approach due to self-imposed iteration, like by example. So my parents are hardworking, right? And that is the demonstration. They're always yelling. They were already high strung when they were young. When I was growing up, they kept talking about money and lots of family oriented things. And by that demonstration, that's where I inherited all the stressors and my sister's stressors, right? That those are the responsibilities by demonstration. So that also means that they didn't spend time disciplining me. As in, I wasn't ever strong-armed to doing anything. I just knew what I had to do because that's what they had to do. And that also means that when I interact with other people, I don't do that either very often. So I have come to appreciate that the people around me, which like other American families, do have the active vocalization of micromanagement and shoving and stuff. And that I have to warm up to, because I genuinely am I'm an enabler most of the time. I'm incredibly complicit as a person. So I always wondered, which may still be in the future, about the child, right? About raising a child. While I have all this discipline and whatnot, it doesn't make me a great discipliner. Like I don't provide discipline. I joke about this, but there was times when I said I wanted to be a teacher, right? And someone would say, "Oh, I would love to be in your class." And my first thought was, hopefully you're self-motivated, because my class might end up being a class of underachievers, because honestly, most of my life I've interacted with students that were already brilliant to begin with. They're not necessarily not hardworking at first. So turning someone into a hard worker is something I don't do very often. I try my best to be encouraging and being an enabler to like redefine someone's perspective of what they do well and hope that works. But discipline using negative reinforcement is out of my wheelhouse. Very out of my wheelhouse. It sounds like I don't have a problem because I'm usually talking to adults who already have a lot of negative reinforcement. So like a lot of children growing up now and who are adults now have enough negative reinforcement. So by the time they get to like college and university, they're already jaded and cynical to beyond belief. So what happens is most of my life I spent offering a differing opinion. So what happens is it becomes refreshing. Now, that means though, with all that time I focused on using positivity and affirmative, proactive like reinforcement, what happens when you take the place of a parent, right? That I would say without a doubt the child is going to walk all over me because I do not practice discipline. Like, I don't know how to regularly and tactfully discipline someone who may not be receptive to thinking positively. Like, if someone says, I hate the world and nothing you're gonna do will ever change my mind, and my thought is, I can't do anything about it. Like, that's it. Like, at the current moment, I wouldn't say, well, this is my house, you're gonna deal with it. If you're living under my roof, you're gonna have to embrace my thing whether you like it or not. Like, I'm not gonna say that. Like, that's something I can't even stay firm on. So that's kind of one of those things I'm like thinking, if I ever have a partner or a companion, I hope that the other partner and companion is a compliment for that, because I'm very, very terrible at enforcing discipline. And it might be a coincidence and a consequence of my parents' raising. So the best thing I got, wishful thinking, is that if I raise a child, I will be as disciplined as I can be, and by example, my child ends up taking on that inspiration. So I have doubled down on pretty much anything I can do that I can demonstrate things, how to express things, right? So as I'm expressing, using these things, like if I have a child, I would rebuild myself again as an example in participating with the child, and hope, and it's not guaranteed, right? There's no one perfect formula for raising a child. You can have rebellious child despite how vigorous and diligent you are. So that's kind of my thought when it comes to discipline. You do have good moments, but he often fakes annoyance at you as his way to try and be humorous, but you don't really like it. Oh, he's trying though, right? Is this not where I tell you it's the thought that counts, and you might be okay with that? You don't think you would be a good teacher? Sorry, yeah, probably not. You obviously have the ability to teach, but I think the devious students would cause you. I can teach under someone. I can help someone teach, but probably not teach in a sense. I have taught something. So for the record, I have taught something, but usually most of the students are self-selected. So they are self-selected. So you just realize if your answers to questions are this long, I would love to see how long your lectures are. They're not very long, actually. Yeah, and that's why you don't tell them I don't like it, because I can see he means well with it. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Oh, okay, I see what you mean. Yep. Exactly, Procol. He's trying. And sometimes that's heartwarming enough. I have taught before though. I actually spend most of my time tutoring as well. What do you mean they're not very long? It's because remember that when I'm doing a job, or like I've mentioned this before, if I'm doing a job, there's a deadline, right? Because of the deadline, I would have to cut out all the cheese, all the fluff. Yeah, I haven't ever shown anyone what it's like to when I'm doing work. I haven't been doing work at all yet professionally. When I do professional things, I don't approach it the same way. So I approach it by deadlines. So we go back to pragmatic MAKU, where things about efficiency. So it wouldn't be very different from any other person who keeps talking about efficiency and getting things done quickly. Lecturing your child wouldn't count as work, surely. No, it doesn't. Oh yeah, for the lecture, again, I wouldn't lecture my child. I would demonstrate. So that's what I would do. The vast majority of the way I would be able to interact with my child is to participate in what my child is doing. So if my child wanted to become a drummer, I would become a drummer with my child. That's how I would demonstrate things. I wouldn't lecture. Lecturing would require my child become an adult at some point and conceptualize those things. So maybe I would say, like, you know, if my child did something, like they threw something at me and it hit me, I would be like, well, what happens if I threw something at you? Right? But in a way to demonstrate what it's like to get hit by an object, but not like in a one-to-one basis. But the idea is that instead of lecturing, you demonstrate. Because a child, you can't necessarily consistently say you can lecture a child about concepts like the stuff that we're talking about without them having experience with it. So most of that is that. And in the classroom, it's very similar. So I'm no longer lecturing all the time. I'm more like demonstrating. So the lecture is quite short, and then the rest is demonstration. So, you know, here's a principle. Let me give you an example, and we describe the example. And then point out how the lecture links to the example. And that's how I would achieve efficacy quickly without shooting the bits, right? We're not necessarily looking for creating memories through context, but more examples in order to demonstrate the principles. And I tutored a lot. I spent a lot of time tutoring. That's like at your uni, we have lectures and then labs apply what we learned in the lecture. Exactly. Only I do it in the lecture as well. So like I don't take the labs, I don't take the practical portion out of the lecture as well. So I would be doing the demonstration. In the labs, you also get to do the demonstration with me, right? You get to do the demonstration with me. So for example, here's one. That's a great one that I've done before and I don't see it very commonly. When someone says they have a problem with the problem, like say they want to ask, how do I solve this problem? I don't understand it. And most of the time, when it comes to tutoring, the tutor doesn't actually know the problem either. But oftentimes, the tutor will do a lecture on how they solve the problem. And instead, I would take the problem and I would go over it with the person. It's like, okay, let's both solve the problem together. Or if you want, you can show me how you would go solving the problem and I'll tell you what I'm doing at these steps. And the idea is you're doing them together. So you're illustrating how your way of thinking is different from their way of thinking. And then they can choose if they can still reach the solution by integrating the things. What subject did you tutor and what level? I taught mostly science stuff. So introductory biology, chemistry, biochemistry, science. That's science, not physics. I didn't do physics. It's largely biology, chemistry, and biochemistry. And the tutoring thing was just whoever's lower than me in classmates. I have tutored since college. I basically tutor in any subject that I've already had. So like if I took chemistry and someone has yet to take chemistry and they're taking chemistry now, I would tutor chemistry. You didn't do the best one? Physics rules? I had physics. I didn't tutor physics. Like I took physics, but I didn't tutor physics. I was a chemistry and biology major, or biochem major. Short. Wasn't a physics major. Yeah. So my tutoring style is cooperative. Why do I find tutoring styles, that type of tutoring styles, a little better? It teaches me how much I don't know about the person I'm tutoring. So what is the fastest way? Like, I told myself a while ago, what is the fastest way to, or because I'm doing a job now, right? Tutoring is by the hour and stuff. So what is the fastest way to get the person to know how much I know, and in what way do I know, and how much can I get from that person and where they are? So instead, we start by doing the task together, yeah, either side by side, asynchronously, or that's how I would do it in order to demonstrate that they can think of things in a different way. That's to me, that's good for the tutoring environment. Okay, so we're talking about the tutoring environment. In the classroom environment, I would demonstrate how I would do something, and then have the students question the steps that I would have taken. So then I would know, where is it that the stuff I'm presenting has holes or things that need explainers. This lecture style is very common in science. You give a seminar, you talk about all the things that you've done in the greatest detail as you can in the fixed amount of time, and then you leave room for questions. Actually, most of the time, preparing your seminar takes the least amount of time. Preparing for potential questions is how you make your seminars better. So oftentimes you have all your stuff. Oh, I'm going to talk about this stuff. That feels like 30-40 minutes. That's fine. Now the question is, what kind of questions am I going to have or get from my peers? That's what I prepare for. And in lecture, it's very similar. So if I'm lecturing students, I'm not treating them like they don't know the material. I'm demonstrating the material and hope that they ask for questions that they don't. Now, the downside about that is you also have to follow up on the students that aren't keeping up with you. And those can be very obvious right after the first exam or right after the first quiz. And that's where the whole system of, you can drop an exam, you can drop your worst grade in exchange for better grades. That's where that system, like, I like that system because it's difficult for me as an instructor to know if they were behind to begin with if they don't take a preliminary exam with the current material. So this is the flip side of things. Like, what is the purpose of having more exams when you could just score really well and skip the last exam? You don't think that system is in the UK academia? I don't think it's in the United States academia, like, standard. It's a liberal arts thing. So I don't think it's in standardized state schools. I think state schools still go by whatever they go. There's a lot of flexibility when it comes to private institutions and liberal arts. It varies from professor to professor. And I haven't ever had my own class, but I've noticed that the advantageous, like the pros and cons of being an assistant to many different professors, and those professors had different styles of teaching or very nuanced changes that are far more receptive for particular student types. So I liked teaching assisting because it gives me time to curate the effects, like the consequences and cause of the effects of their strategies. And then, of course, as a student myself, I had the opportunity to have many or participate in many of those things. But I think standardized school systems don't have this leeway. They typically teach to a curriculum and whatnot. So if I ever get employed or something in a state school, something that's standardized, I don't even think you can. I'm not entirely sure if you can even do that. So that's also biased because since I left high school, I've been in a private institution. private school, private college, private graduate school, and they're both liberal arts. Which makes you not very great at standardized testing. I can tell you that. But that's the trade-off for having a more wider, varied things. So that also means your experience might be a hit or miss. So liberal arts is not for everyone, honestly. If you're a great test taker, I think liberal arts is not the greatest match, because greatest test taker means you're consistent at standardized test taking, possibly. So I'm not a great test taker by no stretch of the imagination. When some tests, I vibe with some tests, I don't vibe with some tests. I think the most consistent test that I can take is the consistent test examinations I can take is the most flexible ones. So I would say oral exams, open prompts, writing prompts, open-ended questions. That's probably where most of my education experience is going. Oh, you had the wrong definition of liberal arts. Oh, do you know what liberal art? Wait. Can you explain to me what liberal arts refers to for you? Because it might be different in the UK. You chose the most simplified science. Chemistry is simplified physics. Biology is simplified chemistry. Ooh, I'm not so sure about that classification. I can tell you there is something that is fundamentally different between chemistry, biology, and physics that would disqualify them for being simplified versions of each other. But it is a funny comment. That's a pretty simple stereotype that is pretty funny to play on. You thought it was something about actual art, like it was a painting subject. Oh. Yeah. Here's a little side digression about education, or at least in the United States. Liberal arts, I'm not sure the words themselves capture it. Liberal arts is expansive. It's liberal, as in lots of variance. So like like liberal, open-minded kind of thing. And then the arts, unrestricted, kind of like unhinged a little bit. Liberal meaning like lots of things. The liberals, like liberal, not, you might kind of think about it from a liberal standpoint, like the political bent, but the liberalness is of lots of opinions, like of lots of consideration. Liberal. And then the arts are all of the arts, which includes science, right? Science is an art form until it's exact. So it's science is an art form. These schools typically have music and all the others, but they're all forms of art forms. Not in the form of like art as in now, where it means is like painting and expression, but art as in exploration and discovery, like in learning. The arts as opposed to art. So liberal arts, largely, if you step into a liberal arts campus, one of the things that people don't like about liberal arts, if you're not into liberal arts, is they ask you to learn a lot about a lot of things. So what is a classic liberal arts comment? General education. And for a while when I was younger, I didn't like this aspect as well, but then it became the most rewarding aspect. General education. liberal arts tend to have an emphasis on multidisciplinary things, right? So your professors are likely going to be multidisciplinary in many ways than one. Their background, their expertise, their approach, their method, their examination, their forms of thinking, their concepts. It's often very difficult to know what you have to adapt to. Like, for example, in college, I took an entire class on logical systems. And a bulk of it dealt with syllogism. Why is that important? Well, it's a general education requirement. I needed to take something to further enrich my liberal arts education. Or I took classic British literature. Classic Brit Lit. That's where I read Beowulf and like Paradise Lost and stuff. And then I did creative writing, music history. So when you're saying I chose the simplest science of the most simplest science of it, it's really difficult to even qualify that. That's probably a more of a standardized look at things. But chemistry in its theoretical and conceptual understanding, like a chemist does not speak like a physicist, and a physicist does not speak like a biologist. In fact, not all biologists speak like biologists. A molecular biologist have problems speaking to a structural biologist. So the idea in the liberal arts education is you are multidisciplinary. So instead of saying one is a simplified science of another, physics is chemistry, which is biology. They are one in the same. So much like you're saying, relationship of one is a simplified, there's no hierarchy in physics, chemistry, and biology. They're all required. They're multidisciplinary. So your education is holistic. A liberal arts, in my opinion, this is a philosophy, by the way. It might not actually happen in practice. It often isn't, and it's very difficult to achieve. But liberal arts tends to emphasize holistic education, or generalized education, multidisciplinary. So when I was in grad school, there is a constant push for, if you're a molecular biologist, like if you work in a virology lab, you need to learn, be interested in a structural biology lab. Or if you don't like working with computers, for example, but you still quite want to learn something about computational bioinformatics, right? Bioinformatics. Or if you're a virologist and you only care about viruses, show some love for the yeast crowd, C. elegans for the worms, right? C. elegans, Cerevisiae, Drosophila, Drosophila systems, even, oh no, I forgot the ovarian, the egg one. Oh no, what system is that? You have to learn a lot of things. You're encouraged to be multidisciplinary. In a standardized school. In a standardized school, you're specializing. And also, this is I haven't ever been to Europe or like been participating in European education system, but typically they accelerate this process. Is the impression that I get. In when you go to college, you even specialize really, really early, like super early. You might even start specializing in high school to prep for college. And my education was quite the opposite. It was, you still specialize to some extent, but there's an emphasis on trying to integrate your specialization into a general General education. Many than one. I know you meant more than one, but it's funny thinking that you meant many and then after that one. Oh no, I might have been thinking many more than one. And then since I was thinking too quickly, I skipped more and said many than one. Oh, wait, that's what you said, right? I know you meant more than one. No, I meant many more than one. Well, that's still the same thing, though. That's still the same thing. Yes. Yeah, that I skip words when I'm thinking too quickly. Yeah. So you're stealing more of my happy dollars, huh? Is that how that works? Anyways, in UK, I was given the impression that people like to specialize as fast as possible. I don't know about liberal arts education in the United Kingdom, like how often they want to be multidisciplinary. But generally speaking, it's tough. It's tough to work about that. You start to specialize at about 14 to 15, yeah. And they specialize more so at 16 when we choose 3 subjects to do at a level, and then specialize even more at 18 when you go to university. Yeah. So the stuff that I'm talking about here in language learning and stuff is, I would say, not that dissimilar to how the liberal arts education paved my thing, painted my bias towards holistic approaches to learning, while balancing a specialized thing. The reason why I say this is because when you specialize, mentally it becomes very difficult to quote unquote care about related topics. Largely because if you're specializing, it requires all of your care in order to elevate your specialization. So whenever I talk about things like diminished return, right? Diminished return and distributing that a small percentage of your specialized effort to create generalized knowledge in order to like offset like burnout and all that other stuff, they're all related to specialization. I did specialize in my life, but that specialization was kept not at the forefront of my priorities anymore. Like what I mean is, I tend to have a higher tendency of sacrificing. One would say sacrifice when it comes to specialty. Now I usually think exchange. So I trade up, actually. I call it a trade up. If you're a specialist, it's a trade down. You trade down. You take 5% of whatever you're investing in a specialized skill. You could get a little better in that specialized skill, or you can take that 5% and generate generalized skills that might end up bolstering your specialized skill. You never know. Or it might not even be relevant anymore. Like it's a risk, right? It's often a risk. But with enough information and experience, oftentimes when you generalize some of your excess time, you can find a lot of relative things to bolster your specialty. So for example, if my specialty was communication or interpersonal communication, one could say if you're focusing on the act of communicating at a high level within a language, then learning another language is a sacrifice and a gamble you would have to take, because specializing in devoting another time to Japanese might not elevate your specialty in English interpersonal communication because you're specialized in it. And the idea is, well, when you generalize into another language, Japanese, Chinese, Spanish, it can be used as a pivot point for more specialization, or like it can bolster your bottom line. So instead, it allows you to be more applicable to many things. You might be meh in Japanese, Chinese, and English, but you're able to use your specialized skills in those contexts to bolster them up. So liberal arts education is what makes me think of that over and over again. Like, despite, hear me out, despite me sharing anecdotes of, I'm a virologist, I sit in like a lecture about structural biology and like physical, I don't know, stochastic equilibrium, like concentration gradients between, like, in the body, and like that stuff is way over my head. But the idea is, despite doing all of that, it breaks down the barrier of wanting to be interested in it. So pretty much most of my approaches, methods, things that I used to learn is multidisciplinary. It's multiple approaches. It's all, it has, if you're saying you have one method to rule them all, I disagree. I firmly disagree. If you have one way to do this and you only focus on that one way, I admire that. I would not take that approach. I would typically take multiple approaches, integrate them, and then continue to integrate more multiple approaches. The idea is that you generalize for your specialization. So while you're bolstering one skill, it is supported by a foundation of multiple skills, which nowadays it's very unattractive. It's incredibly unattractive. Like, for example, a person who learned Java, right? JavaScript. It's like, well, I know Java. I might as well just be really, really good at Java so that I'm irreplaceable in Java. But what happens if Java is not, it becomes rendered obsolete or it disinteresting largely because it's outside of your control? Then you no longer have a generalized skill to adapt to a new script. It's no longer there are people who are doing the opposite now, where they're encouraging people to understand how foundational specialization can be generalized to most skills. So the idea is you participate in a lot of disciplines, but you try to unify them. And then it bolsters the specialization by that unity. And ultimately, it's not going to be as high as a specialist. A specialist have dedicated to that one discipline. So regardless, you're not going to reach that, right? But the idea is, while that person is irreplaceable in that regards, how adaptive are they when climate changes? And I'm not talking about like literal climate, but the discipline requirement changes. Okay. I think that's part of the reason you see people who are well regarded in, say, a science can give bad takes about other subjects. Yes, exactly. The Nobel thing. I think people often overvalue specialist opinions and everything because of their specialization. It does. It's a great place to start. However, you would have to fit that specialization as well, if you know what I mean. So for example, there's a place for generalists and there's a place for specialists. The first approach to gain access to a specialty is to approach a generalist, right? Do you go to a otolaryngologist before you go through a general practitioner, right? So the idea is it's a gateway to specializing, but also interacting with people is the same way. Specialty. A generalist is more likely to have a general idea of things before consulting a specialist. And specialists tend to be very specialized. They're no more demand than a generalist, actually. I think most of the time holistic demands are far more practical than specialty. However, it is the gamble you choose, right? It is a gamble you choose in terms of career choices. You said something else. Hold on. I think people. Okay, would you guess there has been more people who are truly altruistic, or more people who can specialize in multiple subjects, like physics, chemistry, and biology? Yo, the second one. The second one. It's probably the latter more than the former. Truly altruistic people. That is combating human condition, but so is specializing in multiple subjects. That's combating human conditions. I'm thinking how many human conditions that's violating, right? Like, in my opinion, this is my personal opinion, and it's very difficult to refute this for myself because it's one of my core foundations. In order for self-preservation to exist, altruism has to take a hit, right? Self-love, unless you're some rich person born into something and somehow still become magnanimously altruistic and not be influenced by any of the greed or practice that made you rich or made your family rich in which you were born into, then yes, you might become truly altruistic. Like someone who's incredibly privileged and can truly not have any form of self-preservation. I think the ones that are closest to true altruism weren't truly entirely altruistic because they have some form of self-preservation. They have some form of identity and legacy. Like if you ask that person, they would think about things that they would be remembered for. That kind of thing. That's often inward. So that's pretty rough. But specializing in multiple subjects also trigger a different human condition. And that's interest, right? And the idea that humans, the way memory works and whatnot, where when you take time off of something and you're not dedicating time off to another thing, are you truly specializing in multiple things? And that's also goes in the biology of, can you truly multitask, right? Can you truly multitask? Which the jury's out on that at the moment. I got to keep track of time. Okay, so unify them in what sense? You unify them by knowing what they interconnect, like how they relate to each other. So how does physics relate to chemistry, which relates to biology? You mentioned the statement, the most simplest one. So chemistry is to simplify physics, and biology is to simplify chemistry. That is a relation that you're making, and that's what you're trying to do by unifying your statement by the most simplest science, right? But you can't know that if you don't have a multidisciplinary experience. That's like saying you're trusting a biologist to make a comment on physics and chemistry. I said that is a very bold statement and is quite redundant because I did study physics, chemistry, and biology. And there are unifying things to them. And I say I'm more likely to say physics is chemistry and is biology because they are unified. They are part of the sciences. It's difficult to do biology without considering physics and chemistry. It is difficult to do chemistry without considering physics and biology, and vice versa. You can't walk in nowadays to a scientific seminar without integrating multiple of those disciplines, without a foundation for any of them. Like you could say, oh, well, a physicist doesn't need to know anything about chemistry and biology and be very successful. They could specialize in physics. That's why you can make an argument that chemistry is a simplified physics. It's like, well, what phenomena are you going to study? Is it a biological one or a chemical one? You could study astrophysics, I suppose, but that's astrophysics. Are you going to study something out of context? And then how can you do chemistry without physics? You could specialize in chemistry without physics? That's an interesting thought. Can you specialize in biology without chemistry and physics? Interesting. Like for me, I'm saying this because I no longer have that perspective. but others might. I have met colleagues who could care less about physics and chemistry in their organ like cell biology or something, I suppose. Although I still feel like it would be a hard time for those colleagues of mine to say that with a straight face, where their specialty is void of other disciplines. Nebulous idea of things. People going against the human condition is often held in high regard, which is good. Yeah. That was a hot take, by the way. I don't think of it as black and white as that, by the way. Do you think anything cannot at least theoretically be explained by physics? I don't know what that question means, but no more questions. I can't keep getting away with this. I don't know what that means. Are you suggesting that physics can explain everything? Can theoretically explain everything? That's an interesting thought. I mean, I'm probably not going to live long enough to... I'm probably not going to live long enough to know. Or for someone to know. Okay. Is there anything physics can't explain? All the things it can't explain right now. Does this remind you of the discussion we had yesterday? Where you ask questions of idealistic conditions and the only response is to say the same thing back? There are things physics can't explain. Everything it can't explain right now. I don't know what they are, but I can guarantee you there are things physics can't explain. You only need to find one. Yeah, it's a very reductive way to look at physics, I suppose, but also a very reductive way to look at chemistry and biology. I would love to hear someone... Okay, hear me out. Since we're talking about ideal situations, right? I'm already having a hard time having people specialize in multiple subjects, but say theoretically. Wait, Procog. Well, say theoretically there is someone out there, much like Gandhi, who was altruistic in its nature. Say there's a person who specializes in chemistry, biology, and physics. I would love to hear someone who believes they have those specialties and answer that question, because I truly am very curious what they would say. Right now, it's very difficult because if you ask a physicist, is there anything physics can't explain? They probably make a hard sell and say no. They can probably explain everything. But then if you ask a chemist and a biologist, their worldview might be a little different. And they probably say no. Not the fact that it might be true or not. It's the perspective of it. So physics deal with fundamental forces. Meanwhile, with that nuance, can physics really explain the nuance of chaos and stochasticity in organic systems? Well, they probably can theoretically, but it can't right now. So the only scientifically responsible thing for me to say is physics didn't explain everything yet, so therefore it can't explain everything. However, if we add the word theoretical to it, then I would say nearly everything can theoretically explain everything. I'll turn the tables around a little bit. I would say with the enough understanding of chemistry, chemistry can explain everything. With enough understanding of biology, biology could explain everything. The reason why that is because chemistry, biology, and physics belong to the sciences. So it's almost as though I'm saying sciences may theoretically be able to explain everything. But then again, if we think about it even harder, philosophy can explain everything. So can spiritualism. And now we're tackling the problem of the human condition. Biology could never explain quarks? Ooh, those are some fighting words. You don't think biology can explain quarks? You can't explain quarks in a biological from a biological perspective. Let's take it from this way. I think you clearly like physics, right? Because you're coming from the lens of physics only. I can tell you, I think I understand what you mean by biology could never explain quarks, right? But quarks are a concept. Quarks is a concept. So if you're gonna take concepts, there are a lot of things physics can't explain about biology. Like why 23? If you don't know what I mean, then that's perfectly fine. Yeah, I was gonna say that I'm a physics fan. If you couldn't guess, yeah, you're a physics fan, but so are you suggesting that physics can explain evolutionary biology? Like in the conceptual sense of like you're using concepts, right? So quarks is something that's very fundamental to physics. They're subatomic particles, right? Or not even like even less than subatomic particles. I don't even know what they're called, actually. And then you're applying it to what you don't understand about biology. So I'm going to do the same and reverse it and say, explain the probabilistic nature of an organism, like cellular division, in the form of physics. Can you explain why cellular division and gamete formation is the way it is now with physics? Yeah, I was thinking that, say if physics can explain all the atoms in a cell and explain why they move and interact the way they do, but talking about a cell as a whole may be explaining more. Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, you can explain how the atoms move, but you're not explaining how the cell works. If you know what I mean. Like that's why the concept argument is very tough. It's like saying you can explain the Japanese word in English, but you can't explain it in Japanese. If that makes sense. Like physics, chemistry, and biology observes very similar phenomenons. And then how biologists describe the phenomenons is not how a physicist describes the phenomenon. So when you say, can a biologist explain quarks? Well, they can. It wouldn't be the way a physicist explain a quark. And then I give the onerous and the leeway that a physicist can explain gametic formation as a process of evolutionary biology in physics terms. But they're not explaining the concept in biology. You would be explaining how all the atoms in that cell would move, but I don't know whether that's the same as explaining how the cell moves. Exactly. That's why I think disciplines are, by the way, I think that's how a lot of times the scientific disciplines are separated, by the way. They're separated by their linguistics. Like, I'm going to bring it back to language learning now, but I think disciplines are separated by their explanation. So the funny thing is, when you ask a biologist what they think a quark is, it might not even be called a quark. Because if you think about how quarks form subatomic particles, right? You know, like how they factor. I actually don't know a lot anymore about quarks, like how they factor in, but they are part of the subatomic particle. Well, how would a chemist or biologist look at it? They would look at it at the cellular level. So let's take the cells and look at the concept of a single cell organism becoming a multi-cell organism and what the processes are involved in those. Now, you could spend all your time saying, oh yeah, but that's basically like quarks and subatomic particles. Yeah, that's what a physicist would say. And that's good because that's physics. And then a biologist would say, well, those are cells and they're undergoing what do you call that? Something genesis. Oh no. Like they're embryonic genesis, right? They're going under embryonic genesis. So and then a chemist would say, well, that's more of compounds, organic compounds interacting to form structures like lipids and proteins. Embryogenesis, where the embryo is being developed. So embryogenesis. I say embryonic genesis, but I meant embryogenesis. Where two gametes come together, right? The sperm and the egg, and then you observe embryogenesis, how the dividing, like chromatin lining up, right? Your mitosis, right? Your mitosis process, your mitotic processes and whatnot. So you could describe all the particles. Like you could explain how like this one atom of this sperm and the egg. Yeah, I know. Usually I call them gametes so that people don't like tee-hee all the time. But they're gametes. The male gamete and the female gamete, and they form and they fuse and fertilization happens, right? You could say, well, that's kind of like the arrangement of subatomic particles, which those particles then form. So you could make an analogy. In the same way, a biologist could make an analogy about physics. And in the same way, I can make an analogy about Japanese with English. They're still going to be lost in translation. So when you say biology could never explain quarks, it's the same way as saying Japanese is never going to be English, because they aren't. They're just not going to be. Like logistically, we're using language. Language is a partial encapsulation or expression of something. So when you're ever trying to explain something, it's a partial expression of it. And they are different disciplines, in my opinion, largely due to the nature of their explanation. So to validate, or maybe like to reorient that question, why it's so difficult for me to come up with an example for why biology could not never explain quarks, is the idea of suggesting that the very nature that biology is biology and physics is physics is that they can't explain their concepts to each other. If you know what I mean. Like the very nature of a physicist trying to explain embryogenesis is the very nature that is what a biologist does and not a physicist. So asking that question to me sounds like you win. There's no way you can argue against that. I think that's by default the mechanic of saying a biologist is not a physicist. But at the same time, I could also ask, what is the protein, what is the regulatory explaining the regulatory mechanics behind embryogenesis to a physicist? Well, they could start talking about subatomic particles and atoms and whatnot, but that would not be explaining embryogenesis. It would be explaining the molecular, like the physics of embryogenesis. You know what I mean? Like physicists are great at explaining the physics involved in biology and the physics involved in chemistry. Chemists are great at explaining the chemistry that's involved in biology and the chemistry that's involved in physics. Hence the multidisciplinary different categorizations. Japanese is great at explaining, like, you know, if we got a ball, Japanese is great at explaining what the ball is in Japanese. And English is great at explaining the ball in English. So I do agree, though. I do agree that biologists, here's another great last thing before we get back to this. I know. I love these discussions as well. It's kind of like a bit related to language. I'm using it as a language segue. It's kind of the I just lost. I think one question that unifies what you're trying to ask is a biologist, a chemist, and a physicist occupy the same universe that they're trying to observe. And in that way, they should be able to explain the same thing that they observe in the same way because it's the same thing. Much like a Japanese person, a Chinese person, a Spanish person, and an American, not a British person, I'm kidding, and a British person look at a ball and they would describe it, but they wouldn't be able to explain it in the discipline that they are trained in to each other. So you know what I mean? Like, so a Chinese person, a Japanese person, and a British person, right, a Brit, they can observe the same things and they are disciplined to describe them in their native language, but they wouldn't be able to explain it to the other person using that discipline in order to explain it in their terms, unless they also use that discipline. So in order for a biologist to be able to explain quarks, they must also be a physicist. Isn't that interesting? I think that's how I unify all the questions up to this point. And let's wrap it all the way back to the beginning of this entire digression. What does that mean? It means I'm cheating. It means I'm cheating because this is a segue to generalization. That's the liberal arts education. Without being able to explain certain things in other terms is being ignorant to that term because you have no interest in it. So if you frame everything around the thing you're specialized in, well, of course it can explain everything. Because all the things you don't know, you can't explain. And therefore they don't exist. Chemistry can answer the why question to the fundamentals of biology? No, it can't. Not all. Well, it can answer some fundamentals. I guess you're implying it could answer all. I'm not sure if you're implying it can answer. Yeah, that's true. It can answer some whys questions. Some why questions. Not all of them. And physics can answer the why questions, the fundamental of chemistry. The fundamentals of chemistry, sure. Can answer some of the questions of the fundamentals of chemistry. That's as far as I would seriously say regarding your initial statement. Some fundamentals. I agree that it's different lenses to view the same things, though. So I disagree that you're trying to treat the physics explainer to why the questions of fundamental chemistry without saying that you're talking about chemistry. And then when chemistry is trying to answer the why questions of the fundamentals of biology, that's biology. So no, maybe not so much you are understanding the different lenses. So when chemistry tries to explain the questions, the fundamentals of biology, it's biology too. And it's funny because you're only thinking about it in one direction. You're only thinking about it. What I should have said is that I can't think of any fundamentals that couldn't be explained, sorry, about physics. You're talking about physics in a one-way exchange because you have put physics at the top, or like physics at the empirical state. Any fundamentals? What is the fundamental of biology? What do you think is the fundamental of biology? What do you think is the fundamental of chemistry? Because it's not what you think. I can guarantee you it's not what you think at this point. Largely because you can't think of any fundamentals. What do you think is the fundamental of biology? And then you think that physics explains that in chemistry, therefore chemistry is explaining physics. So somehow the leap of logic is that physics can explain something in chemistry, in which chemistry explains biology, so therefore physics explains biology. You're thinking of it in that way as chemistry can explain the chemicals that make up something biological, but that's not the fundamentals of biology. And physics can explain the atoms that make up the chemicals, but that's not the fundamentals of chemistry. It's the physics in chemistry, certainly. I mean, we're doing semantics, but I guess this is about semantics, right? We are talking about semantics here, so we can get as nitpicky as we can be. The physics has to explain the cell in biology. Chemistry has to explain the, well, okay, we'll go in that one unidirectional order. Chemistry has to explain the cell. Physics has to explain compounds or the existence of compounds. Right, like the observable compounds in like a thing, which it probably can. But I don't think it's easy. I think I'm thinking of it as a top to bottom of the actual size of things in those. Yes, because you're only evaluating on size, on the fundamentals. So you're thinking that if physics can explain this, then anything within here, then you're saying chemistry exists here. And then biology exists here. That's your logic, right? All of physics include all of chemistry. And if all of chemistry includes all of biology, then all of physics explains chemistry and biology, because you're saying that physics is the parental science. It's the one that leads and explains everything else, right? I agree that that's a very classical way to look at physical sciences, and it's a flawless logic, I would say, right? Or the other way around, you were doing this way, where you're assuming that biology is the top and physics is the bottom, right? So you're going top down. You take chemistry is explaining biology, and then physics explains chemistry. So you're going, technically it's bottom up to make the argument relevant, where all of physics encompasses all of chemistry, which encompasses all of biology. What I should have said is that C explains the part of the whole in B and explains the part. That's what I'm saying here. This is exactly what you just said. Like, this is it, right? I'm gonna make you an argument. I think you're gonna use syllogism. Like here's a syllogistic thing, right? So if C, you're saying C explains B, right? If C explains B, and then you're saying later B explains C, does that mean P explains C in which it explains B? Like, well, yes, logically. Although you're going backwards, because like you could say P explains C, which then explains B, so therefore P explains B. This is logical systems, right? I actually took a class on this type of syllogism. It's more like using then, if then statements, but this is fine. So you could make an argument like if C equals C is greater or equal, P is greater or equal to C, which is greater than equal to B, then therefore P is greater than equal to B. I think that's pretty sound. That's sound. And this is provided that this is true if this is true. And then this is where we've been having our discussion, whether this is true. And I made counter arguments that this is not true and this is not true. So I'm looking at your axioms, your givens, right? Does physics explain everything about chemistry? Does physics explain the foundations of chemistry, which chemistry explains the foundations of biology? From my perspective, they don't. But it comes at a cost of semantics. What do you think is the fundamentals of chemistry? And what do you think are the fundamentals of biology? They're not the fundamentals of physics. So let's go back and elaborate on the logic. So one has to assume that the physics fundamentals, EF, is equivalent to the chemistry's fundamental, which is also equivalent to the biology's fundamental. So that's the first assumption that we have to make, that the physics fundamental is equivalent to the chemistry fundamentals and is equivalent to the biology fundamentals, which makes it true that the physics fundamentals is also the biology fundamentals, right? And if this was true, then we might be able to suggest that physics can explain all the fundamentals of both chemistry and biology, which therefore it can explain everything if we're also assuming that physics plus chemistry plus biology equals everything. Which of course that's out of the scope of this. We're not going to talk about like things about like theology and sociology and anthropology and whatnot, but let's just say in the physical sciences, right? So when we have this, I have a hard time thinking about this because semantically, when you explain the physics in chemistry, they are the physics fundamental of chemistry. They are the physics fundamental of biology. They are not the fundamentals of chemistry. So when you're explaining how chemical reactions happen, that is explaining the physics fundamentals of chemistry. So what are the chemistry fundamentals that make chemistry chemistry? Not the stuff that's explained in physics. Now the question is, are there chemistry fundamentals in physics? yes, everything you have to describe in a chemical reaction is the chemical fundamentals, chemistry fundamentals in physics. When physics is used to describe a biological phenomenon, that is the biological fundamentals plus physics fundamentals. So when you're explaining the atomic movements and the concentration gradients across like let's say you're explaining osmosis through your liver or your kidney, the bilayer, the lipid bilayer and whatnot of mobility, then yeah. I don't know why you just love the fact that physics physically make up everything in the two other, but you know that's not a logical argument. Yeah, it doesn't. The thing is, I can never, like, hear me out. If it does, then it would be wonderful to have physicists sit in on chemistry and biology seminars. They don't. They really don't. I can earnestly tell you that if you put a chemist, a biologist, and a physicist in the same room, they don't, like, the physicist would not be able to know everything the chemist and the biology knows. They do not encompass the other sciences. They can try to explain their sciences with physics principles, physics fundamentals, and it's great. It's really great to understand the physics behind chemistry and the physics behind biology. Much like it's really wonderful to explain biology, the psychology behind biology, or the neurology behind the biology of the brain. That kind of thing. There's nothing that biologists and chemistry study that wouldn't be that wouldn't be explained that physics explains. That's not true. There is nothing that biologists and chemists study that wouldn't be explained that physics explains. And I mean a physical thing. Then there is. You literally said physical thing. So you're suggesting that non-physical things are not part of physics. And they're not, the non-physical things have nothing to do with everything. That is a cyclic argument here. So you're saying now physics can explain all the physical things in chemistry and biology. That's not everything. So it's erroneous. That's a fallacious logic. But you're gonna say, okay, well, let's say that the only thing. Okay, well, here I can help you though. I can help you here. You're suggesting that these are the physical sciences, right? Right? So biology is part of physical science. And chemistry is part of physical science. So therefore, everything in biology and everything in chemistry is physical. So by that nature, physics can explain everything, because physics explains all of physical things. Therefore, everything that happens in biology and chemistry is explainable. That's, again, not true, because you can't explain in physics term what is the idea of embryogenesis. You can't explain salt or acid base using physics terms. When you describe acid base as a physical thing, you're not describing acid base. You're describing the physical interaction of something that is a summation of its atoms and stuff, but it's not an acid or a base. Like you're not looking at it as an acid or base. It's the very nature of using the cork. Is that a chemical term or is that a physical term? I agree that the physical sciences will always be the physical sciences. The physical sciences will include physics, chemistry, and biology. And I know it's not literally everything, as biology and chemistry study specific groups of atoms, so physics can only explain what all the atoms are in it, but can't explain anything about the group that chemists and biology have studied as one thing. But yeah, it can't. And that's the whole thing about the top-down thing, right? You're talking about the top-down thing. Yeah, I agree. In this logic, if the only thing that matters is the atoms, right? Like if you're thinking the specific groups, whatever physics have, can explain the composition of all these things. In chemistry and biology, it explains their physical being. It explains the physical motions and the compositions of that. It cannot explain why this is acid and why this is base. Like what I mean is, what's an acid, what's a base? You could say, well, it's a hydrogen atom. Like, yeah. So you could say it's a hydrogen atom, therefore it's an acid. Like, well, there are other things with hydrogen atoms. This is an acid. And then you're like, okay, well, it's this very particular acid. Let me describe the entire composition of the acid. It's like, okay, but it's still not an acid. An acid is not a physics term. And I'm using like acid base because I'm actually not that great at chemistry. So I'm choosing something very simple. But let's talk about like, I don't know, a Grignard reaction or something. I'm sure lots of physicists, I don't even know how to spell Grignard anymore, but a Grignard reaction. I'm sure physics will tell you a lot about the Grignard reaction, but chemistry will represent it differently. Does it mean it explains a Grignard reaction? Well, yes. The chemistry people will explain the Grignard reaction differently than a physicist. And then you're telling me, is it explaining something that chemistry is trying to explain? Yes and no, I guess. That could be true, right? That could be true. I actually, it's wild. I mean, I wonder if physicists really do believe that. I'm pretty sure physicists believe that. I'm not entirely sure. I've heard these arguments before, but that was before when I was, for lack of a better word, knew less about physics and chemistry and biology. So there was a time when I was like, oh yeah, it's very elegant that you can view the world through a lens of atoms and stuff, and that would remove all the concepts that could explain things well, right? Like explain why 2 gametes instead of 1. You can explain what you observe, right? You can explain what you observed. Like for example, when is it physics when it makes sense that you decided that progenitors are separated into 2? Like for example, you're saying physics can answer the why. So why sperm and egg? you can explain what you observed. Like how and what. But you're telling me that you can use physics to explain the whys of sperm and egg. As much as a biologist can, I suppose. This is not a concept that requires, I suppose, of... Also, you're sorry if you said anything you already explained then. Your headset ran out of charge, so I had to keep switching. Oh, no, no worries, no worries. Like, for example, I'd like to hear... I honestly would like to hear a physicist's perspective on how to explain why a sperm and an egg. That would be really interesting. I'm sure someone like Neil will have a comment about that. All right. We're speaking different languages. We really need to hold up on this topic, but it is such an interesting topic. It's like speaking different languages. Whenever here's my last take, and then here's my why this is so interesting. I think speaking to someone who is interested in physics is also is very similar to speaking to someone who's interested in chemistry. They speak a specific language, and the other person, like a chemist, is not using an attempt to bridge that either. I'm actually, since I would like to bridge that, usually I unify them. So what I can tell you is it is very difficult to explain a chemical explainer, like to explain the whys of chemistry without using physics. It is very difficult to explain a chemistry concept without using chemistry. And that also includes biology. So even while they're top-down, you can argue it's a top-down and a bottom-up when it comes to explaining like the universal laws and whatnot. When it comes to the idea of explaining things, like when you're talking about using diction and concepts, it's very difficult to separate them. Like, can physics explain why embryogenesis? Largely because there's this like a bit of I'm like fixated on the explainer of the word why. I would concede probably how or what, but generally speaking, why is why chemistry and biology exist. What and how, I'd probably say, yeah, that's pretty cool. Like, I'm sure physics will be able to explain the what and how of chemistry and biology. Why is not a low-hanging fruit. So, like, if linguistics, ooh, I got one. So, like saying, if linguistics explains all of languages, right? If we're looking at bottom up, theoretically, linguistics can explain all languages, right? And explain what? The how and what of languages. But linguistics rarely can explain why of the languages. Because you're in a universe that you're observing. But Now I'm just like, I really want to listen to some physics talks now. I actually probably would do this in the evening. Thank you for the, I hope your headset, I hope you hear this or something, but I will leave you to your headset. I really want to now go on YouTube and like find my null hypothesis. So my hypothesis is that I do not believe that physics can explain all the concepts of chemistry and biology. Now, what I would do is probably go online and try to find as many sources of people, of experts in physics, trying to explain chemical and chemistry and biology in the terms of physics. And I probably say it explains a lot of physics that's in chemistry and biology, but it does not conceptually help me answer why these things. And I think that's probably my biggest hang up with your statements, because the value is on why, not how and what. How and what are observations. There are things to describe what they're observing. So both chemistry, biology, and physics can observe the similar phenomenon, explain how and what. And one could argue that physics can explain all the how or what that chemistry and biology is trying to explain, but it doesn't explain why. Rarely does it ever explain why. I think that's something for a more glorified, in my opinion, for a more glorified physics fan to suggest that one discipline and one way of looking at things is able to encompass the existence or question the existence of other things that do exist. Chemistry and biology do exist. Why? Explain it. So it would be fun to ask a physicist, why does chemistry and biology exist? That would be interesting. I'll probably try to tackle that in the evening. Anyways, all right. Facts of life, right? Physics. And maybe that's where we got off on. So that's the physics thing. And then how am I going to do this? We really did digress pretty hard. I tried not to. How long do I have? Let's see. What is the second thing that I was going to do? Oh, so we take these facts of life, right? The statistics. Basically, I'm going to go over some numbers, how many words I learned and whatnot, and then we're going to do some comparative analysis, right? So how do I interpret this? Basically, the next thing is interpreting. So we talk about what does this mean? And a lot of times we'll bring in Duolingo. So we're going to talk about comparative analysis. Comparative things. So what can I glean from my experience with Duolingo Chinese? The Duolingo Chinese course. And also, alternatively, on the sideline, Wanikani, right? Wanikani as a companion piece. This was one of the focuses on that. One thing I didn't mention before when I was talking about why Wanikani, and I might have talked about it in the beginning of Wanikani and HanziHero, is when I was using Duolingo in Duolingo Japanese and Chinese, I wanted to reinforce a lot of the stuff, right? But Duolingo doesn't quite have an SRS system to reinforce things. So I want to double down on it and educate myself in a different manner. So oftentimes it deals with comparative analyses. So then we are thinking about the SRS implementations between Wanikani and HanziHero, which will allow me to go into what HanziHero does and what it doesn't do, and what Wanikani does and what it doesn't do, as well as the incentive of reinforcement. So reinforcement of what I know from duo Chinese, because that's going to be how I interpret my previous experiences with the facts, like the data that I have. Okay. With that, this also tells me things, gives me the opportunity to go over what is it that I find that works for me personally, and then also give an opportunity of going over all the things that have changed over time. So some of the things that changed over time. And as well as things that I personally introduced. And then finally, at the interest of time, right? We already went over the sorry, I'm still thinking about the physics thing. So the last thing is like future directions, right? Future directions. We have future directions, and this is going to be a little different from HanziHero. So I feel that while I might focus on changing up my routine, maybe like I might think about how I'm reviewing mistakes, because that's a little different now, like some changes. But generally speaking, in HanziHero, the changes were gradual, or the changes were like step by step, because many of the features were baked in. So many of the features were baked in already. So features were on board, right? On board. Is that how you spell on board? On broad? That's not how you spell on board, but that's fine. On board. So I've turned some of these features on, and I might talk about things that I would consider, like consider in the next like 200 days, right? Consider in the next 100 days that I might add. However, I think it's going to be a little different here, because the future directions is going to be looking forward to, in the next 100 days, this includes the introduction of LLMs. And Chinese is going to be the first LLM target. So Chinese is going to be the target language for the LLM experiment. And largely the future is dealing with construction. So idea construction. So creative construction. And there's not much to talk about it, but I did allude to some of it yesterday, and we'll go over some of those examples. All right, so without much delay, let's get into some of the stats, right? Hopefully you just fast forward. Sorry, like 2.5 hours or 3 hours. Actually, let me take a time check. It hasn't been that long. An hour? That's not bad. It was an hour digression. With the physics thing starting. In terms of education, right? It's about 2 hours. Not bad, not bad. All right, so let's do our numbers thing. which I used green. Okay. So some numbers to line up everything. So numbers. Numbers and data. The first one we would have to say we're gonna hit is duration, right? And I'm not gonna go over some of the hot takes or things that I was integrating in Wanikani about how we perceive duration. In this case, I'm gonna use the numbers in themselves and interpret them, assuming that I will have an opportunity another time. So for this, we know that the duration is 100 days, right? And to provide more granularity, on average, it is 2 hours per day. And also, this is barring like digressions and stuff. So 2 hours per day, roughly speaking. That would imply a 200-hour period, roughly 200-hour period. And unlike Duolingo Spanish and actually Wanikani to some great extent, there are no other things I do outside, like no other like reinforcements. Oftentimes, so the other hours, right? So outside, so this is stream time. This was captured on stream. And outside of that, well, I still talk to my parents, right? My parents, there's like background exposure. So background exposure would be I speak to my parents in a dialect, right? Which I've been referring to as the Fuzhou dialect. So there's my parents still. And occasionally they'd be watching content that I would hear from time to time. Usually that's a mix of Cantonese and Mandarin. Outside of that, occasionally there was one in this period I did watch in 动画, right? A 动画 that it was in Mandarin. But outside of that, I don't usually immerse and do this as much. Chinese is a lot less in this period. So most of the time, the substantial bulk of the what you would call it input, because it's every day is an input day for HanziHero, as opposed to Wanikani. Wanikani is not an input day. For most of the days, actually, it's input days on very specific days. Out of the 10 or 11 days, there are 2 days for input, and then the rest is practice. It's actually output. Yeah, I would consider it as output. So in order to make sure I clarify, input is any source of novel information. Regarding to the task. So we're talking about new like vocabulary in this case. Or characters or elements, right, that deal with it. And I'm using this strict guideline largely because I find it's a great way to provide clarity. And an output is using what I should know. What I should know after the initial exposure. So for example, if I have a lesson and it was teaching me 20 different elements each day, which is what happens in HanziHero, and then the reviews are considered output to me. Not that this is a classical way of people defining things, but that's how I define them in order for having a defined line. So what does that translate into? Well, oftentimes the time, that 2 hours, right? That 2 hours is divided into I would say 30 minutes of input, which is introducing 20 elements, which includes for HanziHero, that includes that would be considered as lessons. They would use the term lessons, and these lessons can introduce anything from a component, a character, or in this case they would use Hanzi, and vocabulary, right? And then the rest of the time, I would say about an hour to 90 minutes. So we'll just say we'll use minutes because it's 60 minutes to 90 minutes. That's output. So all of this would be output. And really, the wonderful thing to contrast between this is right, to contrast workload between Wanikani and HanziHero. We'll use it in the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And then like that. When Wanikani, let's do a different color that I haven't used. This. So when it comes to workload, Wanikani look like this. There's a peak day, right? This is where lessons are. So this is where input happens. And then there's another input. Sometimes it's 2 bumps, but ideally it would be this. There'd be 2 bumps for input. And then the time, the workload would be going down. In terms of like the way the cycle goes. It's kind of like this. When it comes to workload as a function of time. So when Wanikani, when I was trying to estimate how much time it took, it was an average across this. So there are 2 particular days that are very high, and then the following day is kind of high, and then it dips, right? But overall, the average turns out to be very similar. It's about 2 hours. 2 hours. So when I say 2 hours per day, Wanikani actually ends up coming out about 2 hours a day as well across 11-day cycle. 11-day cycle. Now for HanziHero is fantastically simple. HanziHero's workload is this. So there's flat line right across the middle, right? So when you take the average, they end up being the average, but it is flat. Now, there are some disclaimers. In the first maybe 2 weeks, it was set, maybe not 2 weeks. We're gonna say the first month. So the first 30 days, I was on a 10 lesson per day option. And then after that, we moved to a 20 lesson per day option. So overall, that's going to be the default. Like that's one of the changes that happened over time. You know what? You know, this is a good place to... What color did I use? For the changes. Blue, right? Mistakes, changes. Ooh, red. Yeah. Okay, we'll use red. Or pink, whatever this color. So in the first day, right? In the first 30 days, it was using the default 10 lessons per day. But afterwards, I swapped to a 20 lessons per day, and that's what's going to remain for the foreseeable future. The 20 lessons, doubling the volume, was to increase this threshold. So all these numbers are normalized to 20 days. It used to take 1 hour, and it'd probably be way less than 1 hour for the 20 lessons. So it started to normalize. I picked a higher lesson to double the volume to up the time so that I'm getting like relatively average times across the board between WaniKani and HanziHero. That's kind of what I was aiming for. So in the end, it doesn't change the workload. The workload does not change. As in, if you're sticking on a workload, straight through. So it's very, very different. Very different from WaniKani. Now, you could try to mirror this in WaniKani by not doing all your lessons, right? Like, you can do certain lessons, do certain reviews, and you might be able to get the same workload. However, then the way input and output is done will change because there's priorities in WaniKani. You might end up getting all your characters and kanji first, and then your vocabulary falls behind, which is a common comment for WaniKani. In HanziHero, there is a soft lock here that I kept the same, and that is, you must in order to get vocabulary, you must complete... I think you might have to... no, you don't need the component. You must complete the vocab... not the vocab. The character. Before you get the vocab. That is the default setting. And I have kept it at the default setting. By default. Now... I could change this. It's actually a feature. You can turn this off, which I haven't chosen to, but it is a consideration. So I do consider. So for those who might be, I wasn't aware of this until Josh informed me about this. I consider you can turn this off. So we're considering turning this off. Basically, if you still fail the character, right, the vocabulary words will not be taught that's related to that character. However, if you do complete the character, then all the vocabulary words with that character will be unlocked and be queued up in the lesson. You won't get the lesson. It will be queued up for the lesson. That will become an available lesson. So these are unlocks, right? Now, I thought about this, and the reason why I didn't turn it off immediately after turning it, one of the things I thought about in my head, my first... And then this is where it comes in, where the blue comes in. Or the purple comes in. So, my first thought about this is, oftentimes I'm used to using vocabulary to understand the characters. retroactively. And this came at a consequence of what I normalized with Duolingo Chinese. So what happens is, for example, if you were taught that this means big, then then the character itself, when it shows up in a different place, right? Like for example, da, and then you see da shi, then you would know that this is, if this was big, then this has to be something like big things. And oftentimes in Wanikani and HanziHero, they teach the character, and then the character has a meaning in which then you compose vocabulary. But a lot of times, because of how Duolingo does things, this is not the greatest example because they actually taught this first, but what they do is they take any vocabulary that's relevant to the theme, and then when you hear the word, the meaning gets attached to it. So say if this came first, this would be like big things, and maybe like, I don't know, an important matter, right? An important matter. Then you can go retroactively. It's like, well, this means like important or something. It must be something that deals with something that's important, right? And that can work in the reverse. At some point you'll learn, like, you can prototypically break up things in reverse. And what happens oftentimes is, if I'm having trouble with the character and then I get more vocabulary, it reinforces that character. It gives that character uses, as in context that I can wield. Why didn't I turn this on is a different story. Now, that is one of the pros if I were to turn this off. Like that's what I did by default. But what's also offered here is that while this is happening, naturally, there are often more vocabulary. So what is still happening right now is there's more vocabulary, way more vocabulary than the characters themselves, and the Hanzi. So despite, if I kept this on, which I did, even if I miss characters, the lessons would not queue up those vocabulary words until you queue up other vocabulary words. So in the long scheme of things, waiting till I maturate on understanding this direction only, like learning the characters and then learning the vocabulary words, allows me to understand how Wanikani and HanziHero works. And that allows me to double down on this line of thinking. Basically, this is a, we mentioned this a little bit already, like bottom up approach, where the vocabulary is at the top and you're learning all the things that contribute to the vocabulary with the nuance at the top, right? So that's what I chose to do, largely because I don't, after sitting back and thinking about it, it's like, well, I kind of learned this way already in Duolingo. I want to really know what it's like to learn in a forward direction, like a bottom-up approach, as opposed to a top-down approach. The top-down approach would be, Duolingo would give you like, hey, we want a unit on food. Here are the characters that deal with food. Okay, from now on, that's where you start. So everything they, whenever they come up with a new recycle a character, that character gets coupled with food, or like your previous characters. So all the characters become associated and grouped together. So Duolingo introduces vocabulary, which introduces Hanzi. And that introduces groups. So groups of characters. So it's going the other way around, where you take the vocabulary words, they test you on how they overlap with each other and their meanings. So the vocabulary, the aspects of the vocabulary, the sound. So Duolingo does the sound, writing, and meaning. So they take whatever the vocabulary word is and then associate it together, all the vocabulary words, which introduce you to Hanzi, the Hanzi, and then you can form groupings of those characters. Instead, HanziHero and WaniKani, I forgot to talk about this when comparing to Duolingo's Japanese, but this is also true for WaniKani, where you're taking the characters, the building blocks of those characters, and you're using the building blocks to build up. So in order to qualify to learn a vocabulary word, you must also understand its building blocks first. So we stuck to it. And I'm still considering it, right? I'm still considering it. I could turn it off to see how it works. Largely, I'm agnostic, or I try to be agnostic to this. Basically, if you give me something at the top, I'll try to decompose it to its parts. If you give the thing at the bottom, I'll try to build it to the top. And to make this a little bit kind of a fun thing to relate to the physics thing, I studied biology I studied biology in order to understand something about chemistry and physics. I can also study physics to understand something about chemistry and biology. So they're both directions, right? Or I can study chemistry to understand something about biology and physics. That's the multidisciplinary type of way. So while the one thing that might be a little different here is WaniKani, we still have Duolingo Japanese to work through, right? And that'll reinforce other things and meeting in the middle, converging in the middle, so to speak, and crossing wires. But Duolingo Chinese has ended already. And also I can compare a little bit to Duolingo Chinese in terms of time, right? This is a great way to compare time, which is when it comes to Duolingo Chinese, actually maybe after I go over all the stats that I could glean from Duolingo Chinese to compare. Does WaniKani do different levels like beginner versus pro? No, they don't. It's from zero to max. So there's no like level of difficulty when it comes to input. It's everyone gets the same thing. The pro is how fast you do it, I suppose, maybe. The input is no different. It's not graded in any way. It's graded on comprehension, or like completion of the stuff. So everyone's like input is the same. All the input is the same. Your retention rate is supposed to be adapted to your difficulty. So basically all the levels are supposed to be the same, if you know what I mean. So like I don't know if you have adaptive tests. Do you have adaptive testing, Proko? Adaptive testing does the thing where they keep asking you a question, right? They keep asking you a question and the difficulty keeps getting higher. And then you get something wrong, then it drops down. And then they keep asking you something harder, and then you get it wrong and it drops down. And goes up again, drops down, and drops down. And this is how SRS usually, I would say it's closer to this type of pattern for SRS. Or the idea anyways, in my opinion. The idea of difficulty. Or different levels, different difficulty. Oh yeah, like competitive modes in games. Yes. They're using a dynamic function. Basically, all the things that you get wrong will come back again, and all the things that you get right, you don't see them again. So the idea is the things that you get right will be further down, so they might be hard to remember. but all of the things should be as hard to remember as possible, but not forgettable. So you're always at the edge of your memory. That's the principle of it. Like that is the idea. This is the theoretical thing. So what happens is all the words you learn, no matter what you do, once it gets started, it's always going to be, I'm trying hard to remember, to barely remember these things. And the idea is because this is the farthest length of your memory. So the idea then is all the words will feel the same. It's no harder or easier to remember the next word because whatever words you have trouble with will come earlier and more frequent, and whatever words you don't have trouble with will be farther and more infrequent. So they will still be kind of hard to remember. And over time, once you get them enough, it'll be considered burned, as in the word will be taken out of rotation. So the word that gets burned after a while will be taken out of rotation. And then this will continue to be maintained because the volume then would also normalize. The total volume would start to stabilize as well. And I'm near there. By June, I will have a normalized volume, provided that I stay consistent. Because then there will be a regular turnover of words while a regular injection of elements. If you continue that graph, would it go up after a while? This graph? It would go down because of burned words. Words will be taken out of rotation. So when it gets to the end, eventually all the words get burned and it would go down. But it's way down the line, and it's a really, it's probably like a much steadier decline, but it's probably quantized. So eventually you'll get all the words burned into your memory and they no longer come back. So then you can choose, you have an option to resurrect them, as in you can throw them back onto the pile if you want. But the idea is at some point you covered all the words a significant enough time and you no longer have them in your stack anymore. So the perception of difficulty, right? The perception of difficulty, or like level, would go off. That graph also shows stuff like rolling dice and flipping coins getting closer to the average. Yes. Yeah. So that's kind of the idea. So in theory, I'm saying in theory, roughly speaking, I'm generalizing, obviously. The idea is, the nice thing about SRS, in my opinion, one of the glowing things about SRS is if you want to form a habit of learning vocabulary, right? And the H word is being tossed around, habit. You want to have an experience that isn't fluctuating a lot, but also promoting consistent output. So the idea is, how do we get people to learn with the least amount of repetition while also consistently doing it without having to worry about the difficulty of it? So what happens is, well, the words that you are having difficulty, they're just going to come up more often until you get it. The words that are really easy, they're going to be pushed off so they don't get in the way of the words that are very difficult. So over time, whenever you have a session, it becomes incredibly consistent. There is a drawback to that, and I am trying not to fall into that situation. Is I think sometimes SRS kind of underestimates how complacent people might get. But the stopgap is, well, if you get complacent, you'll get things wrong and it'll raise an alarm bell, right? Like, oh, I'm being too loose. Now I'm getting these things more and more wrong over time. But that's actually one of the concerns about wanikani. When someone says, "Oh, I took a break and now I'm like all out of whack. Should I start over?" Or, "Oh, I noticed that now I just keep getting things wrong or getting nitpick." So these things do happen when you become really complacent in your habit and you're not like elevating it. You're not trying to stay more active. A consistent feeling of difficulty makes one a little bit complacent over time. So for me, I'm trying my best to keep myself challenged despite doing the same routine over and over again. That's the same thing I did with Duolingo. Um, After a while, I try to step up my game or do something that I do want to get used to the habit, but I also don't want to get too comfortable. When I become too comfortable, I stop paying attention. I start finding ways to make it more convenient. So when I say I was implementing double check, for example, in order to correct my errors actively and adding things, I'm double checking for the sake of trying to actively add more meaning to things. I'm not double checking because, oh, I can get less wrong things, as in I can get the answer faster. That makes me even more complacent. That is a choice in which you make the thing easier because it's becoming a problem. I want to make the thing give me an opportunity to work harder on things because that convenience allows me the opportunity to do so. So I like that I get to have as many attempts as I can when I'm making an active attempt to negotiate all the meanings in my head. Like if I know the answer somewhere, I want to try as hard as I can to get the answer, regardless if I know I messed up the first time, the second time, or the third time. And this comes into play in HanziHero. So when you're thinking about like, is there a pro level or a beginner level? The user. And I was gonna joke around, but the pro call, I'm the pro. Like I know how to pro this. I'm kidding. I'm obviously, I know how I learn. So if there's anything I could say with the big head, is probably I understand myself well enough that the way I choose to learn and use HanziHero, whatever features are available on HanziHero and Wanikani, I think I understand myself well enough to challenge myself and determine how difficult it is going to be with me, right? I try to be as hard and do as many things as possible at the same time with myself. That's it. You're about to go to sleep, but I did want to say that I wish you would be really forward when I do stuff like chatting too much, not to excuse my bad habit, but just as sometimes I get confused when it's not said directly. Oh, about oh, nah, we have plenty of time. I have plenty of time. We're gonna also, I don't mean that in a demanding way. Oh, do you now? Okay, but hear me out. Hear me out. You know I could try. But I have no guarantees. We already talked about how much I suck at being forward. One thing for sure though is we have to revisit the whole physics thing, and that's really funny. I actually, or it's funny, it's going to be really funny in the future, but um I like discussions like that. And we won't talk about it anymore here, but we'll come back to it. Yeah, that's definitely a done deal. But I'm not sure if you think you're chatting too much. I don't think you're chatting too much. It's gonna be relevant to most of the things I talk about. It might not seem like it now, but you're gonna have to trust me. Yeah, man, I can tell you that that's stuck in your mind. Yeah, no, we remember that I try my best to make everything relevant to each other, right? Otherwise, I won't remember the details of it. If I don't do it frequently, I'm going to lose focus, right? And making things relevant to each other, crossing the wires, right? We got to cross the wires. At least that's how I operate in my head. So if I make references to physics, chemistry, and biology, is to allow me to remember physics, chemistry, and biology, and then integrating bottom up and top down thinking, right? This is a great example. I think about these things all the time. Now we have our shared experiences. So I'm not going to keep you from sleeping. You should really get some sleep. I'm surprised your stepfather didn't like throw a figurative desk at you at this point. It's a good chat. I'll come up with a much more, a lot of more interesting topics now that we've had that long. I have a lot of material to work with. I do have a lot of things to work with now. So many angles to think about. All right, so where were we? So this is where Duolingo is different from this. So I think it's fine the way it is now, where I like to learn the characters, let the characters unlock the vocabulary. The vocabulary is going to be like Wanikani. There's going to be a huge backlog of potential vocabulary words to the characters. If you're consistently unlocking characters, which is the main focus, right? The focus of both Wanikani and HanziHero is to acquire at least a single read for HanziHero. Also, I don't know if it would be, but if me chatting a lot and getting you behind on studies will lead you to experiencing any mania, could you tell me directly? Yeah, sure. No worries. It's manageable. No worries. We'll see who gets mania at the end. Is this a game of chicken? I think this is a game of chicken. I'll show you some mania. That sounds like an abusive relationship. That this is not going to be abusive. We're gonna try not to make this abusive a relationship. Like what I mean is like a competitive. Has it? No, it hasn't. It hasn't. Acquire. So, for HanziHero, it's about acquiring a single read quickly and a single primary reading, or a single primary definition, primary meaning. For Wanikani, it's a slightly different because Wanikani has multiple reads, right? So this might be a differentiating factor between Wanikani. Yeah, no worries. If you're ever curious, you can ask. Right? Feel free to ask. I have no reason to not be transparent about it. And then that leads to more discussions. So to compare, Wanikani as the issue, the thing about multiple reads. And actually, here's a little bit slightly different. Kevin specifically stressed that it is single read and single primary meaning. So the idea is the current state of HanziHero is to expose someone to consistently have the primary read in their primary meaning of that vocabulary before going back and filling in words and stuff and other words and possibly other meanings, other reads, because there are secondary readings. However, it's not as common in Chinese than it is for Wanikani in Japanese, right? So while I was negotiating a lot of the quality of life changes that I was using, QOL changes, was to augment and increase my active participation in understanding multiple reads and negotiating reads, special reads, right? There are special reads, onyomi and kunyomi. In Chinese, I would say, don't quote me on this, but I feel like 80% or higher of all the beginning characters that are often shown have single reads. Now I do have examples. I have like 5 or 6 examples of multiple reads, but they're very secondary. So, and on top of that, Kevin is actively saying these things. In the forum, there was a situation where someone says like, oh, this isn't the common read, or this isn't the common meaning or the usage of this. The goal is to collectively get all the characters, read all the characters, ascribe a meaning to them, and then go back and retroactively expand them. Now, while that is being said, I actually decided to do it myself. Do you have any sub-only emotes? I actually did. However, I made all my emotes free, so you can actually type all the emotes using a extension from 7TV to have them displayed. So like all the emotes, I didn't want to put it behind a pay window of all the emotes I made like 3 years ago. Maybe I can make new ones. Maybe I can make new ones. I can show you all of them. Let's see which ones there are. But usually I uploaded them into like a secondary thing where they're all free, so they're not like behind a paywall or something. I'll get back to you on that. I have to look into that protocol. I don't know if it's displayable or not. I could just load them up into the slots. Yeah, I removed them and loaded them up onto like a free third-party thing because they're accents, they're emotes. Everyone should use them. That does remind me that I have to update those things. I think my art capabilities have gone way better in the last 3 years. You could do pre-releases for subs, then unlock them for everyone. How does that work? What do you mean by pre-releases for subs? They're free for everyone. Like, as long as there's the plugin that most people use on Twitch, which is like 7TV or something, like on FrankerZ or something, they're all uploaded on there. Early access. Oh. Yeah, but that involves me making subs. I don't usually pay anyone or something. I actually make the subs. So we would have to take time to make the emotes. Yeah, if I make new ones, sure, you'll probably see them. Yeah, you'll probably see them. We'll see. I could make some time. I haven't been incentivized. Like, no one really asked. You're probably the first one that ever asked. Honestly, I used to draw and make the emotes like live. No one asked. Yeah, we'll make something. We'll make something with physics. Who made my emotes? I did. Yeah, I made my emotes. Oh, wait. Now that I think about it, I don't think you've met me. Do you know that I draw? You know that I do artwork, right? I do artwork. Yeah. Oh, wait. You're in my Discord, right? You can click on... If you go on Inktober, so on the left, there's gonna be, in the Discord, there's like a collection. Every year, in 1 month, the month of October, Inktober gets posted a prompt for each day. So every single day, I do a prompt. And I have the collection of the last 4 years. So from time to time, I'd be working on artwork and stuff. And over the last 4 years, like 2021 was when I started, I only draw within like a very narrow window. But you can look at what, if anything, is interesting. But I do draw emotes. Emotes are far substantially more approachable in terms of like a mini project than the Inktober thing. In Inktober, I legitimately drop most things for Inktober, and I've cataloged all the last 4 years. I actually started back in 2021 to really like, I don't know, do art studies and stuff, and you can probably see the difference. So basically in Inktober, You hope you don't take this personally, but you're surprised I do artwork? Why is that a surprise? That's interesting. Are you telling me that I am not artsy enough? Are you telling me that I should go and pick up a tie-dye t-shirt or something so I can fit the role? No, that's understandable actually. That's really understandable. It's about you, so I can't say. It's about you, so I can't say personally. Wait, what do you mean by it's about me, so you can't say personally? I would actually be really curious, but just hold a palette to your hand the whole stream. Well, one thing that some people did give away, that there are some people who notice that I wear like I wear like a writing, like a tablet glove, and that's usually because if you did that I wouldn't be surprised. Oh, okay. So you're telling me I should really get a beret. Maybe munch on some baguette as well. Get that whole French thing going too. I'm kidding, but I do artwork. Long story short, I'll give you a very quick answer to most of the burning art questions. I like knowing the things I do enough, 80-20, so that I understand the entire process of the things that are involved in what I need to do to be something. And when I do that, then I can delegate it to someone else. The reason why I want to know how to do those things first is because then I can find someone to delegate. So when you started streaming as a content creator, there are subs. How do you make sub emotes? Well, I gotta find out how to make sub emotes. So I made them, and that's what I start. I made them, and that's it. That might be too deep a conversation, so open, don't answer if you don't want to. AI art, yeah, that's a deep conversation, but we did, I did answer this quite a lot. But AI art, moderation, consent, right? Moderation, consent are in limbo, and I do not do art professionally, so I do not know of the financial and or IP impact of AI art. But much like not just AI art, but a lot of things that are supplanted by AI, without human oversight, many things are propagated through AI art. And oftentimes, maybe not so much art, but the other things that are in my sphere. I don't do art professionally, but for myself, I think the general consensus of how I understand how AI art works, there are a lot of things AI art cannot do very frequently, and now people have come to discern that type of art. But at the same time, I think it's very reasonable to find consent in order to contribute to a data set, right? That's probably the closest thing that I'll touch before leaving AI art. However, it's one of those things, a technology is paved by its user, not necessarily the technology itself. So users of AI art have transcend and evolved how art is conceived and created. Meanwhile, though, where there are those who innovate, there are also those who abuse, right? So in the problems, if I say problems, is that oversight allows one to moderate the users. So much like most things in technology, moderation, discipline, and oversight allows us to mitigate any of those potential human conflicts of interest. That applies not necessarily to just AI art, it applies universally because of human condition. So much like smartphones, YouTube algorithm, social media, adult oversight. So I am one that is consistently talking about protect the bottom line, moderation and discipline, and human oversight, and elevate and encourage the upper limit. And I think for AI art, it still takes some time to achieve that, much like social media. You see, whenever a new technology comes out that takes us further away from our nature, of a lot of people of that time dislikes it, like bows, yeah, like bows and range instead of swords up close and stuff. That's a wild take. Like, for example, firearms, gunpowder, TV, radio, the internet, cars, airplanes, the user of all the, even the printing press. When you think about the tool itself, the tool is agnostic. And maybe I will have some opponents for this, but the wild take is, much like language learning, we're going to make this about language learning, Duolingo, Wanikani, and HanziHero. The tool is there for the use. It is agnostic to whether it is bad or good. It is the user that qualifies that. And oftentimes when we think about all the potential problems with the technology, they are often ascribed to the user of that technology, not necessarily the technology itself. So where there is, as a person that fervently tends to rely on their understanding of the human condition, oversight, due diligence, the lack of it, negligence, abuse, and oversight is often the source or the catalyst for many of the negative things associated with new technology. So AI art is very similar. It is unregulated, unmoderated, and there's no consent, right? So most of the problems evolve from that. There was a user who did not perform their due diligence, a structure that did not have oversight, and now most of the problems spawn from it. They aren't particularly my problems, largely because I want to make it clear that I can say these things without being angry or emotional or personally hurt, because I'm not a professional artist and I do not have my livelihood based on selling professional art. And this is also true for selling programs, cloning software, cloning SRS, cloning books, plagiarism, right? We can go back really far, like plagiarism, selling lessons, falsifying credibility, masquerading as accredited experts, even faking PhDs. Like, these things go back. And PhDs, you might be thinking, wait, how is PhD a technology? It is. Education is a technology. That piece of paper is a technology. Degrees are technologies. As in, how do you know when someone is a person who have gone through education? Well, we created a technology, a construct that tells you that this person graduated from grad school. It's a piece of paper or a couple of letters at the end of your name, right? So that's kind of the idea. So without oversight and institution, I believe that the bottom line is lost. I think many of the problems come with when the bottom falls off. The top, not as much. It's the bottom that falls off. So understanding human condition is that most of the problems is thinking of the worst case scenarios. So when cynicism sets in, which is a basic human consideration, like when you think of the problems of AI art, you think about, oh, someone stealing other person's artwork without their consent. It's not the AI art's tool's fault. It's the person using it to steal without consent. And then you're wondering, well, that's not stealing. That's generative thing. The person who's using that is using that argument. And then the person who's accusing that person of stealing their art is that person. So it still comes down to, in my opinion, I'm starting to sound like your physics argument, Protocol, where physics is to chemistry and biology, the human condition is to the human philosophy and psychology. And that's probably me because I actually don't know a lot about sociology and anthropology, so I rely on what I understand about human condition, right? So that's probably what I would say. My thoughts on, do I have problems with it? Yes and no. Yes, there are problems because it's early and humans take a while to adapt to things and it's unregulated. No, because I believe in the human condition as well, that compromise must be made. Much like the maturity of the printing press and the maturity of newspapers and radio and TV, there's going to be a combination of oversight to protect the bottom line and maybe possibly ways to innovate and elevate a technology. Getting a PhD means you can go around showing people and calling them dummies, I think. You know what's really funny about that, Procol? And I don't want to, this is a generalization because of my upbringing, but for me, PhDs make you less likely to call other people dummies. Isn't that such a paradox? For every bad actor out there, in my opinion, for every bad actor out there, this is my hot take. This is a wild take. When I talk about bad actors, for those who you are describing that elevates a PhD because it makes them feel smarter than other people, I would argue there's 4 out of 5 people, 4 of them feel like there are other people who are smarter than them when they finish a PhD. Like, the whole idea of a PhD, when you get it, you realize how little you know. And you learn to appreciate the knowledge that everyone has. So, say that paradox again? Okay, one second. Would it be ignorant to assume that AI is different to all the other developments? It feels like a endpoint in a way. Interesting. Let me repeat the paradox before I maybe chime in on the AI thing quickly. Your love for physics has already rubbed off into your subconscious. Nah, it's fine. I willingly, no subconsciousness. This is a conscious effort. Trust me. This is a trust me, bro situation. Any form of influence that you have on me it's more of a conscious decision. I'm deliberately making it so that we do not forget our conversation about physics. This is how I, in my opinion, build closer bonds to other people, especially people that I don't see or hear, right? So we have ideas. Ideas bond us, and that's my best attempt. Now, in terms of the paradox, I would say if you take all the PhDs, this is a hot take. I have no statistics to back this up, but anecdotal information. When you finish a PhD and you collect all the people who have a PhD, there are probably going to be more people who feel uncomfortable calling people dummies than people who think they're smarter than them. Because the paradox is, when you go through PhD, you feel dumbfounded and concerned and overly worried about what you don't know. And rarely does that cause someone to trivialize what people may or may not know. So you might be thinking, oh, I might be the oddball out. I'm a guinea pig. Like, maybe you picked the one person who has a PhD that believes that there aren't dummies out there. And yet, I could tell you the first moment when I stepped into that institution, right? The private liberal arts college, the first air that you get, the first like thing that you feel is a normalization of people's competency. Or what I'm saying is the normalization of people's capacity to be this like inquisitive and learning and questioning. So when you enter an institution for a PhD, you come out at the other end knowing that whoever you talk to is a thinking human being, and you should treat them like a thinking human being. So I would even make an argument that if not about the same or negligible, for every one person who thinks that they have a PhD and that makes them smarter than the other person, there's going to be another person that says, well, I might know a lot of things that you don't, but I don't think you're too stupid or dumb to understand all the things that I know, and maybe even know things that I do not know. I think that to me is part of my identity on what I think a PhD stands for. One of the elements of a PhD to stand for is you know that there are lots of things you don't know, and then there are lots of things you do know, but it pales in comparison to the things you don't know. And it requires the concerted effort of lots of people in order to discover and understand complex things. And I'm going to take a jab at you, Prokal. Sorry. It takes biologists, chemists, and physicists to understand the universe, not just the physicist. And in no way is physics more important than chemistry. Neither is chemistry more important than physics. And biology is neither more important or less important than the other two. So when I say things like something is better than something, I'm less likely to say that because I have a PhD, not the other way around. But social media and the portrayal of the human condition might suggest otherwise. You might suggest, what is that stereotype? When someone has more money, they would behave like they're better than you. Or if someone's of a higher status, they would naturally behave more than you. It might be true. It might be true. However, the people I surround myself with, they are very, very unlikely. They're very unlikely to ever underestimate someone's capacity to think. Because when you walk into that room, you are a thinker that is largely, possibly even equivalent in terms of the capacity to think than the next person or even the instructor. At least that's my warm feeling about it. Like, I want that is my ideal classroom, but that's idealism. So I don't want to make it sound like it might be the reality. I walked into a classroom before and that an instructor is like, I'm the man, I'm the cheese, and you guys, you maggots, you're learning. Like, maybe you might be able to vibe that out in something, but I tend to look at the idea that when you walk into a room, that person who's instructing you, they're like, hey, welcome class, from now on we're colleagues, both intellectually and instructively. Like, if you have a question, please challenge me. If you think I'm mistaken about something, please challenge me. I'll learn more from you and you'll learn more from me. And the moment you enter as a graduate student into a lab, that's also the situation. And it's actually kind of scary because the first thing I think about is I want a mentor to please tell me what to do. But the rite of passage, right? The passage of getting the PhD is you become your own thinker. Like, you try to be as comfortable as possible to know that all your colleagues are also your opponents. Like, what I mean by opponents are, they are also there to challenge you at every point. So whenever you see a friend, or like my friend, like when I say I have an opinion on something, I expect my friend to challenge me with their opinion. And That is normalized when you get a PhD. So I would argue that PhD people are less likely to call other people dummies than someone who is not educated. The other is easier to call someone a dummy when they actually ignorantly, in my opinion, think they are smarter. I do not believe I am smarter. I'm more informed and I got motivated to learn things. But if you like to motivate yourself to learn things, I like to believe that you have the capacity to know just as much things as I do, if not different things, right? Would you guess that there's more people who aren't that smart getting PhDs or more that are really smart? Is that neutrality or moderation? Wait, when you talk about, okay, hold up. Would it be ignorant to assume that AI is different from, I think AI is different from other things. I also think that that's the same about the internet and social media and the printing press and the cell phones. So, but what doesn't differentiate between AI, printing press, and all the other technologies is human oversight. So whether you might feel like it's an endpoint if humans stop becoming involved. And I don't think that's happening. Especially when AI maintenance is entirely relying on human oversight. Unless they can circumvent human oversight. And then, would you guess that there are more people who aren't that smart getting PhDs? I'm not sure how to quantify smart. I do understand that, let's say smart is quantifiable somehow, right? I'm really average. So if I say who aren't that smart, let's say average. Like, I'm not sure what you're comparing it to. I'm not sure how we're gonna compare it to. You're probably gonna help me out. You gotta help me out with that. What you're asking there. Is that neutrality or moderation? I think was that the AI art in context of the AI art thing? Moderation as in, oh, we talked about this too a little bit. Moderation as in moderating exposure to things, not moderation as in what is depicted by the AI arts or like the AI program. Moderation as in protection of assets and like a balance, a compromise between maybe if you can't get consent from all the artwork, you can compensate for the artwork. Or so you can give them the choice of participating in the data set and getting compensated for it. That's moderation. As in, there's a compromise involved, not neutrality. So not the same as neutrality, where like a win-win situation. We're talking about a compromise, where with time, technology has compromises, and you place laws and moderation into compromise sort of situation. You think it's impossible to accurately compare the importance of each three? I say stuff like that as an illogical tribal sort of thinking because I think physics is the coolest, but for fun, I don't seriously think that physics is objectively better or more important. Hear me out here, Procol. Do you find the things that I say interesting? Because we haven't talked a single thing about physics. Like, what I mean is we haven't actually literally talked about physics. So, can you tell me, do you really find physics really fun? Or are you trapped in a loop of philosophy and psychology and behavioral discussions? You would want to see if there were more above or below what the average person thinks would be someone with a PhD intelligence. Interesting. I can tell you something about PhD statistics. Procol. No, I'm not questioning whether you love physics. I'm talking about whether you love other things as much as physics, and it's so much so that you might not even habitually bring up physics because you love other things. So I think your heart has more room than just not just for physics. So my like in my heart, I like physics too. I also like chemistry and biology. So you don't have to play for one team. Oh man, this is not moderation. I'm not moderating right now. I just like a lot of science. So that's unhinged. I can tell you something about the average person thing in PhDs. If you're talking about IQ, it's above average. So it's not, this is correlation, right? This is correlation, but we need some sort of measurement of intelligence, right? If we were gonna take something like factual, something, and this is data, and it's not causation, right? It's not suggesting that the PhD people are smarter, but a measure of intelligence quotient is above average for PhDs. So what I mean is PhDs overall have higher IQs. Does that mean it's smarter or intelligent? That's up for interpretation. But the number, like the measurement and the performance, is that PhDs have higher IQ. So, and then we can infer perhaps they're above average, right? And do I have a counter example to this? I haven't met anyone who does not have an above average IQ yet. So that's not to say that it's true. I don't know. I actually think there are people who are smart enough to choose not to pick a PhD. Like, now we have to compare the idea, like, how many smart people, right, quote unquote, above average IQ people choose not to pursue a PhD, right? We have to also counter with the null hypothesis. So if, or like challenge it in a different way, how else can we explain this? Well, if the PhD is self-selecting for IQ, what is it that makes it a self-selection? Like, you could explain why the PhD have higher IQ without explaining that they are more intelligent, right? That's the null hypothesis. Are PhD people more intelligent despite having higher IQ, or less intelligent despite having higher IQs, right? Averages. That's kind of a tough situation, because there's no quantifying for what is not there. Like, how many people who have above average IQs don't have PhDs, for example? I'm guessing the numbers somewhere, maybe, if everyone gets screened for IQs at a specific time and whatnot. I would argue there are probably more people who have above average IQ that do not have a PhD than have a PhD. So there might be selection bias. Like, is there a correlation that higher IQ people would naturally gravitate towards higher education in the form of a PhD? Maybe not. Maybe not. Because every person who doesn't have their IQ measured would not be part of the sample size. Possibly. But the average is hard to quantify. It is. I see the physics team like football teams. No, you really do love physics. Yeah, okay. I'm so sorry if I seem disconnected. No, I'm following along. This is a fun challenge. If I seem disconnected in these conversations, I've had to be switching between low and no. Oh, wait, you already said that, yeah. Low charge, but you won't missing. Okay. You wouldn't believe that? This is blunt, but I think it's statistically shown, unlike that, you haven't met someone who's below average in every way you measure it. Who has a PhD? I think I think you misunderstood me. Of the people who I know have PhD, they have above average IQ. I think you missed the self-selection. The selection, I'm not sure if you missed that part, but the people I know personally that have a PhD have above average IQ. This is not a question of normal distribution. It is extremely likely that I self-selected for people who have above average IQ. Like, it's the opposite. It's statistically extremely likely that I have pre-selected for people who have above IQ, because there's so many pre-selection that goes along with that behavior. It is statistically extremely unlikely to never have everyone you met to have above average IQ. Yeah. You don't think that's unlikely? That's kind of funny. You just double negative negated. That's funny. That's such a internet American English, like that's an Americanization, but I know you're British. Still, I don't think that's unlikely, so you do think it's likely. Yeah, I think it's fairly likely that I pre-selected for this, for that. I think it depends on stuff separate. I think it depends on stuff separate to intelligent that would shape their values and what they want to pursue. Yes, it would. So that's why I'm making the rationale that there is probably less people who are above average in IQ that have PhDs than people who are above average in IQ that have other professions, like other things. And then there are all the people who do not contribute to the statistic, as in no one that screens, whole countries, whole populations that do not use IQ as a metric or scaling. Like, I don't know what my IQ is right now, for example, because intelligent quotients vary by age group. So you could even say there are people who have above average IQs, then got the PhD and they got dumber. I'm kidding. They didn't get dumber. It's just intelligent quotients is relevant to your age group. So like if you had a particular age group that I don't know. Like that's why I don't like the I couldn't answer that question. There's no really you are presenting the case of why I cannot answer that question. So you asked the question of which I cannot answer the question, and then you supported my inclination that it is a very difficult question to answer. You think PhD would still be the largest portion, but not the majority because of how much importance gets placed on education in a lot of places? That's fair. That's fair. That's fair. Did we ever share this? This conversation came up a little bit before, where like a lot of times the nice thing about PhDs is it's something that's publicly displayed because it's a title, right? What do you think is the population of PhDs in the world? Because they have to be accredited, so then it would have to be a place that accredited the thing. What do you think is the population of the world, like an estimate, a ballpark? And I don't know how where you would get this, but it's fairly consistent because PhDs are reported as a form of like institutional pride. So these figures are provided publicly a lot of times. Now there are government political agendas. Numbers could be inflated, but it's still a really small percentage. So regardless of how you think about it, even despite some governments and some academic places and other government like intrigue on inflating PhD numbers, it's not a really large number. Population of PhD as a percentage of the world population, yes. What do you think it is? It would be very interesting to know what you think. Because when we're talking about this group of PhD holders, there is a susceptibility to selection bias, quite a lot of selection bias. Like, I'm not even sure if you can do a normal distribution on PhDs. So like studying PhDs as a cohort is weird. It's like it can be very unreliable. And so most of the questions that deal with, do you think this is statistically significant and whatnot, I don't even know. When you're talking about world populations and like large populations, and then you're choosing an extraordinary group to compare it to, it can be like 0.00. Oh no, it's not that small. No. There are more people than that. You silly goose. The ballpark is 3 to like less than 4%, less than 4% of the world population. So that's still a lot of people, though. That's still a lot of people, I guess. But less than 4%. 0.000006%. Nah, it's not that extraordinary. Why did this come up? Why did this come up before? It's related to language learning, guys. I promise. This is related to language learning. Why did this come up? Because I was talking about polyglot. Like how many, like when it comes to polyglot percentage, right? Lots of people like to talk about how rare it is. And interestingly enough, if you're qualifying a polyglot, right, 4 more languages, it's around 3 to 4%. However, that measure is a lot more difficult, right? Unlike PhD, which is accredited, as in you want a public display and it's registered, polyglot is roughly 3%, or whatever the estimate was that I found in 2 or 3 sources. They converge kind of around 3%. But the problem is that's self-reporting, and that involves that doesn't have a standardized accreditation across the board. But if you think about it, isn't that interesting? So when we the reason why I brought up polyglots is because when people talk about, okay, well, you're smart, right? You have a PhD. Does that also mean that you're able to acquire multiple languages? Or I want to be a multiple language, but I'm not as smart as someone who has a PhD. And I'm thinking, okay, well, how do we measure smartness? Or aptitude or something. Maybe we can think about it as the frequency of occurrence within the world's population as a surrogate. Well, I spoke to you, and I spoke to a lot of people who speak 3 or 4 languages at some capacity. That sounds amazing to me. And guess what? They're over 15 years younger than I am. Isn't that remarkable? At least that's in my opinion. So personally, again, I'm reinforcing the PhD stereotype that I believe is true, and that is to very rarely underestimate the capacity of how smart people are, regardless of how average you might think you are. You are able to do a lot of things. The idea is, can you find that thing or the many things that makes you go, makes you work, make you do you somehow? So if we were going to put it in the context of language learning, being multilingual, do you know what being two languages, that already balloons up to 25%. Crazy. And I can barely handle, like you're thinking, do people have the capacity to get a PhD, whether they're above average or below average IQ? I don't know. The last time I checked, man, learning languages can be really, really tough, and I highly underestimate. Maybe I'm underestimating. This might be imposter syndrome speaking, but I don't expect to get 3 or 4 languages in a way that just as many people got that in the world than compared to a PhD. So we were trying to equivocate like aptitude. It's pretty amazing what the average 20-year-old can do growing up in a multilingual country, doing something that is even arguably less frequent than a PhD. So And this is comparing apples and oranges again. I'm really conflating the situation, right? It's so difficult to compare apples and oranges, but the idea is I want to be encouraging, not discouraging. It's weird to see people underestimate themselves. 4% of 8 billion is 320 million, which seems like a lot. It seems like a lot, doesn't it? Think about what you can do with 320 million thinkers. Like, I'm not suggesting that other people aren't thinkers, but think about what you can do with 320 million. But then you start thinking, well, what are the PhDs in? What up? Rough estimate. There's anywhere between, this is Gemini, by the way. This is Gemini, by the way. So take it with a grain of salt. There's between 372,000 and 1 million. Yeah, that's a big range because of the spuriousness of calculation. So there's anywhere between 372,000 to 964,000 PhDs in physics. So now we're talking about, look at that. You have 320 million and it's reduced down to less than a million for physics. So now we have to think about what is the makeup of the 320 million PhDs in physics. So I have a PhD in biology, technically. Biology is considered the umbrella for all the biological sciences. And Gemini says it is too difficult to pinpoint the number. Because all I can think about is, how do you even qualify a PhD in biology? And it's not available. They don't even have a registered availability for that. That's kind of funny. Yeah, because biology is a larger umbrella than physics. But it's not to say it's better or not. Like, we're not talking about bigger. Like, it's hard to pinpoint. I don't even know what's considered under the umbrella of biology anymore. Yeah, it's nice when you can look at the big stack of unlikely things you've achieved over your time. It is, isn't it? And hear me out. Hear me out. I know that people, one last thing before I continue on this thing. Like doing this very moment, the very conversation we're having, the things we're choosing to do, right? I try to impart this on younger people, in my opinion. In younger people, when someone comes up to me and say, I hate myself because everything I do, I feel like everyone else does better. There's always someone who does better than me. And if I do that thing, then it's going to be a waste of time because someone else has already done it. And I've heard various versions of this. This is a paraphrase. I think the person said a lot more self-deprecating words on average. And my only thought was how to impart this statistics, like the statistics likelihood. The likelihood. So the likelihood of these things happening when you do things, it becomes statistically less and less likely that you aren't unique. So again, you can still make the argument, if you make an action, it'll only reduce it by a certain amount. But then you make a second interaction, you reduce it by a lot. Were you the one that believes in determinism? Okay. Were you the one that I was talking about determinism? Someone else is deterministic. But besides that, besides the point of determinism, we're not going to go into that. The odds when you start doing things, the odds, so the odds go down exponentially when you do things. The longer you live, every day when you get up, you decide to do things, right? When you decide to do things, the exponential decrease in the statistic likelihood of the things you have achieved and that's being shared by someone else, far more unlikely. Like, I think I'm not of course, I'm not a statistician, but I would like to argue that with every day you're working towards something, or every day you're choosing to do something, when that is kept with you and it's part of your goal or overall picture, you become more and more unique in that way, right? So looking back and doing this, like I'm doing this because I'm reminding myself what I did with HanziHero. You can too. It's a great way to remind and calculate, and you just looked at my art and it looks great. Is the Japanese writing that's in all of them your signature? The Japanese writing? No, that was for my prompt last year. So the very last one, the 2000 and the Inktober 2024 was the year of language learning. So every prompt was written with the equivalent Chinese and Japanese word, and I wrote it there to illustrate what I was trying to draw. So since I was already language learning, Chinese and Japanese, yeah. If you're talking about the characters on the most recent one, the 2024 ones, I was practicing my vocabulary basically. I wanted it to be, and if you look at all the composition, there's a Japanese and Chinese element to every single prompt. I use Krita. It's a freeware crowd-funded freeware drawing program. I'm on Krita right now. This is the actual program that I am on to do this writing. This is what I'm literally using to write on my tablet right now. What are you measuring the likelihood for this? The likelihood of you being unique. So the reason why nihilism is pretty tough to combat for young people is that they believe that in the course of their life, when they do something, they're no longer unique. Like they want to be unique, or they want to do something that sticks out and be different. And oftentimes they focus on the thing that is most valuable to them, which is the thing they specialize in. However, viewing your life as the summation of one thing or a very specific narrow generalization will make it more and more likely to make it feel like everyone's doing the same thing you are doing. However, when one steps back and culminates and quantifies all the things you currently do and choose to do, it is less and less likely that that is true. I mean, what things that people are you measuring and comparing the likelihood of with another? Everything. Unlike the person I'm speaking to. Like, for example, Procall, you could say the only thing valuable in your life is your love for physics. Then yeah, I would argue probably there would be more people that love physics more than you, and they probably know more physics than you. Does that mean you should stop learning physics and liking physics? Now, I'm not talking about you having this problem. I'm talking about a lot of people that I've encountered over the years in learning a language, for example. When they choose to do something and they realize that there's someone better than them online, and now kind of grip with this like nihilism about, well, it would amount to nothing because I can't be as good as this person, or these examples of these people, right? That does not give you a great measurable or comparable realistic perspective on the likelihood of certain things to happen to a person. So the reason why I use that type of logic about measuring your actions, all of you, is to encourage someone to do something. The more they do, the less likely that they're comparable to another person. Now, you don't have control over what other people value when looking at you, but you can see the the reality that there are less people like you the more you do. So for me, for example, what I'm writing on here, I'm pretty confident that a vast majority of people can do this, right? Do something like this in a general sense, right? In a general sense, yeah, go and find your other person who does a complete analysis of using an SRS program. Fair enough. Like, I know you might be saying, well, that's probably not a lot, but still, you're probably going to be able to find it. Okay, now go find someone that did this and Wanikani, and then go find someone that did it both at 100-day intervals, and then also did Duolingo Spanish simultaneously. And then go find someone who did 300, so you know. It is as specific as saying a ham sandwich at 10:03 p.m. in this place, or would it be something like eating a ham sandwich in the same day, or even unrestricted in terms of rules? Both. Wait, are you asking me, or are you double downing on my attempt to encourage all those onlookers to try to do things and understanding and living in the moment? Because one is living in a moment, the other one is not. I think that my comparison here is, it's the same as someone eating to feel satiated versus someone who's eating in a specific way because they like it. And they can detail why they like it. Not because it just makes them full. So, I could summarize my HanziHero experience by doing a 5-minute review and telling you that it works. Or I could spend all the time being sidetracked and talking to you and trying to relate it to my HanziHero experience, because what brought us together is this. Is that much more unique than any other person? Probably. I mean, I would like to believe there might be a slight chance someone out there who was doing this exact thing, wrote this exact thing, and maybe like bumped into another person and they had a long digression, and then suddenly they go back to doing the thing. I don't know. But it's unlikely. It's unlikely. So it's not whether one is more important than the other. Is one mindset is healthier, in my opinion, is maybe conducive to promoting someone to want to do things than the other one. You're comparing two very detailed things and just varying the details. I'm talking about someone who says, this person's really good and has a lot of talent, so why bother working on this skill if I know this person will always be better than me? That's the range I'm talking about. Bigger. So if I were talking about eating, right? Oh, I eat I eat 36 grams of carbs and 16 grams of protein for my breakfast in the morning before I go out for a run, versus my morning was good. Oh, that person had a good morning. I don't have good mornings, so why even bother making my mornings better? You kind of see what I mean? Like, oh man, this guy is living the life. Why even bother trying to live my life? It sounds very morbid, but I would say there are more detailed versions of sounding like that. comparison makes it really daunting. So go out there, don't be a dummy, right? Okay. Here's a fun joke, right? Let's bring it together. I have a PhD. Stop being a dummy. Go out there and do something. All right? Trust me. The math works out. I'm kidding. I have no idea how the math works out. But do things. Go out, do things. Stop looking so far into the future and generalizing, right? If someone has a really healthy life, that shouldn't deprive you of a really healthy life, or at least trying to have a really healthy life. Like, someone said this to me once. They quit running track because they know someone else is genetically faster. Or here's one that basically ended my talking relationship with someone else. This person knew that they were playing a video game and that other people cheat according to this person, and therefore they don't want to play the video game anymore. That sounds like a benign thing, but imagine this. Think about how fragile a life can be, and it can suck, right? I start learning Chinese right now, and I'm doing this review, and someone comes by and is like, bruh, I became fluent in 100 days with this app. You're a waste of time. Like, well, okay, but you didn't use this app to become fluent, did you? And I'm not even saying you can, but you didn't use this app on your trip to fluency, so how would you know how I feel about it? That would only be reasonable in CSGO. That's kind of what I'm saying about things. Someone can convince you they're better if you're comparing the end output. So people can definitely make you feel small, even if they're not intentionally doing so. Like watching someone, when you're scrolling through and you're watching someone like trashing Lamborghinis day after day and still replacing the Lamborghinis because they make that much money in a blink of an eye in the process of destroying a Lamborghini. And then you start thinking to yourself, why bother? I mean, this guy can make millions just by being reckless. Why bother? But you bother. Your life bothers. Like, use your life. There's gotta be some, like, I don't want to make guarantees, but you gotta find something. You gotta find something to live your life. Right? And I know that comes from privilege, right? There are not a lot of people who have choices. And that, I would double down then. It's like, if you do have a choice, please do something about it. Like, please do something with it. And even then, those who have less and those who don't have a lot, they hold on. They try to overcome it, right? Like, life is, I'm gonna sound like a preacher at this point. Life is precious, but not in the sense that it is precious because I say it's precious. It's only precious if you make it precious. So you are the determinant in the long run if your life is worth it. And I would want to try to encourage you as much as I can to say it is, instead of calculating all the infinite possibilities of having an algorithm tell you, well, whatever you wanted to do, someone already did it, so don't bother. But I think that's kind of where a lot of people are like stuck on, right? And I think it becomes less and less, hear me out, there's one very silver lining to getting older while trying to do things. less and less people are going to be like you. But if you continue to do things as time passes, because as far as I know, I would love to meet my twin. Maybe an AI model in the future with complete access to everyone's personal data would be able to line me up with someone who is doing this exact thing and can take the words out of my mouth and replace me as a person. I would argue that with every passing year, it's becoming more and more unlikely. And I would even argue, this is going to be a weird flex, I am less likely replaceable because I have spent most of my life doing stuff. You are far more likely, even though it's really still very, very small since you continue to live, even inaction can create uniqueness. So live your life, be happy, kind of thing, or try to be happy, and choose to do things. It's kind of odd because there's a self-defeating argument here. Here's a self-defeating argument. You can choose not to do anything and your odds of uniqueness will still go up. So that's kind of unfortunate to say that, but I don't want to entertain that idea. Like, I don't want to give, like, I know this sounds like a bias, like trying to ignore something, but a counter argument would be your odds still go up if you choose to just sit in your bed and doom scroll. Like, your uniqueness still goes up because a lot of people are driven to not do that. So if you spend a long extended period just sitting there doom scrolling, it still goes, like, the uniqueness still goes up, but there is a larger collection for selective behavior like doom scrolling nowadays. So it wouldn't go down, like your uniqueness wouldn't go up, as in your rarity, right, goes up faster than going out and doing something. Are you saying if you keep doing things, you'll be more and more unique, but if you don't do things, you become more and more average? More and more unique still, but it would be less fast, if you know what I mean. Because nowadays, there's a higher and higher concentration to doing a certain thing because of the algorithm, right? So you are more and more likely to specialize. So your uniqueness might go up, but at a slower pace than someone who is not specialized. If you get my drift on the internet thing. Then you just compare the desirability of both types of uniques. Fair enough. I would say this is a really great thing to ask people who have the data. I think the internet is a game changer. I mean, that's such a understatement. That's like the understatement of 2025 I'm going to make. But because of algorithm and echo chamber and targeted ads and targeted conditioning, the exploration of humans, like intellectual exploration of humans, have decreased. And due to that decrease, it feels like people are convinced that they can't be unique. People are more likely to convince themselves that there's no desire to do something if that uniqueness potential is already taken away. And I'm not talking about cultures that value conformity or cultures that have like career pre-selection and whatnot. More so the people that I talk to on an Americanized internet platform. So things like, I want to be a software engineer. I want to be a game developer. I want to be a VTuber. I want to be this generalized category of content creator. What kind of content creator you want to be? Well, I love technology. Let's be a tech tuber. There's lots of pre-selection algorithms now that convinces you to follow the path. And that path can be very daunting because you are inundated with every possible example of your path, as opposed to every possible permutation of your path. I did not do this because I saw someone else do this. Like, what I mean is, the very thing I'm doing now is not because I saw someone do it. I thought this would be a fun exercise for myself when I saw them doing something related to this. And then one day when I look back, I'm like, yep, that is my inability to be distracted on Showcase. What's the permutation of a path? I don't know. Getting on Twitch, seeing a particular person multiplied by the odds of that particular person influencing you to pick up whatever they're doing, then playing that game, and then playing every variant in the order of that game to that person's Twitch thing. It limits the permutation of the path. So if you type in like TechTuber, right? What are the odds? How many permutations of exposure will you have when you start searching for tech? It's probably going to be selected by an algorithm. Because those are the examples you're going to start with. Not for an adult thinker. Not for like someone who's pre-internet, usually. But for someone who is still looking for a path. As in, what does a successful content creator who likes to play Fortnite looks like? Well, you're going to have very few permutations of that path to becoming a successful Fortnite content creator, or what you may perceive as a Fortnite creator. Nowadays, it's a little different. There's some noise thrown in, right? But it's not to say that what are the chances you would get, say, a Fortnite player who doesn't only play Fortnite? It's probably less statistically probable than someone who does. Does permutation mean iteration? No, it doesn't. Different combinations of it. An iteration would require following the same person and iterating on it. I think maybe you're talking about a derivative. Oh, you know what? I might be using the math term improperly. So let's qualify this for a second. So a permutation is... Maybe I'm more likely using permutation as a combination. Right? And an iteration is like... a Fortnite, like for example, if you play Fortnite and then you continue to play Fortnite, but slightly different. I don't know if these are the actual definitions, but when I think of iteration, I think of within a subject or a sample. So it's like someone who plays a Fortnite and continues to play Fortnite slightly different. That's an iteration. However, a derivative can be an iteration, but what I'm using for derivative is now someone sees this and they start doing Fortnite and they iterate on Fortnite. So now you have two people. A derivative, they're derivatives of each other. It doesn't matter who's the original. I don't want to talk about originality. These are derivatives of each other, and then they're iterating on Fortnite. When I'm thinking about permutation, I'm talking about something that's unrelated to what's being iterated. So like, when someone types Fortnite, what are the chances you have a Fortnite specialist? I know I'm misspelling, but a Fortnite specialist versus someone who sometimes play Fortnite. Now, you're still going to get these two people, but which one is going to be represented in the higher frequency? Because it's algo. The one who's specialized in Fortnite and all the people who specialize in Fortnite, so their iterations and their derivatives, will be much greater than exposure to someone who has a permutation of Fortnite interest or a combination of Fortnite interest. As in, this person could like Fortnite and CSGO. But then you can say how many people specialize in Fortnite and CSGO. Probably the next step down. It goes from the highest frequency oftentimes to the lowest. It's not true anymore because there's some like algo mixing now that that's where the moderation is coming from, right? There's some algo mixing where occasionally they're like, hey, are you interested in this? Because this is kind of unrelated, but sort of related to the thing you're looking for. So is it measuring the difference of everyone who does something? I don't know. You say like there's some magical thing. I don't have a magical thing. I'm talking about like a theoretical how this works or something situation. I don't know what it measures. I'm talking about when you have algorithm, the algorithm is actually a lot more simple, like YouTube algorithm. Lots of people keep thinking they figured out the algorithm and like it's all really complicated and not. But in for transparency, there was interviews with the algorithm. The algorithm is largely based on frequency. That's it. Like, not to be too reductive because it's kind of still like smoke and mirrors. There's still smoke and mirrors because I don't see data or programming or anything. But the idea is it's measured by frequency, and oftentimes then, so what is the pool? If it's based on frequency, so like Fortnite is very popular, it will reinforce and continue to extend the lead of Fortnite unless some dramatic social, economic, political thing cuts Fortnite's support or something, like government moderation or something like that. Generally, if Fortnite is trending, it continues to trend until something supplants it as trendier. And then that trendier thing becomes more trendier. And then that algorithm will boost the trendier thing, right? It sounds like it's simple. And the YouTube people say, yeah, the algorithm is actually that rudimentary in the sense that if you think like, how do kids think right now? Like, how do adults think right now? Is language learning trendy? If it's not, then it's probably not worth doing. Because they don't have exposure to that. Now, we're not saying they know it's not worth doing. They just don't consider it as an option. You see what I mean? Like, why learn Japanese right now over, I don't know, Finnish? Sorry, Finnish. Sorry, Finland. Right? Algo, a lot of times. You're getting blasted by Japanese. I'm an example of that. I'm sorry, Procall. But I'm an example of that. I'm a product of this. I'm not saying I'm outside the system or something. I'm a product of this. Japanese. And what made Japanese influential prior to the internet? Well, now they adapted really well to the internet. Gaming. Anime. And then, so when you look these things up, it's often represented in Japanese. So if there's any choice, it's obviously Japanese. And hear me out. This is an inside joke. I actually picked this language because for the actual reason of understanding algo. So like I am kind of making this decision outside of the system. As in, I notice that Japanese is very topical. So that means it offers me the highest opportunities to talk about topical things when learning Japanese. And another very topical language is Spanish. And then it goes without saying, Chinese is the other one. So by coincidence, I didn't have to choose these languages to learn. But I chose them because I want to understand people who are more likely to choose these. And confirm anecdotally, or maybe reject anecdotally, if it has anything to do with trends. Right? Do people's intellectual curiosity, are they moderated or guided by trends? Or do I meet people of all facets of life? As in, you know, I go into a bar and I hear people talking about something that's not trendy. Probably not. Especially in the world of the post-internet world. Information travels fast and everyone's synced. They, you know, like a large majority of people are synced, and they're synced through a bottleneck, through a gestation chamber. The YouTube is one of the gestation chambers. Again, not completely true anymore because of regulation and moderation and conflicts and pushback. So much, I'll go back to your earlier comments regarding AI. A lot of times when something begins to take human choices away, humans have this really wonderful capacity to push back. So, this is off topic, but the rhino drawing looks like the rhino from Kung Fu Panda. Was that the inspiration? That is the rhino from Kung Fu Panda. That is that is supposed to be the rhino. Like I was using the rhino as an art study. The prompt is rhinoceros. sorry. I'm being a little cheeky right now. The prompt is rhinoceros. I couldn't think of something that's Chinese and Japanese that isn't a rhinoceros. Oh, and I'll let you figure out what is Chinese and Japanese in it. Every single prompt in my Inktober last year has a Chinese and Japanese element to it. So that was the gimmick. That was the theme of last year, because I spent last year language learning Chinese and Japanese. So every single picture has a Japanese and Chinese element. You think that language learning could have spikes of students based on a big international event? I agree. Duolingo capitalizes on that a lot. Who gives the prompts? It's a site called Inktober. It's by someone who created the original concept first. There's some legal battles on who, but nowadays people create their own prompts. Like what I mean is, lots of people. Now the question is lots of people, but I just go to the Inktober site, the one that started it. But there was like a lot of arguments and creative freedom and stuff. So most people, it's kind of like telling yourself, I'm going to do a 30-day challenge to lose weight. That's the prompt. I just choose to follow the surrogate tradition. The tradition is not because that person is the tradition. As a short story, 4 years ago, I knew somebody. Prokal, he might have been one of those 5 that rotated out, right? I mentioned how people rotate out of my life when it comes to professional, because they're healthy and they get married and they have a life, right? In this case, this person did get married and do have a life outside of what they used to do before I encountered them. And they were artwork. They did artwork. And one day they said, yeah, I'm going to do this Inktober thing. And I'm like, oh, that looks so interesting. And like many things I did before, this person was interested in something, and they also draw. So what did I do? I did it. I did it every day. That person got to week 7. That person got to day 7 and then quit. But that didn't stop me. I did it the next year, the year after that, and last year. And here we are. And we're going to do it again this October. And that's kind of the history of pretty much all my skills. Someone tells me that they're really interested in it, I follow through. If it's still interesting to me, that's my connection to that person. I still know who that person is because I still do Inktober every year. Maybe one day that person will come back and try to do it, and I can thank them. It's like, thank you for showing me the path of doing artwork. When did I start language learning? Sega. Thank you, Sega. Thank you, the writers of Yakuza Like a Dragon stuff. You know what I mean? So, and usually I do it until something more interesting comes along, right? So if someone wanted to become an animator, and they're like, hey, you should animate something with a Blender, then I might start animating things with Blender. Who knows? All right. That's enough digression. I'm not sure if I'm ever gonna get through this, but we got this. Now you should go to sleep, bro. Call. Like, I don't know how you're still awake. All right, so where were we? So we got to do some more stats, right? We talked about the approach on writing, vocabulary, and now we got some other numbers. We got to get to some other numbers. So some other numbers. To this date, this will contextualize a lot of other things. This isn't HanziHero isn't going to be as detailed because we're not really changing up a lot of things. Largely more like teasing what we're going to do in June. So let's look at our numbers. This is courtesy of what's baked in. So the baked in statistics, right? Baked in statistics offered by HanziHero, which is a lot more feature rich than Wanikani. And however, the Wanikani thing is offset by third-party prompts, right? Wikistats. So to this date, at the end of day 100, some numbers that are very, very interesting to people. We have HSK1 have 300 characters. Check, right? And then we have HSK2 at 265 out of 300. Pretty solid. So these are fixed. So if you wanted to see what they are, they're all 300 of them, and probably very similar order, right? So that's the coverage after 100 days. Now, what other interesting things we can say? There are 1,950 elements, right? And these elements, or lessons, so there might have been a lesson for every single one of these elements. Of that, we have 74 sounds, which we'll get into about how sounds work, because I do want to cover that. Sounds. 371 components. These would be equivalent to radicals. Mnemonic radicals. Much like Wanikani's mnemonic radicals. Different from formal radicals. There are standardized radicals meanings as well. But these are not standardized. These are for mnemonics. In their system. And then, of course, we already mentioned if you add these, there are 565 characters or Hanzi. Then there are 940 vocab words. So this is what we're looking at after 100 days, roughly 200 hours, minimum outside like input. There's quite zero outside input, as in I'm not paying attention to what I'm gathering from outside, and it's actually kind of minimum. Most of it is Japanese, and it's actually largely mostly Japanese right now. In the last 100 days. So how do we make sense of this, right? We can compare it to something we already know. Let's not do Wanikani because that's Japanese, right? Oh, and one thing to note is in order to count as a complete, it's 2 consecutive successes. So a complete is you get 2 consecutive success. So basically, if the prompt comes up, the lesson comes up. Actually, it's not even 2 consecutive success. It's 1. So this is something very different from Wanikani. So if you get the 1 review, so you get the lesson, that unlocks the character. And immediately, you get the 1 review the next day. Next day. That counts as one of these things. So if you get a lesson and like a Hanzi lesson, and then when I log in tomorrow, like when I do my stream and I get that review, I will get that review and I get it right, this number goes up by 1. That is very different from Wanikani, where Wanikani has a 5 consecutive success staggered schedule. So what that means is when you get 1 review after the lesson, it counts as a pip. Okay, so the unlock is 1. That's one of them. And then the next one is review in 4 hours, then 8 hours, then 12 hours, and then 24 hours. And then 36 hours, I think. Then it's unlocked and the ticker goes up. So that's how the peak happens. It's between 5 and 6 days. So then 10 and 11 days of the 2 peaks. So instead, HanziHero is you learn it the next day, if you remember, off to the races. And it is based on to me, it is based on a daily schedule. So I don't know exactly what the timing is, but instead of 4, trying to truncate the next 2 days with extra exposure, it feels more like a immediate day. Then it feels, I don't know if this is written somewhere, I should have checked this. Then it's like 2 days, 4 days, and so on. So it's quite a significant recurrence. So they don't they don't recur on like a really rapid rate. It's not as condensed in it. So no matter what, we're always moving forward with characters, and vocabulary obviously is lagging behind, because if I have 565 Hanzi, right, these characters, these can produce way more than 940 vocabulary words with 565 characters. How do I know this? We can compare it to Duolingo Chinese. This is where I can introduce some numbers from Duolingo Chinese again. So in Duolingo Chinese, I went back and looked at it. So in to compare some numbers for to HanziHero, it was about 200 days, right? 200 days, and it was like roughly 4 hours a day. I'm gonna say 3 hours a day. And that was like all my source as well of input. And Duolingo has a by input. Duolingo has a schedule system where it's a combination of input, 1 input, and 2 days of output. 1 input, 2 days of output. So it's every 3rd day there's an input, right? So it kind of, in terms of like workload per se, it kind of looks like this. Where it's like 1, 2, 3, right? 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. So it's on a 3-day cycle where the lesson set of the input is here. And then the rest is output. That's what my schedule roughly looks like in terms of his workload. However, while we're doing this, 200 days, at the end of this 200 days was the conclusion of the Duolingo Spanish course. And it was roughly 780 characters. Approximately 780 Hanzi. And with that 780, it was about, I'm going to say, roughly 2,000 vocabulary words. No, that might be an overestimate. We'll say conservatively, we'll say 1,800 vocabulary words. So if you're looking at the ratio, it's fairly clear that Duolingo was not aiming to expand Hanzi in the value of time compared to their vocabulary. They did quite rely heavily on maximizing, oh, we have this kanji or this Hanzi. How do we reuse it? There's, to reinforce a Hanzi character, they use vocabulary words to reinforce the Hanzi character. And that's how they get the memory for the Hanzi read. In this case, Hanzi takes first. It's prioritized to go first. Regardless if you know vocabulary words, you will be able to learn and read the character in its isolation in anticipation for the vocabulary word, right? Vocab was used as a source of understanding Hanzi. So even then, you can see, okay, well, that's pretty neat. You can say 200 days. In half the time, it looks like I'm approaching how much Hanzi that Duolingo has. But there is a difference here. So the one thing, there's a silver lining to this. So unlike the Japanese Duolingo course, the Duolingo Chinese course only have 2 different types of prompts, which is translate A to B, and then B to A. And then but they have one thing at minimum that is not present in HanziHero, and that is a section for grouping, which was mentioned up here for grouping characters. So they expand on grouping characters by incorporating writing lessons. So this is taking my pen and writing the every novel character. So the Hanzi, at least for exposure. So the exposure is you are exposed to stroke order. And then they have additional exercises in this category for grouping. And grouping based on these things, the 3 things I listed up there, which is meaning, sound, and visual, like the writing itself. So when something shares a character, they're grouped together. When they sound similar, they also are grouped together. And meaning, they're grouped together. Like their meaning relationships. So if you have antonym pairs, they would be grouped together. If they have similar meanings, they would be grouped together. Any way combination of something that gets you to relate the characters together. That is their way of implicitly trying to get you to remember characters, and it works quite well in my opinion. But that might be a coincidence. This might be like a a selection thing. So while that's happening, of the 200 hours, I did not think so. I doubled down on this exposure to writing. So in my routine, I've dedicated a substantial amount of time, actually over 25% of the time, to writing the associations. So I wrote Hanzi and I associate them in shorthand. That is something I do not do in in HanziHero. You going to sleep now? Been good chatting? Yeah, as always. You're always welcome, Procol. Feel free to distract me. It gives me a challenge. I want to tell you that mania is not a bad thing if it's controlled. So even if I tell you that I'm getting mania from something you're saying, it's gonna end up being managed to be used as a good thing, as a modest thing. I'll let you know if I'm a little overwhelmed, but try not to associate too much things with negativity and concern. I'm usually very, very active about turning something that is working and it's important and natural to something advantageous. I hope you sleep well. I'm glad you can sleep now, hopefully. I'll catch you on the next one, Procol. Thanks for keeping me company. So, the thing about this is, when you group characters together is what I do all the time. So then there's no mnemonics, right? So here, Duolingo does not use mnemonics, but the way they present information implicitly creates that mnemonics for me. So what happened is I spent a lot of time writing in Chinese or in simplified Chinese. Oh, and we also have to remember that this is simplified characters. So that might actually play a potential difference in how the frequency of characters and whatnot. So I'm writing also. So most of my aptitude for writing came from Duolingo. I wrote Japanese in the same type of association because that's how they taught kanji as well. Kanji gets allocated to a collection, and that collection gets associated by meaning, sound, and visuals, and then they introduce it first by the stroke order. So I get double in activation. So much like Wanikani's interaction with HanziHero, Duolingo interacts with itself between Chinese and Japanese. In this situation, where you get stroke order, I get to practice. I associate the characters through associating their meanings and sounds and appearance by writing. So I have most of my stroke orders down. And occasionally now, I would say over 80% of the stroke orders, either it's going to be close or it's on top of the stroke order. So nowadays, I look up rare, quote unquote, rare situations where stroke orders can deviate between Chinese and Japanese, and then rare situations where there are font and print changes that can obscure the stroke order. But most of my penmanship, like things like this, are due to Duolingo. So when you take into account, those are apples and oranges comparison situations. So in the long run, though, there is also another thing that is not invisible here. It takes me a split second, like at least a split second, to accommodate and land on an answer when I'm familiar with something. Maybe up to like the the ones I pause, on average, I would say I spend less than 30 seconds per prompt of hundreds of characters. And that kind of translates into the time savings, right? The time savings. However, in Duolingo, it is obligatory to write sentences or construct sentences, even if it's the same sentence all over again, constantly. So I hear, you know, 我说的中文很不错 or 很好 right? Perhaps or 我喜欢用我喜欢用多邻国 right? Something like that over and over again. So all the auxiliary words like 我你说喜欢要没有还没有一定很好了 like 买了卖了 those things get repeated substantially in volume, and they form the structure, how they go about it. Duolingo, that ends up becoming my skeleton for all the things I plug in. So over time, I've become accustomed to structurally creating just simple sentences. And yes, that is not the same as having a conversation. That is also not committing to having developed paragraphs. Right? I'm not saying these things. We're saying things that Wanikani and HanziHero does not do. They don't measure these things, or they do not produce these output. So that is to clarify the apples and oranges, in which there might be a time discrepancy. There's legitimately a physical, noticeable detraction from how much time being used. So if you say, looking at these things, sometimes I'm ever curious when someone says, and it does happen, like Procall mentioned, like Duolingo Japanese is slow, right? And I totally get it. When it comes to the volume, when I'm thinking of SRS, I really thought it was going to be a little closer, or like a little bit like of a crazier, more significant look at things. But maybe because of my schedule and my habits, my pace is taking into a lot of things that I do. It's not very different. Now the question is, how well did I retain everything, right? And that's hard to measure, because I can guarantee you I do not remember all 780 Hanzi characters, and I also do not remember all 1800 vocabulary. And due to like focusing on Wanikani, I can't discern what is it that's attributed to Duolingo versus what is attributed to HanziHero anymore. But the nice thing I can tell you is, whenever a context sentence comes up, whatever I remember about Duolingo, sure enough comes up, right? And it reinforces and complements each other. So in the long run, in my opinion, this is a modest difference between something that a lot of people really, really like in their normal routine, and then they're talking about how crappy Duolingo is and etc. And in my hands, I guess I don't see this as an incredible, desperate difference. There's one gigantic caveat. I do way more than what the tool suggests to do for me. So that effort is normalizing. So you could make an argument that I work as hard as I think I can with the schedules that I have. And because I do that, regardless of how easy the tool makes it, my progress, the raw, like these things, which is not where I value my progress, is their whole hum. The statistical difference of them pretty much is like, it's fairly unremarkable in terms of talking about the wild promotional accusations or the promotion distinctions about prevailing thought regarding something is crappy, something doesn't work, something is garbage, you're wasting your time. It's not that wild. Like, for me, it's not that wild. And I think this will continue to be the reality. Now, am I saying one is more efficient than the other? Absolutely not, because I just stated that a substantial amount of it doesn't even overlap in the way they introduce the content. So if you're using HanziHero and using Duolingo, you are effectively using different forms of input. And that different forms of input may lead to diminished return because they overlap on their goals, for sure. But the process is different, unless you choose to make it the same. Right? And here's how you make it the same. You look at these numbers, one is bigger than the other, and they're the same. That's it. In 200 days, I learned less vocabulary words. Actually, I learned about the same amount of vocabulary words if this keeps going, right? Which I'm going to tell you, this is going to speed up because sounds have peaked. We covered all of the pinyin sounds, which I'll go over in a bit too. Honestly, I want to highlight this next part. Yeah, my voice is going, but I want to highlight how sounds are done and then how that relates quickly to all the other things. But sound is a really wonderful system. I think it's a great system. A system that I can build on and I can customize myself. So I can take that same approach and go on into the next. Heck, I might even do one for Japanese. I don't know. It sounds wild, but I kind of want to see if I can make it work. The sounds work now because also it only has one read largely and whatnot, but it would be really fun to make one for Japanese, just for fun, right? So we'll go over that soon. So that is something that HanziHero, I spent time on that. So if you're thinking about, oh yeah, so this is about 200 hours and it's 100 days, but part of that 100 days for me is to understand how the system works. Now, not everyone is going to sit there and spend the last 15 minutes of their collective every single review trying to say like, oh yeah, so that's Xena in the house of the beach, Xena inside the house is looking at portraits of rivers with a blowgun. Like, they probably aren't gonna do that. They trust the system, use the system. I like to understand the system so then I can like bend it and mold it to my use. So for Duolingo, I did something above it. Like writing in association is fantastic because making webs of relationships is great because, in my opinion, that's what's under the hood. I feel making webs of association was what was implicitly telling me what Duolingo said, hey, that's what we wanted you to do, and that's my best representation of it. So I use it to reinforce. I develop on top of it and then get some writing in. So now I have writing. I actually think if you give me a brush and a pen instead of, hurting my wrists on doing this a lot of times, I think my penmanship can be very good translatably onto a piece of paper. So that came as a consequence, as an inspiration of Duolingo. It's not it didn't demand you to do that. So that's kind of all of these hidden things. So those are something that relates to Duolingo Chinese and some to Wanikani. Wanikani does have all these. Wanikani does not have any of these two. I didn't do this comparison in Wanikani, but Wanikani in Duolingo Japanese also had a few more prompts and then the matching system and stuff. But the very noticeable thing that I double down on also does not exist in Wanikani, which is to create a web of interaction, which actually in the Wanikani community, someone actually did this, which was really fun to look at. They made a whole collage. It took them like several days, like several tens of hours to create a web for all of them, to up to like level 14 or something, how the web looks when they interact. And that's what I did for every unit, for Duolingo Chinese and Japanese. And it started with Japanese and it was adapted to Duolingo Chinese. So that's a lot of fun backstory when it comes to this. Now, one thing I really want to describe now is the sound system. So what I have taken away from, like, I talked about Wanikani and their near rhyme system, right? Near rhyme system or keyword system, and I was extracting the keywords from Wanikani to make it so that I can flexibly change the mnemonic while double downing on their keywords. Like, for example, 次, right? 次 is 2, or ji, you know, jitsu, ji is ji, G-E-E, or like ben is bento, sen is centaur, right? So after a while, I have this collage, and I'm gonna call it a cipher, and I'm using that cipher to alter mnemonics so that it can benefit me to make it more relatable. But at the same time, whenever a new mnemonic comes up, I already have exposure to integrating their keywords, and it lowers the amount of time that it takes for me to acquire a new meaning and then roll over mnemonics. HanziHero also has something for reads as well, specifically for reads. So I'm going to call it the HH sound system, right? It sounds like something like a tech tuber would say, the HH sound system. Okay, the HH sound system starts with a character. So it has 3 components: a character, a location. No, sorry, a position. I do in this order most of the time: a position, then a location. That's how most of the mnemonics are worded. So you can have something like Xena, right? Xena is inside the chapel. So when you plug this together, you have Xiang. So that's the system. You have the 2 for the tone. You have the character for the initial, and the location for the final. And this is used to position the components. So it's the components in a character. So in Hanzi, or sometimes there are mix in it, but this is the average. So the components in a Hanzi will be used to create the mnemonic. So say, that's a good one. Someone that is a little bit more detailed. So like I can think of oh, that's terrible. Right, this character, that could be written a little bit better in proportion. But this character, for example, So you have the components in a Hanzi, right? This is a Hanzi, and you have 3 components. You have hill plus stretch plus spool, right? Spool. So this is the hill. It's been introduced. What was the stretch? And then spool, or spool thread. I'm just shorthanding for spool. So now you have, and this is not the character. This is we should change this up to make it relevant to this character. So we have Timmy Turner. Yes. Yeah. So we have Timmy Turner in the basement of the English Manor? Yes. The English Manor. And put together, right? Put together. You have Ting. Uh-oh. I better make sure. It's still not that great without association. Like with the word. I guess this is what? Ting, like stand straight, maybe ting chu. I picked a weak one. Some one that I'm like fairly weak recently. Wanted to pick something that is not the greatest. Give me a sec. This is to erect of all the words. Oh wait, it's fingers. I screwed up. It's not hills, it's fingers. Rip my life. Well, that's embarrassing. Not really. I knew I had problems with this one. So fingers. And I remember the thing now. That makes sense. Why I couldn't get King. So is it? Gotta make sure. Yeah. So we have fingers, stretch, and spool thread. And I think how it worked is Timmy Turner, right? So it says Timmy Turner is in the basement, right? Basement of the English Manor. And he wants to fix his posture. He wants to fix his posture in the basement. So what he did to stand more erect. And erect is the key word. This is the meaning of this, or to be erect, to stand up straight, right? So what he did was he stretched And often the mnemonic is written in the sense that they use the character in the mnemonic meaning, and he wanted to stretch, right? Then he wanted to stretch, and how he did it is he hold thread, he hold a spool of thread between his fingers, at the tip of his fingers, actually, at the tip of his fingers, while he's standing perfectly erect, right? Going back to erect. And then he has a friend who, you know, you can imagine like a Wednesday thing or an Addams Family thing. A finger that would like, a finger that stands by and would reprimand him, would like hit him every time he fails to stay erect, right? So, in essence, what you end up having is you are trying to, and I've modified a lot of these things over time. You have to, oftentimes I find the most useful way is you have to determine the character. So you have to place the character somehow in the mnemonic. So Timmy Turner is a character from Fairly Odd Parents. And Timmy Turner has fairly godparents, right? So you could make something that makes sure that you know it's Timmy. In this case, initially, if I didn't, it could be confused with like Jimmy Neutron or something, right? So Timmy wished that he had a better posture, but Fairly Odd Parents, you know, his Fairly Godparents says, that's easy, just stand up straight. So he went into the basement, right? Then we need to figure out why he did it in the basement. He was hiding from, you know, he was doing it in the privacy of his of the English manor in which he lives because he's a ritzy person, that kind of thing. And what you do is you're trying to characterize the English manor and its basements and the character in the mnemonic somewhere, which not all mnemonics varies. It varies in quality. But when you have trouble remembering a character, you try to implement the mnemonic to the character's characteristic. So this is something that's absent in Wanikani, where it can be any character for the service of the near rhyme. But in this case, in order to know the initial, you have to know the characters you're playing, but you can change the characters. Like T, you can choose someone else who's T and create a mnemonic in which they would be doing something to stand up straight, right? And then you can choose another location that looks like Ing, that doesn't have to be the English manner, where you can characterize the basement, the 5 locations, which you can choose any 5 locations, but they have 1 is outside, 2 is inside the main atrium or whatever the main component is, 3 is in the basement, 4 is in the bathroom, and 5 is on the roof. That's the setup. And then over time, if I have trouble with, say, I forgot what the position is, or I forgot what the location is, I would embellish the mnemonic in order to remind me, oh, this is happening in the basement of the English manor. And sometimes there are keywords. Not all mnemonics have this in TLC, but generally speaking, if you don't need it, you don't have to add it, right? So, for example, there's locations like the electricity plant, which is marked like this. And oftentimes it deals with things that need electricity, right? The beach. What? What Oh, sorry. I was like, where is that sound coming from? Sorry. I was like, where is that sound coming from? And it was coming from my phone. Apparently Google Assistant got triggered or something, and it's like a guy now? That's weird. Anyways, sorry, that was my bad. I wasn't keeping track. I'm like, where's that sound coming from? Okay, so like the beach house, there's sand. Lots of sand things. You know, beach house sand. And then when you have characters, you could have like quirks. Quirks like Hulk, for example. Smashing. Something ill-tempered. Or something like that. Or Jimmy Neutron, which is something like smart related, like being a genius related. And then I think the weakest one is probably the position, which you have again as a review outside, inside the main area, the basement, the bathroom, and then the roof. And these are 1, 2, 3, 4, and neutral. All right. Right? Those are the 4. And oftentimes each of the locations tend to have some aspects. And it was introduced in the beginning where when they introduce a new location, they would try to Kevin has like a rough description of the different locations, but that's really hard to take in firsthand. So alternatively, what I have done was retroactively describe like, okay, so I know the location type and the place a lot of times. To get the tone, I'm gonna add like a few keywords, like the bathroom has tiles or something. And then the basement tends to be something dingy or stored away in a general sense. Inside is self-explanatory because usually the inside one is pretty good because it's context specific for the location, like electricity and sand. And then outside is also fairly context specific for like outside of a power plant might be something very visible or occasionally, right? And then the roof is less so most of the time because not many things are neutral by nature. So I haven't really paid attention too much to that. Again, as a need basis. So this is fantastic to me. Now, one of the things that have come to be very useful is the idea of using this to check my tones. So tone checking has become an asset, in my opinion. Tone checking is fantastic. So a lot of times I would be like, okay, well, this is ting, but is it ting? Or is it ting or ting? Right? Ting, ting, or ting. A lot of times when you remember all of these pieces, the more pieces you remember, the more likely you remember the rest. So while this may look elaborate at first, it becomes incredibly efficient later. And one thing that is great, in my opinion, is yes, there is a possibility. I have considered a problem here where you could reach a problem of turnover. So what do I mean by turnover? That's when you make the mnemonic optional, right? When the mnemonic is optional. So then you just jump right to the read, right? And that's actually what I do most of the time now. So after a couple runs, which is actually the first 2 or 3 times, immediately then I try to abandon the mnemonic. And what I mean by that is I look at the character, I tell myself, this is what I think it is. And then I can retroactively look at this to check. And the nice thing about that is I can test the thing test my confidence, and then go back and double check. And the thing about all of this is there are so many moving parts that are allows the flexibility of contextualization and like context yourself, like the mnemonics, that you can look at a character, create the script, and somehow recall the relationships very regularly. And the idea is it's not reliant on what someone hears, what someone sees, and what someone says. It's most of the time, it's relying on your creativity, on what comes natural with the environment. And what I mean by that is, since I've made a lot of the shorthand, and because it's so detailed, I can summarize it. I can paraphrase this, in my opinion. So I can paraphrase these things. I'm putting this into my own words as I'm going along. And that's what was incredibly efficacious to me when I was doing Duolingo stuff. Duolingo gives you a lot of example sentences, but they're not connected in any way. So I spent my time connecting them. As in, I tell myself, oh, this vocabulary is often modified by this vocabulary word, and therefore now I can see that how I could arrange them together in one mnemonic or one sentence in order to remember both of them. If I am tall, then some people are short. If someone is rich, then someone is poor. Right? That kind of thing. In this way, this also does a very similar thing. So I actually think making a more elaborate system that is not rooted in rudimentary and small granularity ended up going a long way in investing forward. So once you get the hang of this, it's kind of one of those, once you get a hang of a modular system, the sky's the limit. You can modular, you can command it, you can wield it, you can bend it, you can customize it. And I can even replace it. In fact, it would be fun again to create a system for Japanese, like something of my own creation, maybe for a thought experiment. But generally speaking, this system was really wonderful. I'm glad it's certainly not the most elegant and or refined, but the thing is, it can be as refined as you make it, because once you understand the underlying system, it works. For me, I can command it, right? And Wanikani is the same. It's a cipher. I use Wanikani as a cipher. This looks like a cipher as well. It's a different form of a cipher, right? You're going through filters. And I find that turnover is a lot quicker or more unnoticeable or intuitive for HanziHero than I did with no, not crypto. So in Wanikani's way, I think simplification and oversimplification made it that the nuance can cause you to stick to places. So when I was talking about difficulties that I had with Wanikani and how I'm addressing it, right? It came with a lot of scripts, and it came with opportunities and creating subsystems like a meta game, like a meta thing that I'm doing, adding extra layers in order to increase the consistency, because I have interference. For example, I talked about how near rhymes, when they say something like you saw, right? You saw, somehow that's supposed to sound like yoso, which it doesn't. And to me, and every time I go and do that, the downside of near rhymes is they also sound like something else quite often. And yes, HanziHero does do some of that for near rhyming, like Timmy Turner. But most of the time, the character doesn't sound like you'll hear Kevin write over and over again. This doesn't have an English equivalent or etc. But I don't think it's relevant to that. If you embellish based on a placeholder, It comes with territory. Largely, they used it as a way to represent the initial that you want to type. So in a way, it ended up being a silver lining for the most part, because for me, relying on near rhymes did not aid in the Japanese thing. And also, in this case, the read is attached to the meaning and the mnemonic of the character. So the character, the meaning, the primary meaning that they want, and the read is all connected together. There's no breaking them. In Wanikani, you're remembering two separate things, and oftentimes they can be desperately of different tone. So, for example, you could suddenly be talking about a rhinoceros, and then suddenly you'd be talking about making pizza or something. That's not a real example, but I think a more subtle example would be, sheeps make, like, oh, there's a sheep. Oh, a more recent one for Wanikani is a character for Western and Ocean, right? They would paint a picture of a sheep on a tsunami with a cowboy hat for Western. And then the mnemonic is that the Western sheep likes yogurt. And it's yo. It still works. Like I'm saying it does, like, you know, I'm not saying it doesn't work. However, the way this is constructed, they have to tie in with each other consistently in a format. So that format becomes so consistent. You hear the character, you hear the position, you hear the location. Now you're looking for 3 keywords that establishes the position, the character, and location. And then all the components you can see from the character making its way into the mnemonic, regardless how ridiculous they are associated, and then the keyword. And when you know all these things, it takes 2 or 3 on average elements to gather the rest. In Wanikani, if you don't know the near rhyme or the keyword, it is actually very difficult to get the mnemonic, because the near rhyme has to sound like the read, and it can be an object or any form of speech that is not consistent. So yo is for yogurt, sen is for centaur, but there's no rhyme or reason when the centaur comes into the picture of a mnemonic, and when does yogurt come in, and how that relates and pair up with their reads, or like their characters. Yo could look like anything. And you might be thinking, well, Japanese has a lot of reads, and they have a lot of reads, and lots of reads sound the same. It's like no less than Chinese. Like no, not substantially more than Chinese. Sorry, Chinese has more. So when you're concerning and making an argument like, oh, well, they're gonna overlap with mnemonics, right? You're gonna say, well, yogurt's gonna be in everything then, and yogurt can be always in the refrigerator. Like, yeah, but now you have to attach the other identifiers to the yogurt. So even though many characters were in the basement of the English manor, right? Ting. Actually, this is a bad example because so far I think this is the only Ting I have. Oh no, I have Ting. I still have Ting, right? And or Ke, for example. I have 3 different Kes, which is Kermit the Frog in the bathroom of the electricity plant. But all 3 Kes are distinguished by their characters. So I see the Ke, but I also see 3 different characters. And those 3 different characters establish their meaning without overlapping, regardless if they sound the same. In Wanikani, it's very difficult to establish all my yos. Like, I can think of two yos. And I have 2 rows right now. Do. I have 2 dos right now in my current set. So to me, it's kind of an interesting contrast. I think this is the highlight of it sounds like it's a little clunky and whatnot. And someone actually dropped by and said, "What's the point of? Isn't this just like extra clunk?" I'm like, fair enough, I suppose. You can go through rote memory, but I found being invested in these kind of little clever things make me work harder, and I really quite enjoy it. I might actually, like, I can't even think about, I have favoritism, obviously. I can't even think about trying to implement how Wanikani's system, like how they were developing their mnemonics and applying it to HanziHero, because all I can think of is it's gonna be like the donut gets in the way of something. Okay, now the donut gets in the way of something, and like the leader, a donut gets in the way of a leader, and now the leader needs a donut, and then now the leader trips over a donut, and now there's 2 donuts the leader has, and they're all doughs, and I'm like thinking, which one is it? All of these have leader, and they all have dough in them. Like, what? Like, that's kind of how I could see what would happen on the Chinese side of things, because the Chinese side of things has a lot of reads that tend to overlap, right? Or a lot more reads. Not that Japanese do not. I still think it's an interesting system that HanziHero has. In my opinion, I can imagine a more intuitive scalability than Wanikani. Now, with all of that said, we still have to remember that mnemonics turn over. So once something is burned into you, you can turn over the mnemonics and then free up using your mnemonics for something else. So for the most part, I use this when I need to, but generally speaking, if I know the read and I can see the read, I go there, and so that I don't like try to fossilize these mnemonics. When you fossilize the mnemonics, it's gonna balloon, right? Eventually you can reach a critical mass where you're confusing, I don't know, Timmy Turner with Jimmy Neutron in a stretch position. That's what I've done once. Ting versus Jian and Ting. And I don't know, it doesn't help when you're hearing it in isolation. The character that I'm imagining in my head, it's perfectly fine. And for Wanikani, it's turning over, right? So at some point, it doesn't matter if you know Sen or Centaur, because this Sen will be forever Sen. And now you move on and use Centaur temporarily for the acquisition of a new kanji character, right? Or kanji. And that is probably what I'm doing to offset some of the scalability issues of mnemonics. When you become overlapping, there's only so limited overlap that you can handle, in my opinion, right? In my opinion. So, basically then, I want to go over some of the things that I've changed over this. I think I've highlighted most of the things. I got this, me and Procol talked so much about physics and other things. I really like talking about that, and I could do this for days, but yeah, we got to get into our little things about HanziHero. What did I not cover? Oh, there's also other features that I implemented that I really enjoy doing. And over the times, besides the change, yeah, you know what? We can do it here. So besides the change of this, we also have to consider mistakes, right? So mistakes. This is something that did remarkably change over time. So sometimes you might forget things. So that is in the field of mistakes, right? So I'm gonna write it on a different. So mistakes. Which is usually in this territory, right? Mistakes. So oftentimes I can't retroactively go back and look at mistakes. And there is a feature, what you call it, HanziHero already has a double check feature, which I started using in the last 3 weeks, which is made note by the same person who talked about how I could turn off the soft lock from a character to a vocabulary word. So I had been using this, and I'm using it in. It was actually here that I decided that in Wanikani I use double check. And how to do this is that whenever double check happens, whenever I hit a 50-50 or like hit a maybe an 80-20 guess, I would test it. I would take the 80, and if it's correct, then I would double down on the mnemonic, or double down on what is correct about that line of thinking. So I wanted to try to fossilize how I got to that line of thinking, or not really fossilize, but try to make it permanent for a little bit, like at least in the short term. If I miss the 20, 80, like if it ends up in the 20%, as in 80% of the time, I'm like, I'm gonna take a stab at it, and it is usually like, great, awesome. And then 20% of the time, I'm like, oh my gosh, I have no idea. Like, there's no position, no tones, no nothing. So then I take a gamble and I log the mistake. Right? I log the mistake, and that's where HanziHero has a really wonderful thing where it categorizes the last month of mistakes. And with that, what I add to it as part of my routine is I end the day. So when I'm ending the day, I go over all of my mnemonics, my new mnemonics, which is kind of what I do in Wanikani to some extent, which is doing this entire system here, right? Going through that, and then I go through all the vocabulary words. I forgot to say how this ends up translating to vocabulary words. So once they take the components in the Hanzi, you then know the two characters, and then those two characters get lumped into a mnemonic. So like if you know, like this is erect, right, to stand straight, it can be combined with out, chu, right, chu. So then you have ting chu, which is to oh no, that might be the stand out bravely forward that I'm thinking of. But yeah, I don't have a really good example. Maybe like ting xiang, basically to stand up. You have up, above, combined with ting here, and it'll be stand up, right? And that part, it's kind of okay. I haven't really decided how I was going to look. The thing that I'm doing for vocabulary is I'm writing the pinyin and then double checking at the end if I know the meaning. And I'm aggressively using double check to expand meaning on any vocabulary words. And with the vocabulary words, I double back, which I'm doing for Wanikani, I double back and incorporate all these vocabulary words back into the Hanzi catalog. So like if the character has a meaning that I kind of like, I will add it back to the synonym of the Hanzi. And that's the same thing as for Wanikani or kanji. So what Kevin is eventually going to do, and also Wanikani acknowledged this too, where from the content creators, what they're trying to do, like the people who manage the content of the content adjustment, they're talking about this ever problem of synonyms and adjustments, right? Synonyms and adjustments retroactively. And I'm a lot of people like that I read don't want to go through that. They're like, if I'm going to do that, I might as well just get an Anki deck and make my own Anki deck. And that's true. And for me, I go through the process of doing this because if I do it, I'm doing more work and I'm forming the associations myself. So for example, a Hanzi that could only, maybe a Hanzi for I keep using things, but for example, this Hanzi, it could originally only mean thing, but over time, it also means matter to me. And also over time, it could be issue. So what happens over time is, as I'm aggressively taking liberties on how I'm interpreting and feeling a vocabulary word, those meanings then get feedback to the synonyms for these kanji. And whether they're accurate or not, like accurate enough, or you can create like, oh, but it's not really that, it's not. The idea is I'm using these synonyms and groupings to get back to the primary meaning. And in the long run, it's when you hear things in context and in paragraphs and in sentences that you can shape what they primarily mean or secondarily mean. So the ultimate goal is not necessarily to become so fixated on the exact meaning when you're learning out of context. It's to gather enough overall gist, right? Overall gist to be able to, when you read it in context, you have a starting place like, oh, okay, so let's put this all together. And it seems like, yeah, here's the nuance of the text. So that's what my focus is on. And I didn't mention that in Wanikani, but it is as a consequence of HanziHero's design. So it's baked in. I just hit, I think it's just Control Z, and it turns yellow, and I go at it again. So I take multiple guesses, actively take all the information that I know, which now I also do in Wanikani, where it's not about trying to be wrong or right. It's about collectively thinking about all the context you can wield. And it is inefficient. Like a lot of people would say, why don't you just read it in a sentence in a paragraph? It'll be faster. It's like, yeah, certainly. The idea is I like the challenge of doing that. And sometimes it's very engaging. I still do the reading graded readers and whatnot, but this is a different approach. And I enjoy filling out things and challenging myself to do these things. So it has become incredibly engaging once double check was in place. And the inspiration to go straight to a double check is HanziHero. HanziHero's baseline has this feature, right? Alternatively, there's also something that I had to kind of wiggle into Wanikani, and Wanikani still doesn't have an implement, like it's difficult to work with the API, but context sentences. So recently, over the change, it's like the last 3 weeks, they have target sentence cards.
And I fully embraced that. I turned that on. It was on beta. So target sentence cards. Basically, when a vocabulary shows up, specifically vocabulary. So this is a vocabulary thing. When you do the read, it will play the entire sentence. It's all the sentences are synthetically generated. So for those who don't like synthetics, sorry, that's how they save money and time, right? Synthetic, they can regenerate the samples over and over again when someone has a complaint, right? So it's a synthetic voice. However, even in Duolingo Chinese, which actually the generated voice here is kind of nice, maybe even more pleasing to my ears than Duolingo Chinese ones, but ultimately it serves as a way to get a ballpark idea of what it sounds like. And overall, I think the Chinese one is fairly well developed in general, like wherever they're getting their baseline synthetic voice bank and then maturing it to some extent, it's very functional. It might not be true for Japanese because the subtlety of pitch accent is very subtle, right? I think tonality does have subtleties, but they're far more flexing things to discern them. So even synthetic voices to me doesn't sound quite absurd. And the nice thing about that is you place a read, you hear the read, and a lot of times you get so used to it that when I hear the target sentence, I know point blank, word for word, immediately what it means. And I don't even and you don't even translate the sentence anymore, right? In Duolingo, you still have an extra step. When you hear it, you still have to translate it and then focus on the target word, right? What the target word that you're trying to learn. So that can create extra repetition, but at the same time, it can create just like unfocused point of view, right? So now we have 3 different ways, right? In Wanikani, I decide to implement the context sentences. So now we have 3 points of contrast. In Wanikani, when I look at a vocabulary word, if I don't know what it means, I'll read the context sentences, the context sentence that was underneath it, that was provided by Ko, and see if that helps. If not, then I take a guess, right? But I only take a guess when I'm truly stuck on the word. So that is a backup. Now in HanziHero, it's targeted sentence cards. So no matter what, I enter the read and I'm only responsible for the translation of the word. So it causes me to focus on that word, but I hear the rest. So I know what the rest means now, despite if I know the context. Sometimes I don't know the target word's meaning, which is a little bit rare, but it does happen. Because of like how flexible the Chinese language is. Like sometimes it could be the difference between to get happy or to be happy, or sometimes, and I go and aggressively change and add and be more flexible. That's where the double check comes in, right? It's an interaction. But hearing the target sentences means that I can focus on the vocabulary word in the context of the target sentence. And then lastly, in Duolingo, which is no longer true for Chinese, but it still happens for Spanish, how Spanish and later the second half of the Japanese course, I can still go back to seeing how I feel and compare when you have to reconstruct the entire sentence over and over again, which so far preliminary in Spanish, it's pretty clear that I kind of gravitate towards targeted sentences. So it sounds like that whatever HanziHero's design philosophy is, I initially gravitate towards it. So even the choices for target sentences come up, and honestly, it's kind of reminiscent of Anki. So I might be able to concede and verify and confirm that, yeah, I really like the way Anki does do things. And at the same time, I wouldn't have known that the other things would also work. Largely, when I say I think Anki, I might gravitate towards Anki's design, is not to say that I would embrace it because I'm interested in learning the ways I'm preferentially learning. I'm interested in how I can learn differently while learning things. So all these compare and contrast are really interesting to me. What's another thing that comes up? Now, there is a feature that I haven't enabled yet, which I'm considering in the future. So consider in future. And that's dictionary mode. And this is a bit more restrictive, but you can add things to the rotation of HanziHero that you find in the wild that's not in HanziHero. So they have been working on this, was in beta for a while now, where you add things that you find in the wild that are particularly important to you but not currently. So there is still this flexibility, and if my HanziHero experience continue to go on, there's a chance that I'll integrate whatever I'm playing in Chinese or in a video game. I would mark them down and I would add them to HanziHero. Right? So that's something that I'll be considering in the future in order to integrate an incentive to listen more carefully, thinking about how to extract an immersion. On the Japanese side of thing, we're going to continue with Duolingo Japanese as the second thing, right? And in Chinese, not only is it video games, it's also LLMs. So in June, so the biggest directional change soon is using LLMs in prompt design for Chinese. And I gave a few examples already yesterday. I was teasing them because SD is very forward about using LLMs and practicing French with LLMs. So when I talk about prompt designs, I'm talking about like ways to ask questions that are useful for me learning something. And this is in the future. So one thing that is very useful for me is, I give an example, summarize a game. Summarize a game that I need to remind myself to check out, or summarize a game. So in Chinese, right? In Chinese, so that I can understand what it's like to describe a video game. How do I describe Slay the Spire in Chinese? How do you describe Outer Wilds in Chinese? So I'm going through all the games, things that I've curated and practiced endlessly, tirelessly in English. So things that I want to be able to say that represents the things that I'm interested in. Like when someone says, hey, have you seen anything interesting that I would like to watch? And I'm like, hey, I can, do you want to watch the movie Her? And I can say it in Chinese because I have an example of what I would describe, what are the key points and the vocabulary that I would use for describing a science fiction movie, and especially in context with a movie that I am in, that's important to me, or something that I use. Like, describe the synopsis for the first season of Solo Leveling in Chinese. That would be relevant. And see how much do I need to learn, some other things. It attaches what I already do as a streamer, right? Streamer. Conversation. Topical events. And as well as learning stuff. So earlier today, we were talking about You should describe it to me. Me want to learn more Chinese vocab too. Yeah, Chern, it's in June though. It's in June, and you can join along. It's so much fun. Today I digress so hard, but that's the best way I can think of right now within my So it's in June, but like for example today, me and Procall derailed for 4.5 hours during this segment that I'm supposed to do. We talked about the relationship of physics, especially with physics, chemistry, and biology. But I could do that while using an LLM and pick up Chinese. So, like, you might be saying, oh, well, but physics is going to be too complicated. But you can prompt them to say, hey, how do you describe physics without, like, with conditions? Like, describe the relationship between physics and Chinese. I mean, the physics and chemistry for a middle schooler or something like that, right? You can get creative. And what happens is while I'm talking and exchanging, it would be less like this, where I basically am truncating and speeding through some of the things I have to talk about. But at the same time, I'm learning how to express it in Chinese. And this is going to be the playing ground for when I expand this to Spanish, which Spanish is going to be comparing it to a curated model. Spanish somewhere in December is going to be via Duo Max, and I want to see how a curated, prescribed, so all of this is going to then end up being compared to Duo Max with Spanish, because Duo Max is also an LLM subscription and it's for Spanish. And the idea is I now like Wanikani, the way I'm comparing Wanikani, HanziHero on different approaches, right? I'm comparing and contrasting different inputs. Duo Max offers a different approach. It's a curated role-playing thing under the, like, you know, the oversight of a philosophy by a app that I use very often. And that is in contrast to the more customizable, user-friendly way of the way I'm doing it with different LLMs. It probably start with ChatGPT, but SD has already shown or shared that Copilot is kind of funky, but we could try Copilot. And then they were doing Perplexity, right? So we can go around and bounce around and look and experiment with different ways to do that. And most of the time, I am learning Chinese, but I'm also learning how to say the things I say every single day. Like when someone tells me, oh, this show is really good. Well, what is the show, by the way? And I'll type it into ChatGPT and it's like, you know, ChatGPT, please summarize this show to me in Chinese, or please tell me a summary, a synopsis, or an advertisement on this in Chinese. And that's kind of what I'm thinking of. Like when someone is talking to me or when I'm reading chat, I want to be able to say those things because that's the immediate thing that I care about. I don't necessarily care about having access to an imaginary Japanese friend that I have down the line that somehow will wait for me for my Japanese fluency, or like there are things that they may come when they are available, but for now what I'm doing now is where I'm focusing on the things that I can do and will do. And most of this is why I'm moving to an LLM model in order to also learn, since I already have enough foundation in order to provide comprehensibility to the prompts, and then use that as a way to investigate pretty much anything that's relevant to me, something that's interesting to me in the form of text, right? It's not quite clear the audio stuff is great because SD, someone who does use LLMs, various LLMs for French things, it's kind of wonky. It's a hit and miss, right? So we'll see about that whole audio thing. And at the end, it's still synthetic voicing, right? And synthetic voicing can go so far, but in the long run, I spend most of my evening listening to various versions of people speaking these vocabulary in order to normalize my own hearing. The fun thing for me is that the hearing part is actually my least effortful part. I enjoy hearing. I like speaking, hearing my voice, try to pronounce certain words, and then hearing other people pronounce. So I'm prioritizing things that I do a lot, and then doing the stuff that I do naturally. The different, doing a lot doesn't mean I do it naturally. The most natural thing to me is to sit here, listen to an audiobook, soak in all the stuff while I'm doing something. What I do most frequently right now is I read chat, and I need to get to a point where I can read chat in those different languages, so that even if they choose to talk in English, they could say like, oh, I speak Chinese. I say, oh, feel free to type in Chinese. I will translate and read it in English for other people, or I will read it in Chinese. The idea is I am going to be the person who reads, translates, and interprets. So I will not, I want to get to a point where I'm reading something, but I'm interpreting it. So when someone says, oh, I just had a really bad day and I'm about to head to the gym, and then I hope that I'll feel better after the gym. And then I would read that out loud, to the best of my ability, maybe. If I can't read it all, I can interpret it. And that's what I do most of the time in my life. I'm not trying to transliterate it, as in, oh, that's that. This person is saying they're having a bad day, and they're considering going to the gym. Like, I'm even adding my flair. Like, I'm reading in between the lines. Like, they hope that the gym will make them feel better, but they could have literally said, I'm okay, or like, I'm feeling a little depressed, I'm gonna hit the gym for 3 hours, and like, I might miss some details, but the idea is I'm doing interpretive work, and a lot of this summary stuff helps me with interpretive work too. If I read a summary of Solo Leveling, I can gather, do I understand the gist of this paragraph? It's like, okay. And the reason why I'm choosing things that I know and the things that other people know is because that forms the comprehensibility context. That forms the theme of what I'm expecting to see, and it normalizes the condition. And what is the condition for me? Well, I like talking about video games, and I talk to a lot of people about quote unquote random topics that are related to them. So oftentimes it's a topic of passion, and that's kind of where we're going with Chinese. Meanwhile, we're bolstering our foundations, right? Our character reading is going great. Interestingly enough, it still hasn't necessarily covered all of Duolingo Chinese that was in the course. Crazy to think that at this time, I really thought I was gonna pass, like at least cover more than the characters in Duolingo Chinese course. Interestingly enough, I did not. So it was 100 days in HanziHero and 200 days in Duolingo Chinese, but I knew how to write all those characters, right? There are so many other things that it's not an apples to apples comparison. But generally speaking, I love what HanziHero. I usually end up loving the things I put effort into, so take it with a grain of salt. I usually love things that I invest a lot of time into, because I choose to do them. If you choose to do something that you hate or you learn to hate, you're gonna hear a broken record from me, but you have to ask yourself why, and then write a bunch of lists for why you hate this, why you like this. Does it still outweigh? Most of the time, I have an overwhelming list of why I like this and why I put in the time to want to like it. So I do enjoy Duolingo Chinese course, and I also like HanziHero. I talk about the ups and downs and the trade-offs and the things that I'm doing, not out of the idea that it sours my experience at all. It's one of those things like, okay, what can I do about it? Can I learn to be competent in it? And some people might say that's a waste of time. Like, you could just use a better product, something that circumvents this. And I'm like, yes, I could, if my major objective is to learn how to be fluent in Japanese or Chinese. But my major objective is to tackle different ways of learning that is either viral or trendy, and see what people are experiencing, and I get to experience with them. I actually, to make it very clear about the underlying statement of this motivation is, this is my first time learning with apps. Loosely, apps and websites. Self-studying. This is the first time I've ever done it. Like, what I mean is, even learning through YouTube has some form of somewhat direct, progressive content creator oversight. Like, there's a human that is trying to anticipate some of the errors, and I typically agree with a lot of those errors and shortcomings and criticisms and trade-offs, and that's how I choose to learn from someone. This is a system, and the system is not telling me like, oh hey, if you're experiencing this is what you should do, or try to consider this. So this is the first time I'm doing this, and it's for a skill that is not temporary or temporally restricted. And even then, temporally restricted skills I typically bring for a lifetime, because I choose, like, for example, a video game. How do I remember the mechanics in Slay the Spire? Because they're related to Hearthstone, and Hearthstone is related to Magic the Gathering, which is related to Yu-Gi-Oh! And all the other ones. The stuff that I do that are iterative or derivative, they're carried along because they're my legacy experience. They do not detract from the novelty of something. So it's very different from how people consume things nowadays, where they want it to be very similar to their own experiences because they don't want to extend the relationship between the two. And also, when they want something novel, they want it to be distinctively different from what they had before. I'm a bit of a mix of both of them, right? I like novelty, and I try very hard to bring that novelty to everything that I have existing now. I try to find the connections. I think a new catchphrase that I'm going to be saying, I'm starting to warm up to it, is crossing wires, right? I am always considering how I can cross my wires. And when I mean wires, I'm talking about neural connections. So if it is very difficult to connect Duolingo's approach to HanziHero's and compare and contrast, I would try to do so. Largely because when I'm still looking at these vocabulary, I can still leverage what Duolingo has associated for me, and I have then took that to heart to get to vocabulary. To this day, I still think, oh yeah, I remember the sentence prompt that is involved on Duolingo for this specific vocabulary word, especially the ones that deal with business. For as long as possible, I'm not suggesting that I will remember this for the rest of my life. They get consolidated after a while, right? Your neuronal connections then to consolidate them. I'm not a person who has eidetic memory, so that's something you're not looking at, like the 0.01% of people who have eidetic memories. So I don't have the luxury of saying, oh, if I keep it together forever, it stays with me forever. It doesn't stay with me forever. It changes shapes. The memory ends up shaping into something else. And the way I reinforce the meaning and value of the shapes is to keep molding it into something different while still keeping elements of it. How I form memories about people who I never see most of the time, never hear, but I see their words. I only see the words they use. And maybe like the post, like the emotes that they use. And sometimes I get to hear them, but only like really close people. Those things are the only things I have to work with. So all of this is great. I had to work with less when it comes to forming connections and remembering people's names. But all of that training, in my opinion, I will call it training or practice over my life, made it so that the moment I like meet someone in person, it's almost like there's so much more information. So I spend a lot of my time trying to optimize small amount of information in order to make that information memorable. And this is not an advertisement for doing it the hard way. Unless you're looking to learn how to make use of what is less, or making use of something that is not like curated and maximized or optimized for you. I find myself very much more engaged when I get an imperfect product. And that is solely because my goal is not, it's more than the acquisition of what the product is supposed to do. I'm not particularly interested primarily in the outcome of the product's design per se, like the goal, if it happens or not. I'm seeing if products do fail. And then what do you do about it? Or where can you fix it? I like fixing things. I like adding detail to things. This might not sound like it's the same thing, but I like adding detail and life to other people. That it's very similar to me. When someone has a problem, how do you add to it? And if not, influence it so that it can be something better for them, right? For them, as in, how can I get them to think that this addition is important and wonderful by observing them? So living in a world of ideal convenience makes it so that anything that's inconvenient, in my opinion, this is for me personally, but I do observe it in other people, but I'm specifically talking about me. I find that oftentimes when I get so used to things that are convenient, I forget that it is inconvenient for other people. Like, for example, sometimes I can be very insensitive or forward when someone tells me something that's obviously to me illogical. Like, for example, when someone stops playing a video game because they know that other people cheat. It's like, well, you can play the video game without cheating. Isn't that the greatest reward about this? I know. Knowing that other people cheat means that you don't feel great about your own accomplishments. That's a logical fallacy. And as much as I wanted to be very kind and say, yeah, ban the cheaters and stuff, it's like, I don't see how that impacts why you do not feel the reward of doing something, achieving something without cheating. Right? So I was trying to add to that person's perspective, but it came off as possibly incredibly direct and maybe even aggressive. I wasn't disagreeing with their feeling of getting cheated, right? Cheapening their accomplishments. But that is a very, very common thing when it comes to the competitive space that we are now. Like in the internet. Like, for example, if someone is rich and they started a YouTube channel and they use that wealth to generate more wealth on YouTube, and then someone comes by and they're struggling, or they're doing the same thing, they want to do the same thing, but they don't have that wealth, so they they noticed this. It's like, oh, well, I don't want to do this anymore. There's always this rich person basically just buy things and then they get paid even more for it. That's unfair. That's like cheating. It's like, well, that is true, but you're talking more about fairness than cheating. Sometimes things are cheating and the people can ban it and whatnot, but then there are fairness, which if it's so easy to make a decision because it doesn't agree with your point of view, then there's not much I can add, but I'll still try. I'll try to say that, say this person is rich, right? And they buy the stuff as is, and they do that. What are they not doing when they do that? Well, personally, if I were a person who needed to compete with someone with money, how do I do things without using money? How do I do that similar thing, but use less money? So you wouldn't call someone out, right? This is what this person basically did. They're like, oh, all these people are cheated. I know exactly what they're doing. So it kind of cheapens the moment. So they want to call them out. Like, well, yeah, it's up to the developer or the publisher to ban them or make contingency. But it doesn't make the call any easier if you decide to choose to ignore people, right? It makes it easier if you choose to ignore people. It's harder if you don't ignore people. So, for example, if I knew that this person is rich and they want to do something and they throw money at it, it's like, that's great. What can I do that is, I'm creative. What do I do that is different from that person? I'll do the same thing without using money or using less money. Or I do something to raise money to do that, right? Then you might be thinking, well, that doesn't get you closer to the goal. You're taking extra steps. That's not fair. You have to take extra steps. It's like, well, those extra steps develop new skills. It teaches me how to raise money. What about that person? Well, they know how to raise money too, but they know how to raise money differently. I need to learn how to raise money when I don't have money or as much money. So here you can see, well, dreaming Spanish is a possibility. Or HanziHero, what is an option for HanziHero? Do Chinese, right? Do Chinese is an option. But can I do it in this space, right? Am I allowed to stream do Chinese and not get popped with copyright? Or should I email the thing? I can do something about that, technically. So I could email the developers of do Chinese, try to tell them that I'm interested. If I'm not important enough, they're just ignore the email, and that's it. That'll be done. Is it fair? Is it unfair? Well, no, it's not fair or unfair to me anyways. I just simply move on and do the next thing I can think of. When I play a video game and I know that someone else got to it in a different way, that's a different way. It could be cheating, but certainly wouldn't affect my opinion of myself. It's different if your opinions of other people make you less enthusiastic about the things you achieve. So for me, what does this stuff does, and my argument, in my debate or on topic with Procall represent? It represents what I contribute to when I'm learning language and how it relates to language learning. All of that did relate to language learning. Of course, I didn't try to beat it over the I didn't beat it over the head. We talked about biology, right? Biology, chemistry, and physics. And the prompt was, physics can explain everything chemistry and biology exist, right? So if that's the case, then physics is the most quote-unquote important science, possibly, right? But that is also suggesting that anything that is a derivative of that, so what that's telling me is someone who thinks that it's an originator, everything that encompasses it has less importance and have no reason to be of lesser existence, right? So I tried to do a counter argument in which this person suggested that physics can explain all of chemistry fundamentals and biology fundamentals, but rarely can physics explain what a virus is. Rarely can physics explain what things like a Grignard reaction or electroplating in the sense of using electroplating, or like electrophoretic processes, and you can describe it in a way like the molecules move and whatnot. That's fantastic, so right? But they're all complementary to each other. They share observations of a single universe. How does that relate to language, in my opinion? When a Japanese, and I will reiterate the example that I used earlier. When you go to a park, a Japanese person, a Chinese person, and a Spanish person walks into the park. They're going to explain what they see in their languages. Now, would the Japanese, and this is not the perfect analogy, but would the Japanese person be able to explain to the Chinese person that the park is Japanese? And would the Chinese person be able to express to the Japanese person that the Chinese park is Chinese, or the park is Chinese? Physics and chemists and physicists explain things in their own language. So when the person was talking about explaining, they were talking about the fundamentals, as in like the physical world that the physicists describe. It's like, yeah, they're trying to explain it in that way. But biologists explains the world very differently. And not only that, they don't really look at the resolution of that either. So trying to say that a physicist know why a biologist do not necessarily pay attention to the molecular movements of microorganism and look at more at the holistic, larger macro system that is the cell is kind of like suggesting a physicist can't understand chemistry and a chemist can't understand some physics. So when it comes to comments like that, where a singular language or a singular perspective can explain everything, I think we're more talking about a universal language, which perhaps, I mean, maybe that's something in the future. But I can earnestly say the facts are, right, biology, chemistry, and physics exist. If physics can explain everything, then I would say it would kind of checks out logically in an ideal world that chemistry and biology would have a very hard time existing without the umbrella of physics. And yet it still happens. So clearly explaining how, why, and what is not necessarily all-encompassing. Now, one can reduce things, like for example, in the world of linguistics. How does this relate to this? In the world of linguistics, you could argue that a linguistic person is able to explain what is Japanese, what is Chinese, and what is English and Spanish. But can they explain what is Japanese in Japanese? That's not a given. And not only that, can they explain why Japanese is Japanese by using their fundamentals? Probably not, in my opinion. I mean, that's what I'm gonna do this evening. I'm gonna see if I can find physics explaining the existence of chemistry, a physicist explaining the existence of chemistry, or like the reason for chemistry or something like that, and then vice versa for like language. I'm kind of curious if a linguistic person decided, you know, linguistics often deal with the foundations that unify language, right? All the languages. So you could argue that if physics is the foundation of the physical sciences, they explain all the foundations of chemistry and biology, that in turn, that means anything that biology, physics can explain anything in biology as well, and chemistry. Like, for example, the cell does this because of these varying models in physics. Like, well, perhaps, maybe in the future, with more understanding. In spite of that, linguistics is also very analogous to that. Linguistics is trying to understand the fundamentals and building blocks of every language. So if a linguistic person can able to explain why, how, and what everything is based on unifying principles, that would be the closest thing I can think of that would relate back to physics, biology, and chemistry. And I'm not a stranger to this. I mean, it's kind of funny because one of my shows that I like to watch every once in a while is Big Bang Theory. And one of the running things in Big Bang Theory is the universal law, right? They're looking for the universal law that unites all observable physical properties on this planet. And yet, I'm going to say that much like languages, Chinese, Japanese, Spanish, and English, when you're trying to explain something in your own terms, you're not explaining the thing in the terms of the person you're talking to or the field you're talking to. So like a physicist knowing a lot of physics is unable to explain to a chemist in chemistry. That, in my opinion, is what we were like kind of tussling around. I understand that the phenomenons that they're talking about, so Protocol was more talking about the things that you observe in the physical universe. If you can explain it, physics underlies all those principles. And if you explain those, you can appreciate physics's component in everything else. It does not help explain biology. It does not help explain chemistry. It helps explain what physics observe that contributes to the phenomenon in chemistry and biology. The cell will continue to be the cell, not a collection of quarks and subatomic particles in the area of biology. Much like you're trying to say that Japanese doesn't exist because it's just English in disguise. So that's kind of where the funny, interesting interaction parallelism I was going to make. But I can definitely see Protocol is a fan of physics. And after watching Big Bang Theory, I like Sheldon's perspective. It's lovely to understand that physics form the properties of all the physical material, right? The physical world. However, I like that there are different ways to interpret or analyze the things. But hear me out. There's also a purpose here. It's not like chemists and biology are concerned about trying to find a universal law of the physical world. Like, we have to keep in mind that perspective shifts with what people look at. So in Japanese, when you see a cherry blossom, they might not, when a Japanese person describes a cherry blossom, it might not be the same way that the Chinese person describes a cherry blossom. And it might not be the same way that a English-speaking person describes a cherry blossom. And fundamentally, they might also not be interested in that culturally. So in chemistry, what type of questions do chemists answer? And what type of questions do biologists answer? They're not trying to answer a law that unifies the universe. Could it be possible? Well, we might never know. Because that embodies the pre-selection bias. So when you're thinking about how to explain things to people, I think considering the motivations of the people and the discipline that it involves, it goes a long way to grounding. You're asking a question, can physics explain everything that is in biology and chemistry? Well, yes and no. yes, because what you say, the physical world is bound by physics, and no, because you can never explain the concepts in chemistry and biology as though you're in chemistry and biology unless that physicist is also a chemist and also a biologist. So instead of thinking about it in the world of exclusivity, which is why, in my opinion, going back to language learning, when you only think of the world in one language, then of course your one language explains everything. Right? So that's where where I wanted to like summarize that of the 4 hours and 5 hours of talking, it's related to language learning because my concepts tend to overlap with language learning. If you only speak one language, then in your mind and in your fandom and your perspective, you can explain everything in English. Now the question is, if you can explain everything in your English, does that mean you can explain everything in Japanese in English? That's a fun thought, isn't it? That's a very fun thought. So theoretically, you could say, well, you could do anything a Japanese person can without speaking Japanese. So you would say fundamentally, yes, it's true. Physics, English, for example, can explain everything that's in Japanese. And we'll go with chemistry, right? And yet at the same time, we spend a lot of time saying, well, no, that's different. There are things that are lost in translation that you don't say. Now, pragmatically speaking, a language that can do everything that you need it to do is fundamentally able to do that. Now, the question is, if the other language wants to explain everything, like their goal is to explain everything in the universe, and they both can do it, then it would invalidate the top-down model. Now, the question is, does a chemist want to explain everything? Want to develop a universal law of the physical world using chemistry? I don't know. I don't even think it's relevant. It's beyond the scope of chemistry. And in biology, it's also probably beyond the scope of biology. But sure as heck, I don't think physicists want to explain how a cell works, or the meaning and the origins of embryogenesis and how the math checks out on the evolutionary process of gametes and the things that I talk about, or like maybe even talk about the permutations of follow viral permutations and map the molecular interactions of viral mutations in retrovirus or something during the process of replication. While meanwhile, they're very interested in explaining the fundamental laws of the universe, for example, like those empirical laws, right? And that's great. But that doesn't explain chemistry and biology, because chemistry and biology are tackling different types of questions. That is why in my opinion, that is why they have different disciplines. So, it's being a fan of physics to explain the fundamental laws. That's great, but it also means that you do not have an appreciation for why the cell is such a beautiful structure of the natural world, or like protein expression patterns along for how do hair pigmentation patterns. I don't even know how much physicists could actually even explain at the moment. Like theoretically they could explain everything, but technically, if everything includes a body, then so can a biologist. But that's fine. I wouldn't even say that for a biologist, because a biologist, in my opinion, and a chemist would say, oh yeah, there's physics. We need to know and understand physics. But it's really weird oftentimes, and I find this maybe an unfair stereotype, where physicists may say, oh, well, we don't need to understand chemistry and biology to understand chemistry and biology. It's a weird stereotype, and it's kind of humorous that Protocol kind of fits that stereotype. I think the thing that I can describe is, if Latin is the origin of many languages, you might as well learn Latin, right? Or like, if language does not transcend the origin of the language, like where did all they originate, you might as well study the origin of it. So it's kind of a weird situation, but we will most definitely revisit that. Anyways, I want to wrap up with, what else was that? We talked about LLMs. We talked about the things that we would consider for 100 days. Changes were step by step. I talked about some of the features that were changed that I would use aggressively, right? Mistakes and changes. Talked about how I go over the mistakes. Oh, I kind of jumped over a little bit. Things I personally introduced, that was part of the mistake things, right? What is it that works, right? So I talked about the mnemonics, how mnemonics are formed, and then I related back to Duolingo Chinese, and then compared the Wanikani and HanziHero quite often actually. And then I threw in some stats, right? So, I think this is a good place to stop. Now, the really big difference here is I'm incredibly satisfied with HanziHero. Like, there were some subtle changes, and one of the subtle changes are marked using of double check. And then the rest are behavioral changes. So what I focus on for vocabulary, basically to be a little bit more nebulous, be a little bit more flexible, try to introduce different ways I'm feeling into the mnemonics, into the synonyms, then retroactively adding them back to the characters, right, to the Hanzi. And then at the end of the day, I would review these things, and I would also review on top of any mistakes, right, at the end. And you'll probably see that over and over again. And if the mistakes are recurring, I would try to mod the mnemonic. And the nice thing about modding the mnemonic is, I already mentioned, the way this mnemonic is created, it's incredibly flexible. You fill in the gaps on your own, and you can even change the gaps entirely. In Wanikani, it's very hard. It's incredibly restrictive because you're stuck with a cipher, and that cipher has to be included somehow, while all the other things feel a little bit optional. And not only that, the cipher words have to be a second level of rote memory, because the sound that they make and how they're written is not consistent conjoining together. But I can associate that by skipping over that. So like, for example, hitsu, right? Hitsu is hits. But you can probably get closer to hits with something, a combination of a different sound, right, in Japanese. And then, like, trying to think of a more outlier, a bigger outlier. The most recent one was Arakajiri, right? Or something like that. And it's like a raw cage. So it can get a little wild. Meanwhile, the vast majority of things in HanziHero are abstractions. They're abstractions. Outside of maybe the initial and the final, when it comes to the writing of pinyin, it doesn't necessarily affect the sound that they're going to make. It also, we have to keep in mind that no, it is a non-issue because regardless if it's pinyin and or kana, since I already came in with kana, it's more or less the same. In terms of like trying to transcribe it and type it and enter it, because I'm also still converting it to romaji, right? Oh, actually, no, the near rhymes I'm using by sound, not romaji. So it's not like when I type ro, I'm thinking of R-O-E. I'm thinking of do-e, as in do, right? Do-e, not do as in R-O-E. Sorry, I say e, R-O-E. Anyways, it's been swell. I wanted to commit to this. It's really late. So tomorrow we'll be back with Duolingo Spanish in this time slot, of course. As well, it's been a pleasure using HanziHero for 100 days. I don't think much of it is going to change other than my behavior. So we're going to try to implement some changes in the behavior. Maybe even introduce the dictionary thing within the next 100 days. I think the dictionary mode that we're going to use is going to be integrated with the LLM stuff. So this stuff is going to be connected. So we can throw vocabulary when we're doing LLM, right? And we're doing the prompts. Whenever I come across something, I'll add it in dictionary mode into HanziHero. That's probably what I'm going to do. So eventually that's the biggest change we're going to have. Duolingo Japanese is coming back for Duolingo for the Japanese side of things. And it's already tough. That schedule is going to be really packed. So I'm gonna be, I guess you could consider it sentence mining. It'll be something like sentence mining. It's more like creative prompt fishing, or like it has a creative input. I have an output and informing input. So I'm using my output to create new inputs. And then that input allows me to see what I'm not comprehending. And then that comprehension then can be thrown into another system to provide further input. Wanikani does not have that flexibility, so we're gonna shove along Wanikani, but Duolingo is a very interesting way to complement Wanikani. And then I watch anime by default quite a lot. I actually watch far less Chinese content, largely because I actually do quite listen to it. It's not that far behind, really. I need vocabulary, so vocabulary and like writing comprehension. And then Spanish, we'll see what to do with Spanish if we have time. Right now, we're still in Spanish reviewing mode. So yeah, I think the most exciting thing that I wanted to share were the ideas behind the LLMs, right? That's in June. So the next month, the following month, I have something to do for Neverwinter. And also, we have to get dual Japanese somewhere in it. And due to the optimization of Wanikani's thing, my time, now I know exactly where the Japanese Duolingo current schedule that I do the routine is going to fit in to this. And there's a chance that we're going to have to stagger in the future in June. I don't want to lean too hard on LLMs too soon, but as far as I know, I think I'm pretty okay with most of the concepts, almost all the concepts from HSK 1 through 3. So, and then our vocabulary, our character coverage is getting close. By the time May rolls through, we'll probably be breaking into the HSK 3 characters. I still haven't seen all the vocabulary words in Duolingo, obviously, because it's like half of them. Interesting. And it's a great way to like double down on the stuff I should know. Instead of going back through it the same way, I'm going back through it a different way now. And then soon we'll be turning over in another year's time where we do immersion stuff, you know, comprehensible stuff, which that would be in the form of gaming, because gaming is under fair use. But I might email a few people. Like, I might email and try to reach out to a couple of apps that use immersion, maybe graded readers, and see if they respond. I'm not very important, and I am not very lucrative, and probably not very sensational in that beginning, so perhaps with enough interest and whatnot, I can make a compelling argument. And how do I do that if I don't have like followers or influencers or subscriptions or subscribers or something like to bolster the thing? I have this. So all the things I'm doing now is legacy and example of how much I actually enjoy language learning and care about the beginning processes and whatnot. So the work, in my opinion, that I place in will speak for itself. And that's usually how I go about working towards a goal. All of this is going to make me be able to type that, you know, that message and that email to someone and say, hey, I don't know if I'm allowed to use your content or your fair use, but if you don't mind, I would like to spend the next 3 or 6 months or so to use your thing and demonstrate. Is there any legal or perhaps copyright things? And who knows? You might see that I will try, I don't know, something that is a little suspicious now. But we have to start carefully. I like to have my due diligence. I'm not someone who is regularly rushing into whatever the next buzz thing is when someone tells me to do so, right? Gotta establish rapport. And then in like a legacy, a working relationship as well. So yeah, we actually ended up covering all of the topics that I wanted to cover today. Interesting. Outside of, I was gonna cover some, like what I did with Wanikani, where some of the things I'm weak in Chinese, in HanziHero. And I did talk about this yesterday, actually, or 2 days ago. No, yesterday. Someone asked me, what is the hardest aspect of the languages I'm learning now? And for Chinese, the current hardest aspect, which I qualified as consistency, because the only metric that I'm using is inconsistency, largely because I'm using an SRS system. So the most inconsistent thing that I have is dealing with overlapping meanings that do not have enough context for nuance. So I tend to secondhand guess myself. Like, for example, to see, to look, to read, or hear, heard, recognize, know, understand, comprehend. So those are the types of things that, and it's on the English side of things, really. But at the same time, it's a limitation of SRS. So I don't have to go through the limitations of SRS, in my opinion, because I already did that in Wanikani. And it's kind of a, you're preaching to the choir kind of thing. If you don't have context sentences or paragraphs in order to frame, or stories to frame the nuances between synonyms, then my solution or my stopgap for that is you learn all of them in prep for when you get the opportunity to do so. So it's somewhere in here where I said I'm expanding the flexibility of the meaning of these words so that in the future I'm flexible enough to say, oh, okay, now I get it. I'm locking it in here. I'm going to use it here. I'm going to do this here. And oh, they decide to choose this word instead of the 4 other synonyms that kind of overlap here. And that's what I'm doing now to offset that. Instead of concerning myself with exactly trying to guess or memorize outside of the system exactly when I'm going to use those things. I'm clustering them. I'm grouping them up. And when I group them up, it'll give me flexibility to choose words and see where it goes from there. So it's very much similar to saying, I'm going to end this stream momentarily versus I'm going to end this stream right away or soon, right? Momentarily, soon, right away, immediate, at once, imminently. There are quite a lot of things that I expect to sort out later on. And I'm leveraging the most efficient way I can remember all these things by clustering them all together, like grouping them all together. Oh, this, 但是, right? 但是, however, but, there's another however, but, and I don't really default. I default to 但是, right? Instead of 不是, no. See, I don't remember the other one. It starts with boo, but when I see it, I'll know for the time being until I start using it. But we'll find out in the future. Right? There were two maybes and perhaps that I kind of go back and forth. So many ways to say self. Like, geez. Alright, folks. That's a wrap. I'm really tired and my voice is going to get a rest. Tomorrow, we're back to our regular schedule. Or maybe a day or two. And then we're going to get into a new video game. Or we're going to finish up something that I was working on the 2 days ago. And then I will gonna start the game, so to speak, which is on the Japanese side of things. Right. Alright, guys. It's been a pleasure. Nice. I hope I will look back on this fondly. I know that excuse my digression. Obviously, the nice thing about the video is you can just skip. Yeah, they are very long digressions. So skip around, fast forward. I don't know. And maybe you'll find something interesting. The idea is the whole experience is interesting. I have to apologize in advance. Perhaps one day when I have a monetized way of paying someone who can deliberately profit off of their hard work they put in, I could maybe find an editor that can like cut the digressions into something and then close up and make these more a bit focused. But digressions are part of this process. Engagement is involved in interlacing all my experiences. So talking about biology, chemistry, and physics, along with like conceptions of, I don't know, uniqueness, probabilistic things, they are all part of the experience. I wouldn't be doing this otherwise. So for anyone who's annoyed by that, I hope there is a more focused language learner out there that make you interested solely on language learning. But at the same time, it would be really, really wonderful if learning a language led you to an interest in physics, biology, chemistry. So then when you go to class and you're in a biology class, you could smile and say, huh, we made some jokes when I was doing something I like, and now biology and chemistry reminds me of that, and maybe you may become interested in biology and chemistry. In the year of 2026 and 2027, I can record this for my future self, we're going to be doing this with our languages. So it's not going to be like this anymore, where you're constantly focusing on acquiring vocabulary. It's going to be, we're going to talk about physics, real life things, mental health, but we're going to be using our languages to do that. Because I want to sound like this, whether it's natural or unnatural, in the target languages. So one day I can wish someone, I can tell someone to go out there, stop being pessimistic about yourself, stop being a nihilist in 4 different languages. And I'll do it with the pizzazz and conversationalism that maybe suits my personality. So then one day, it wouldn't be a language barrier that separates me from wanting to reach a person and say, it's all right. The internet makes it look like everyone's perfect, but they're not really perfect. What they are successful people who know how to overcome things, try things, and find reward in the things they do. So hopefully, language learning is also a way to meeting someone maybe like myself, where at least I get the privilege to tell you that keep on doing the things you do to stay unique, right? One of our topics today in the digression. And thinking small can help focus. Thinking large can help you feel unique, right? Thinking small can also help you feel less overwhelmed. But thinking larger can provide you perspectives of possibilities. Go back and forth. Try to accommodate both, right? And with that said, if you're gonna watch this later, right? If you're gonna watch this later, 谢谢. Always feel welcome to drop your video comments on your hot takes. Be ready to discuss. I always like spending an hour or two clocking away on the keyboard, right? And be warned, I type very, very long responses if those are questions that I am asked to answer. I try to answer the best of my ability. And yeah, not regardless of how the question is worded. As well as because I'm very thankful that there are people who actually ask questions every once in a while. And ProCall definitely illustrates that situation. It's nice to have 4 or 5 people around through like 2-year periods to share some legacy with, right? And if you're bold enough, you know where to find me. I mean, I'm usually on every day around the same time. If it's compatible with you, and you can drop by and ask a question. It can be a turn off, maybe it can be a little nerve-wracking, but I think the very essence of my goal is to make you be interested in the things that you're asking about, and at least for me to tell you that there is someone who does want to take interest in it, if you can't find anyone, right? And then use that as a stepping stone to be enthusiastic about what's happening in your life and what you choose to do, like learning Chinese. All right? And with that, thank you again, folks. Stay safe, stay healthy. 大家下次见，拜拜。